dia, bom dia. Como você
Good morning. How are you doing this morning, this beautiful morning? It's a little chilly, isn't it? I hope that you are all doing great. Please, I hope that you feel very welcome. This is the second International Symposium on Early Childhood Education. Thank you to those who are online. Thank you for being here with us. I would like to greet you all.
as boas-vindas também você que está aqui na plateia presencialmente.
I would also like to greet those who are here with us in person and those who are at home watching us. In the morning, we are going to hear some English speaking lectures. For those who are in the audience with us, we have simultaneous translation available. Feel free to go and pick up your headset. For those of you who are online, you can select English or Portuguese channels clicking on the comments. This meeting is sponsored by Bracell, Ministry of Education, UNICEF, Cátedra Sérgio Henrique Ferreira from USP Advanced Studies, Leer University, Itaú Social, David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies from Harvard University and its São Paulo office. And it's an honor to be able to see all of you here. My name is Patricia Paz. I am a lecturer. I also write children's books, among other things. I would like to say it's my great pleasure to be here hosting this event, talking about childhood education, early childhood education. So what we are going to be talking about is how to implement public policy capable of ensuring early childhood education that is high quality, that's going to put all Brazilian children first. And this is going to be talked about in all our panels. We are in debt with babies and early childhood. Early childhood will have effects throughout life, is strategic for the economy, and decisive for Brazilian development. When it is high quality and when there is equity, it will move the meters on learning, income, healthcare, and citizenship. Early childhood education is a right, it's justice, investment, and a legacy. We want to deepen the conversation with you, professors, managers from schools, academic organizations, and leaderships, in addition to the government. So I would like to thank you all for being here. And before we get started with our opening session, I'd like to invite you to watch this video. Early childhood education, essential for children, decisive for Brazil. We reap what we sow. Sowing is the present. This is about early childhood education, planting opportunities that will last an entire life, like the chestnut tree that only lives with sun, rain, bees. It's the fruit of a collective effort, families, professors, communities, teachers, governments. Those who care from an early childhood, these children will grow safer, healthier, capable of making better choices to build a stronger country, a Brazil for everyone. Early childhood education is essential for children, decisive for Brazil.
Muito bem.
Very well. After this inspiring video, let's start with our opening session. And to give us a good start, I'd like to call on Mozart Neves. He is the head of Cátedra Sérgio Henrique Ferreira of the Advanced Studies at USP Ribeirão Preto. He was the dean at the Federal University of Pernambuco. He was the Secretary of Education for the state in addition to being member of the National Education Council. We would also like to invite Eduardo Queiroz, Director President of Bracell Foundation. He has been working in education since 2002. In the third sector, he led organizations such as Maria Cecilia Soto Vigal, Outward Bound United, Way Worldwide, and he was also Secretary of National Articulation and Partnerships for the Ministry of Citizenship. I would also like to invite Alexandro do Nascimento Santos. He is currently Director of Policies and Guidelines for Basic Education in the Ministry of Education. He's also a professor in the postgrad and master programs in educational management at the University of São Paulo. He was also Dean and President of the Parliamentary School at the Municipal Representatives House of São Paulo. We would also like to call on Mônica Pinto. She is head for education, UNICEF Brazil. She has been working in education and also the third sector and public sector. She was part of the Futura Channel creation and worked at the Roberto Marinho Foundation, in addition to coordinating a national program for the education of teachers. Also, Cláudia de Freitas Vidigal. She's representative for Brazil of the Leer Foundation. She has been working for the past 20 years for the rights of children in Brazil. She founded the Institute Fazendo História, a reference in alternative care for children who are removed from their families. She was National Secretary of Children's Rights and President of CONANDA. I would also like to greet Helena Monteiro, Executive Director for David Rockefeller Center for Latin America Studies from Harvard University. She has 2 decades of international experience in social development, philanthropy, and the third sector. She was the CEO of Wings, where she made the basis of the strengthening of philanthropy, particularly in the Global South. Welcome. And we'll also watch a video with a special message from the Superintendent of Itaú Social, Patrícia Mota Guedes, who won't be able to be here with us in person. Welcome, all of you.
E imediatamente eu gostaria de passar a palavra ao...
So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mozart. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you after 1 year from the first International Symposium. Since it took place here in São Paulo, it's wonderful to see that many of you have joined us again, and many new faces have come. We now have an ample spectrum of partners and supporters. We also have had wonderful support from the Ministry of Education. You were also present at the first symposium with us, and there are several cities present here, represented by the Secretaries of Education and the third sector. It's my understanding that this is a very special day. It's one more step that we climb as a foundation. And we have been going up that ladder brilliantly. Bracell Foundation has a fantastic work capacity. So I believe that you were able to bring together wonderful people who are committed to early childhood education, and regardless of the advancements that have happened in the past 2 decades, especially, we still have a long ways to go. Particularly, it is my understanding in the regime of collaboration, because nowadays with the municipalities, we have cooperation, but with over 5,000 cities around Brazil, we are going to need to cooperate and articulate with the state and with the Ministry of Education. And when we talk about collaboration, I always think of Article 205 of the Brazilian Constitution. It's not just any type of education. There are two important elements: an education that fully develops people. And when we talk about full education, integral education for all the students, education that's going to fully develop our children, and Heckman is wonderful in terms of the research. The best way to invest is to invest in what we have in the law, the early childhood education. That's where the dollar invested will yield $7 in the future. So that's also covered by Article 205. We also have to do that in collaboration with society. So what we are doing here is putting into practice our Constitution in one of its most beautiful articles, Article 205. And I'm very sure that given the quality, given the care with which this event was put together, we are going to have a very fruitful, important day, because it doesn't finish here, doesn't end here. It's just one more step in order to come up with public policy. And that's what, the school, José Henrique Ferreira has been doing, and the support of the advanced studies department with Professor Carla. We need a lot of capillarity, a lot of coordination to make it reach the schools, so that we can have, as a country, a good early childhood education that's fully developing our children. I'm very happy to be here. I have been following the Bracell Foundation work up close. I'm very happy to be here. Now, Mr. Eduardo. Good morning, everyone. I am not such a good speaker as Mozart. Mozart has a great experience as Secretary of Education. I would like to thank our partners and sponsors. I always think that this symposium is for early childhood education. It's not a Bracell symposium, so that's the idea. The idea is to create a symposium that becomes an annual event, that becomes something for early childhood education, where we are going to put it as a priority in our country. We are very honored to be organizing this symposium for you and with you. And indeed, we must put early childhood education in the correct place. Lots of us have been working towards this goal, which is putting early childhood education as a priority. Early childhood education cannot be viewed as less than middle school or high school. It is the basis of everything. Mozart was talking about Heckman. Well, if we don't have a solid foundation, you're going to have a house that crumbles. So we need to make it a priority, both in terms of public leadership and private leadership.
We need to talk about proper infrastructure and also teachers with proper training, proper salaries. We have to have experiences that will ensure learning and development together with playing. So playing with intention. We have teacher Ritinha, who always talks about that. We need to work so our teachers will have a purpose. And the child plays, but with an intention. At a Bracell Foundation, we talk about that slowly, but we do. That the assessment is important. We need to understand what's happening with early childhood education. We need to understand what teachers, caregivers are doing inside the classroom, how they are managing to do making our children to develop. Alex talks about that at the Ministry of Education, and we have to think about how this is working. And we need to talk about quality and not only vacancies in daycare and preschool. Well, early childhood education has to be a priority in this country. And I hope the symposium will bring a lot of reflections as it has brought in this construction. And this is a success. So at the end of the day, we'll be able to talk about the importance of early childhood education. Thank you, Eduardo. Now we are going to listen Mr. Alexandro. Good morning, everyone. Eduardo, I'm very happy to be here in the second symposium. I know that since the first time you've talked with me, you said that the symposium was not from the Bracell association, but without your leadership, Alejandra, Filomena, well, I would like to thank you for the invitation and all the effort the foundation has done in early childhood education agenda. And I would like to greet everyone in the audience who's watching at home and who fights for the quality of childhood education. And I'm going to greet you on behalf of Rita Coelho, our early childhood education teacher. And just for a while ago, she has been working for quality early childhood education. And I'm very proud to have you here in our team, teacher Rita, and also to learn with you every single day about how to have a quality early childhood education. I would like to greet Professor Mozart. He is a role model. He has a great legacy in public education deliveries. Monica from UNICEF, a great partner with the Ministry of Education in different fronts. She takes care of what we do together in a very collaborative environment, in a horizontal relationship with a lot of respect. Thank you, Monica. And the Foundation for Advocacy, the Van Leer Foundation in early childhood education, the development of early childhood education, and the Harvard office, which collaborates with us in relation to research and construction of public policy. I'm not going to be repetitive, but early childhood education is a priority at Lula's government, with the term of the Minister Camilo, with the civil social society, with university and mainly municipalities. But as Professor Mozart said, we need to put state government in the equation. If we don't do that, of placing state government in the early childhood education equation, it won't work. We need this movement because 3,000 municipalities are very, very small, with low capacity, state-owned capacity installed, with difficulties for funding, and alone they won't be able to have quality early childhood education. Brazil has a challenge considering just the national educational plan that we are almost finishing. We have to create 1 million spots at daycare and 600,000 opportunities for children to go to preschool. And the target goes from 50% for daycare for at least 60% if we preserve the bill that is under discussion at the National Congress. Brazil has 41.2% of babies and children and daycare, and it's little due to the importance that the daycare has in the life of a baby and a child. And the Ministry of Education have done a lot of things. Minister Camilo Santana signed the national work for economic quality, and one of them is this collaboration. All states will be called to create support plans for the municipalities in order to improve the quality and increase the number of spots in early childhood education, and all municipalities will have the help of the Ministry of Education to design the expansion plans and the improvement, the quality improvement plans for early childhood education. We have plans for teacher training. We are designing all that. We also have a funding program, and we also improved the funding for education, but we invest less than we need. We have management problems, we acknowledge that, but Brazil invests 1/3 of what they invest. Well, we have a journey to undergo, and us from Brazil, we have assured the service of children in early childhood education, and we have improved quality. The problem is the speed. This speed is not enough for what our babies and children deserve, and it's not enough if we want to consolidate our sovereign, our democracy, because there's no democratic and fair country where if early childhood education has no quality. And that's our commitment, to strengthen Brazil with a fast, safe, assertive investment in early childhood education. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Alexandro. Monica, please, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. It's a great joy to be here. Eduardo, I would like to help you on behalf of all UNICEF colleagues. It's a great privilege to be here today. The partnership we have with you, as Mozart and Alexandro mentioned, you are partners who are bringing us to this great round table. We don't have like an opening round table. We have like a circle with you, and we are going to talk about our major commitment, that is to greet all of you here. But our commitment from UNICEF, there is a commitment as a multilateral institution to be here in our new country project, supporting a quality education with equality, especially for our children in Brazil. As Alex mentioned, we have more than 5,000 municipalities with which we have to be worried about, and we want to act at the Amazon and the semi-arid region of Brazil. We know how challenging it is that our public policies are spread, as Mozart mentioned, to all these municipalities. So it's a great privilege to spend this entire day together discussing early childhood education as a priority, a national priority, and that this priority will be translated with development action, construction of policies, implementation of sustainable policies throughout the next years. Today, we have in UNICEF, the UNICEF stamp, that in this new edition has achieved a historical milestone of 2,266 municipalities. So these municipalities will receive the UNICEF stamp in 4 years. They need to perform 18 activities in the area of education. And we put the active school search focusing on babies and small children, and the implementation of INDIC. INDIC is a tool that searches for the assessment of early childhood education quality, and we are updating that with the Ministry of Education, with educational action and Itaú Social, so the entire school community, not only the manager of the daycare or the school, but the entire community, employees, families, babies, that they can assess the education, the service that is being rendered to these children. Besides the implementation of UDIC in the UNICEF stamp, we also apply that at UAP, the First Childhood Friendly Association. We have Alex, Rita, the Ministry of Education, when we launched UAPs, and we dream that it's going to be offered in 27 states. Well, we also dream about that. And well, all that to say that for real, if we want to be a serious nation, if we want to be a committed nation who is taking into account all the education for children and babies, we have to have a lot of energy to face all the necessary fronts, to have infrastructure, teachers, a proper salary, and with resources and an active listening with all the cultures that comprise the Brazilian population. It's a great honor to be here and sharing with you. You can count on UNICEF all the times. We are here to add together with our territories, our city managers, our regional offices. So we have children and teenagers who are happier in the next decade. That's what I had to tell you. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Now, Claudia, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. It's a great joy. What a joy to be here. Professor Mozart, Edu, Alexandro, it's amazing to have you here. Monica from UNICEF, Elena, dear friends. So this is a circle of partners, and it's open with all of you who are here prioritizing early childhood education. First, I would like to thank you, Eduardo, for the leadership to bring this subject back to the table so we can pay attention to it. Eduardo, if you don't know, he was someone who led the first childhood agenda and made it have the size it has here in Brazil with the Maria Cecilia Souto Vidigal Foundation. And he brought states and municipalities to be committed with the first childhood period, and with his leadership, we'll be able to bring the philanthropic sector to be part of the game. So collaboration regimens are with the states, the municipalities, but the philanthropic part can also be part of that, catalyzing process, bringing speed to the process, and that's our commitment. That's the Van Leer Foundation purpose. So these regimens that are being implemented will serve as an example for other states who are not in this agenda with such potency and strength. In this perspective, I would like to greet the Secretary Erica, the First Lady of the State of Sergipe, who's representing all the North and Northeast states. It's part of our contribution in this process that Eduardo asked us to be part of, and inviting North and Northeast states to be here with us. Erica represents not only the participation of the Northeast states, but also the intersectorial part. She is Secretary of the Social Development Department, and we know that to deal with early childhood and to understand that they need to have a first start, not only education will be necessary. Well, we have other fronts. 4-month baby needs certain care, and daycare is not the only solution. So we need to set this arrangement of possibilities and opportunities so children will be taken care of. I'm very happy to be here, understanding that the quality parameters were not only launched as a document, they are being implemented. We have a great group of training so the states can look at quality, because we need mayors and their municipalities to will for quality. And we hear, Elena, oh, we have spots, vacancies, we are increasing. Of course, we have this universalization approach, but anyways, the Heckman equation talks about quality education. $7 won't be back if the education has no quality. The entire $7 theory is based on a quality education or an education of quality. So it's pretty important to be here thinking about quality education. I would like to mention our program education. Ruth, she's from the Netherlands. She's here with us. And last but not least, on behalf of the municipalities, I would like to greet our Secretary Ismael from Teresina and the city of Teresina here, showing the diversity of our country and the importance of these groups so we can evolve. So I wish you all a great day. Great, Claudia. Thank you, everyone from Van Leer. And now I hand the floor to Elena. Good morning. It's a great joy to be here, greeting you all with everyone who has been here, some from past lives and some other pretty recent. Edu, thank you for inviting us and allowing us to be part of this event. I have 2 minutes. I'll talk during 2 minutes about the Harvard University office. We have been here for 19 years to facilitate the relationship between Harvard University and Brazil. And that's what we do, learning, training, research, knowledge promotion. And in these 19 years, we have promoted in many areas like health, biodiversity, biology, education. And in the last 15 or 16 years, we have set some priorities for early childhood and early childhood education. It's essential for the growth and development of any society. And that's why we have Claudia, Eduardo here, all partners to support the activity. And today with Dana McCoy, who came all the way from Harvard to talk to you, this is a concrete collaboration, a concrete result of our collaboration. We have these mutual places where we can exchange knowledge, where we can be provoked by a new way of looking at things. Professor Dana, well, I would say that she has been working with Brazil for 10 years, always trying to understand better and get to know and improve the practices and the policies of early childhood education, not only in Brazil, but in the world, collaborating with leaders and researchers. I'm here to welcome all of you and strengthen this collaboration that we have. I hope this is a very rich environment for exchange, networking. I hope we have great ideas so we can move forward with this work. Thank you very much. I thank you, Elena. And now I would like to invite you to watch a video from the Itaú Superintendency, Patricia. Hello, I'm Patricia Mota Guedes. I'm the superintendent of Itaú Social at the Itaú Foundation. Well, I would like to start greeting everyone who's present today, taking part of our International Symposium of Early Childhood Education. The Itaú Foundation, well, we have this point of view, this purpose that is to imagine a country, to imagine Brazil in which every person has art, culture, and education. And inside this point of view, here at Itaú Social, we pull this understanding and this commitment, a commitment with early childhood education as the initial part and such a strategic part of the education career. And that's why it's a great pleasure that with all these partners, we support this moment of meeting people like you who are working with quality of childhood education, with equity, and not only so we can have access, but for us to have opportunities of many experiences. And we understand as part of the civil society that we have this responsibility of supporting every public network and our entire ecosystem that is around early childhood education. It can be with research, analog studies, and partnerships with departments of education, with states that are mobilizing themselves to support the municipality network to improve early childhood education, and also cities, municipalities who are getting together and organizing themselves so they can work with what they have for training in early childhood education. Well, so I just have now the opportunity to wish you a great symposium with a lot of learning points. Here we have a great mixture with specialists, experiences, national and international experiences, besides all the experience that this audience brings. We have a lot of representatives from city departments, and also state departments of education who are involved in supporting the municipalities. Researchers, well, a critical mass, so we can look and see the new horizon ahead of us and what our new national education plan will bring as possible dreams for early childhood education, how each city, how each state can share and contribute for this view of a country in which early childhood education has quality for all Brazilians, and that it will also be present in basic education. So I finish you here, wishing you an amazing day with a lot of learning points, and for sure, we will have a lot of unfolding issues based on what we are going to talk here. I would like to thank Bracell Foundation, who started this idea and brought different partners. So in this perspective of partnerships, coalition, we could make this meeting feasible today. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great day.
Muito obrigada, e assim será. Muito obrigada, Patrícia.
That's what we are going to have. Thank you, Patrícia. Thank you, Mozart.
Mônica, Cláudia
Thank
e
you,
Helena. Mais uma
Alexandre.
salva de
Thank you,
palmas.
Helena.
Podem
Thank you, everyone. You can go back to your seats.
né, pessoal, renova essa confiança
Renew
quando nós
our confidence
forças como
when we
simpósio, que é feito por uma
join
construção
strengths
coletiva,
like,
a educação
with this
vai
symposium,
avançando. Vocês
which is
concordam
a
comigo?
collective
Sim?
work.
Pois é. Então, muitíssimo obrigada mais uma vez a
So,
todos vocês. E daqui do
Thank
palco,
you once
nós
again,
vamos seguindo.
everyone, and we'll move on here from stage.
Impossível resistir a essa fofura. Esse sono gostoso de quem sonha vencer os desafios pela frente. Esse sorriso contagiante da descoberta de uma vida toda para ser vivida. Uma vida que pode ser repleta de oportunidades
That is
se,
here
no
to
tempo
be
certo,
lived.
tiver acesso a
Full
uma
of
educação
opportunities
infantil de
if,
qualidade.
at the right time,
tempo é
there's
agora.
access to high-quality early childhood education. The time is now. Early childhood education is essential for children and decisive for Brazil.
Bem, nós seguiremos agora.
Well, now moving on, we are going to start with our first lecture that's going to tell us why is preschool so important. It's going to review the most recent evidence about early childhood education in Brazil, identifying opportunities, the key to strengthen equity, quality, and the impact in the long term. It is an honor to call to the stage the associated professor from Harvard Graduate School of Education, and she researched how the risks related to poverty in domestic environments and school and community environments impact cognitive and social emotional development in early childhood. She also studies and assesses programs of early intervention promoting resilience in small children. She has a doctorate in psychology, applied psychology by NYU. She has been a researcher at the Harvard Center for the Developing Child. And at the end, we are going to have a moment for Q&A. You can ask your questions through the QR code that is going to be showing here on our screen. And then you can ask Dana your question. So let's welcome Dana McCoy. Welcome, Dana.
Bom dia! Good morning. It is such a pleasure for me to be here today with all of you to celebrate the success of early childhood education in Brazil, and also to look to the future, to identify paths forward that we can use to improve children's learning and development, both here in Brazil and internationally. So today I'd like to spend some time talking about three main topics. The first is to understand what we know about early childhood education, and preschool in particular, from a global perspective. What does the science say about early childhood education? Second, we'll narrow in on Brazil. What do we know about how preschool works, what its impacts are on children here in Brazil? And then third, we'll bring this evidence together to look to the future. What are some opportunities for us to invest in early childhood education to improve learning and development for children here in Brazil? First, why preschool matters. There's ample evidence from multiple disciplines that suggest that preschool is a smart investment. We've heard about this already this morning. I'm going to highlight 4 key areas. The first comes from my home discipline of developmental psychology. And developmental psychologists have talked about the ways in which the period between ages 3 and 4 is a sensitive time for development. This is a period when children are building on the foundational skills that they develop during the first 1,000 days of life and complexifying and expanding their repertoire of competencies, allowing them to develop relationships with one another, to regulate their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and to lay the foundation for developing academic skills and knowledge. Brain science backs this up. We've seen more recently evidence from neuroscience suggesting that children develop synaptic connections in their brains in regions responsible for higher order cognitive processing in direct response to the high quality inputs that they receive from their environments. Second, and more fundamentally, we know that children have the right to education, both here in Brazil and in many countries around the world. And that includes the right to preschool education. These rights are codified in highly influential global policies, including the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which mandates access to preschool education for all children by the year 2030. Third, from a sociological and economic perspective, we know preschool is a smart investment for societies. When parents and when mothers in particular know that their children are being cared for in a safe and loving environment, they can participate in the workforce, having long-term benefits for economic productivity as well as gender equity. On a personal level, I know this. I am here today because I know that my young children are being cared for by their early childhood educators in warm, loving, supportive environments back in Boston. Finally, there is ample evidence to suggest that preschool can impact children's development and learning outcomes. And I'd like to spend a few minutes now overviewing some recent evidence that comes from The Lancet that highlights how preschool has been effective in supporting children's development around the world. The first piece of evidence comes from a global synthesis of evidence, which has looked at and compared different interventions that are popular for 3 to 5-year-old children. And what this review finds is that of all the various approaches, preschool education and parent education are the most effective inputs for supporting children's development and learning. And early childhood education in particular offers promise because it can be a platform through which additional nutritional, health, and economics benefits can be delivered, amplifying its benefits over time. We also know that these gains that exist in early childhood can be sustained into the future. Using correlational data from the International PISA assessment, we find that children who participated in 1 year of preschool had better learning outcomes at age 15 relative to their peers who did not participate. Importantly, these benefits also appear to be additive. Children who participated in 2 years of early education had better learning outcomes, almost twice the learning outcomes of those who participated in 1 year. So more preschool, more early education is better. Next, again, from an economic perspective, we have confirmed that preschool education is a smart investment, perhaps the most economically beneficial investment that we can make in young children. The Lancet Review estimates that for every $1 that is invested in preschool education, governments can expect $8 to $22 of return through improved economic earnings as well as cost savings related to health and well-being more generally. But as Claudia referred to earlier, these benefits are only guaranteed when these investments are high quality. We have to ensure that children are accessing high quality learning environments, including learning environments where educators are compensated fairly, where they have adequate student-teacher ratios, and where there are opportunities for professional development in order for these impacts to be realized. Okay. So hopefully we have convinced you that early education is beneficial on a global scale. The next question emerges, what about here in Brazil? What do we know about preschool education here in Brazil? Sorry, the slides are advancing in a strange way. Okay. So thankfully, the Bracell Foundation recently commissioned a systematic review of evidence on preschool interventions here in Brazil. This work was led by Jacqueline Natal, who's here today with us, and it reviewed more than 3,000 studies to identify 27 studies that looked at the impacts of preschool education in Brazil specifically, and how do these programs impact children's learning and development outcomes. First, we know that these studies have been done in a broad range of regions across the country. However, most of this evidence comes from the southeast and the northeast parts of the country, which raises questions about whether these impacts may also generalize to other parts of the country. We also see that the studies that have been included in this review were published over a wide range of years, as early as 1991 and as recent as 2021. However, we have relatively little evidence about how preschool works in the post-BNCC climate since 2017, making us question the extent to which we understand how preschool is operating within the current policy climate. In general, however, we know that preschool is working. We see that there are from a total of 3 studies that looked at preschool access, that children who participate in preschool have better cognitive and health outcomes relative to those who do not. An additional 24 studies looked at the far more interesting and challenging question of how we improve preschool quality in Brazil. These studies, on average, showed benefits for children's learning and development across different domains. And importantly, they are consistent with what we see in the international evidence. So the size, the magnitude of these impacts is relatively similar to what we see in global reviews of early childhood education interventions and preschool interventions specifically. They are also 2 to 3 times larger than the average impact of an education intervention, a general education intervention, once again affirming the importance of investing early in preschool education specifically. What sorts of strategies are these programs using? They use a wide range of targets on in terms of children's outcomes. Many of them, however, about 63%, are focusing specifically on children's language and literacy development, whereas only 3% are focusing on young children's social and emotional well-being. We also see that a range of approaches are being used within these interventions, including the very important target of learning through play. However, there's less emphasis on the things that are codified within the BNCC, including professional development for teachers, meaning that we know less about how these programs that are existing in Brazil are working to support holistic development, desenvolvimento integral, as well as how professional development supports in particular may be benefiting children and educators. Finally, this review identified a number of different factors that may be consistently associated with better impacts. Of course, not all programs work the same, and we did find that there are some consistent themes in terms of which programs work better. First, we found that programs that focus on children rather than adults seem to be more effective. We saw that interventions implemented over a larger period of time tend to be more effective. We saw that evidence that Investments outside of capital cities seem to be working better. Work that has been conducted after the release of the BNCC is also associated with greater impacts. And finally, interventions that focus on holistic or health content seem to be working better than those that are focused specifically on cognitive development or academic skills narrowly. Okay, so now we know preschool works. We also know that preschool works in Brazil. What are we going to do moving forward? As has already been mentioned, one key direction for the future is making sure that we improve access to children. Brazil has done an amazing job creating federal policies to promote preschool access for children, and now it's our opportunity to translate these policies into reality. How do we make sure that all children, regardless of socioeconomic background, race, ethnicity, language status, geography, disability status, can all access preschool in equal ways? Related to this question is also the issue of quality. How do we make sure that we are investing both in structural quality as well as process quality? Structural quality being the resources that are available to educators and children in the classroom, teacher salaries, compensation, teacher-child ratios, the things that directly improve what is known as process quality, or the interactions, the warm, stimulating, responsive relationships that are happening on a daily basis within classrooms. It is these interactions and these relationships that are the catalysts for children's development, the most crucial active ingredients to ensuring that children benefit and learn and grow in healthy ways within these settings. Of course, as a researcher, it's always my responsibility to say that we need more research. And that is true. The Bracell report is highlighting a couple of key areas that we need more investment and understanding in order to move forward. One is that we need to understand how interventions translate into long-term impacts. The evidence that we have looks at preschool benefits immediately. We need to understand how those benefits can be sustained and amplified as children enter and progress through primary school. Second, we need more evidence on costs in order to identify the approaches to quality improvement that are going to be most economically efficient. Third, we need better research in more diverse settings, ensuring that the approaches that we are using benefit all children, regardless of background. We also need more strategies that are directly aligned with the policies, the very strong policies and learning standards, such as the BNCC, that exist in Brazil. And finally, we need to focus more on understanding these impacts on broad aspects of children's development. And it's this final topic that I'd like to spend a few more minutes discussing a little bit more in depth. So Brazil has done a wonderful job talking about holistic development within policies and learning standards. This idea of desenvolvimento integral is a smart one, both scientifically, and it also reflects what parents want for their children. Parents don't just care about one aspect of development or learning, they care about multiple investments. This is consistent with what scientific evidence says makes sense. And I'd like to take this conversation further by highlighting a specific set of component skills that are often neglected in this conversation about desenvolvimento integral. And these are what we call foundations of learning and development, or FOLD skills. FOLD skills are cross-cutting skills that don't fall neatly into one domain of development. They're not cognitive, they're not social, they're not emotional. They incorporate all aspects of development. They include competencies such as curiosity, creativity, problem solving, self-regulation, perspective taking, early identity development. And these are skills that are important not just on their own, but also as foundational competencies through which children develop additional skills in self-regulation, in emotional development, in learning, and academic progress. And we know that these skills are universal. They're relevant across populations and cultures. We know that they predict the sorts of outcomes that are often important in public policy, including educational attainment. We also know that they're measurable and modifiable, which means that we can study them and we can promote them in early education settings. Unfortunately, we are currently doing neither of those things. Using evidence from a systematic review of a global literature on preschool education, my colleagues and I found that about half of interventions globally are focused specifically on academic skills. Again, this is very consistent with what we see here in the evidence in Brazil, whereas only 12% of these interventions are focused on these foundational fold competencies shown here in green. We have seen no studies globally that have looked at preschool's impacts on children's curiosity and creativity, which are fundamental skills for lifelong success. We see similar patterns in global monitoring and policy. Very few monitoring frameworks have emphasized these crucial competencies, leaving policymakers and practitioners in the dark about how to support these fundamental skill sets. Why does this matter? Researchers often talk about the importance of avoiding cycles of academicization, and that's a complicated word, but the idea is actually pretty simple. What we don't want to do is promote or emphasize academic skills as the key outcomes of early childhood education, because if we do this, this can lead to pressures on teachers to change their practice in the classroom. If teachers or administrators know that they're going to be judged based on their ability to teach children A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3, they're going to spend more time within the classroom educating children about basic literacy and numeracy, taking time away from developing these holistic competencies, desenvolvimento integral, fold skills, social emotional skills, and so on. So what we argue is that there needs to be a more balanced approach. When we're targeting early education outcomes, when we are studying and evaluating programs, when we're setting monitoring standards, we need to be targeting the whole child. We need to be using this idea, this concept that Brazil has so clearly put out, which is desenvolvimento integral. And in doing that, we can incentivize curriculum, pedagogy, practices within the classrooms that we know help children across all dimensions of development. So this leads us to a key question, and one that I don't think we're going to be able to answer today, but hopefully we can think about together in the future, which is how do we measure, how do we study, how do we support desenvolvimento integral? How do we ensure that children are receiving academic skills and developing their academic skills at the same time that they're developing fold skills, social emotional skills, and general health and well-being? Thankfully, there are signs that this balance is possible. By focusing broadly on desenvolvimento integral, we can identify key strategies that work within the classroom. This includes intentional play-based methods. So methods that, of course, are centered on the child, but also intentionally instruct children in language and literacy while allowing them to explore their environments and build these deeper social, emotional, and fold skills. So I'm going to wrap up briefly by presenting some key messages that I hope you all take away from this conversation. The first one is a very clear message that we probably already know, and that is preschool works. It is a smart investment. It benefits individuals, it benefits societies, it benefits development, it is economically productive, it is a smart choice. However, here in Brazil and around the world, we need more investments. We need to produce opportunities for all children to access high-quality learning environments so that they can support their longer-term well-being. When making these investments, it's really critical to keep our eye on this key idea of desenvolvimento integral, the whole child, making sure that our strategies and our pedagogies are improving academic skills at the same time as foundational learning competencies, as well as social and emotional well-being and health. So that's it. I'm going to end by thanking all of you for your attention, and I want to leave you with one of my favorite quotes from Mr. Rogers, who is one of my favorite early educators. He's a famous children's television host in the United States. And he says that anyone who does anything to help children is a hero. And I believe that all of you, as well as the thousands of early educators who are out there right now working with children and supporting their well-being, are heroes. Not just for me, but again, for the children in your lives. And I really hope that we can use today as an opportunity to think together about ways that we can continue to invest in children, not just because they need it, but also because they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, for your presentation. Muito bom, passaremos agora.
Now we are going to enter our Q&A moment. I would like to thank for the questions sent by the audience. And here is the first question, Dana, that says, why apparently the programs implemented in capital cities do not have a positive return as those that are applied outside capital cities?
Great question. I don't know. I'm not from Brazil, so I think this is an open question where I would actually like to pass this question back to all of you. I could probably make sense of many of the other findings that we found. This one is a little bit of a puzzle and may take some contextual knowledge. One hypothesis is that maybe these programs that are implemented outside of capital cities are benefiting children who are particularly vulnerable for any number of reasons. We know from global evidence that preschool does actually benefit low-income, marginalized children even more than it benefits higher-income children. It's a great equalizing method for supporting development and learning. So that could be one hypothesis, but I genuinely don't know the answer, and I would love for others to think about that together with all of us.
Muito obrigada. Vamos então
Thank
agora
you.
à próxima
Now
pergunta.
our next question.
Quais são os
Which
impactos
are
do
the
racismo no
impacts of
desenvolvimento da
racism in the development
Como o
in
racismo
early
impacta
childhood?
o acesso à
How
educação
racism
infantil na
impacts
pré-escola?
the access to early childhood education?
Absolutely. Racism is a huge problem in my country, the United States, I believe also here in Brazil and many other parts of the world. We have seen evidence that racism impacts children at all ecological levels. Children experience racism directly through the interactions that they have with people in their communities. That can increase their stress levels. It can make them less tolerating of additional threats to their well-being. It can compromise their learning directly. However, we also know that racism exists at a systemic level, and often children from different racial ethnic backgrounds are excluded systematically from high-quality learning opportunities. They're offered less access to these programs. The quality of the programs that exist for them may be lower. And that, of course, as we have seen over the past 20 minutes, could be a potential harm for those children as well. So we need to think very ecologically about interventions and approaches to address racism, both at the local level through the individual interactions that we're all having on a daily basis, but also at the systems level to create policies to ensure equity.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you
Vamos
very
para a
much.
próxima pergunta.
Now,
Na
next
sua
question.
visão,
In your
que
point
essas
of view,
iniciativas podem
what such
ensinar ao
initiatives
Brasil?
may teach
Tem
to
algo que o
Brazil?
Brasil
Is
pode
there something
ensinar
that
nessa
Brazil
área,
can
na sua
teach
visão?
in this area, in your opinion?
Yeah, so I think this is really a great question. And again, I'm not a Brazilian, so I don't know this context nearly as well as all of you. But as an outsider, I think that there are lots of opportunities for us to exchange across countries these deep insights. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the most strong characteristics of early childhood education in Brazil is the policies that you have in place. In the United States, for example, we have no federal policies requiring or mandating access to early education for children. We don't have universal preschool. We have no programs whatsoever for young children in childcare environments. And I think that the development of the policies that you have is really, I always use as an example for the world of the ways that we can codify strong policies. Not just about access, but again, the BNCC, the strength of the BNCC is its emphasis on desenvolvimento integral, the broad understanding of development. However, I think, as you all know, there are challenges in translating those very strong policies into reality. And in the United States, we do have some good examples of local, municipal level early childhood programs that have existed in partnership with researchers, allowing us to understand potential sources of success as well as potential barriers. In my home city of Boston in Massachusetts, a few years ago, Harvard University partnered with the city to evaluate the rollout of the early childhood education program there, and they found very strong impacts on child development, which they attributed to two main things. One is a very strong play-based but intentional and academic-focused curriculum. And the second is that they pay teachers at an equal rate to the pay of primary and secondary teachers, which is very unusual around the world in the United States, and I imagine here in Brazil as well. But again, those two sources of investment, high quality curriculum and equal pay for teachers, are two critical ingredients in the success of the Boston program. So I think there are lots of ways in which we can learn from each other, with us in the United States benefiting from your policy expertise, and then us providing insights to all of you about the things that seem to be working for us at a local level.
Obrigada, Dana. Nós temos mais uma pergunta.
Thank you, Dana.
Quero agradecer.
One final question. I would like to thank everyone who has sent questions, and we have time for this answer. In a country with a continental dimension as Brazil, how do you see the results of researches that have a small sample, and most of the time that is not representatively, statistically speaking? How can we advance in designing and data collection in a broader and inclusive way to represent the social equality and the social condition here in Brazil?
Yeah, it's a great question. This is a limitation not just in Brazil, but in many parts of the world. The research that we do tends to be focused on very small, non-representative populations. And so I think one main message that we can use is to try to look for themes across studies. If we're seeing the same sorts of processes work in different studies, even if they're small, that gives us some sense of the aspects of early development that may be universal, as well as the aspects of curriculum or pedagogy that may be universally beneficial to children. However, at the same time, we also need to make more strategic investments in research that is tailored to different populations. We just talked about racism a few minutes ago. We know that children from racial ethnic minority backgrounds in the United States are systematically excluded from research. And that means that we know less about how to support their specific needs. So when we're thinking about funding for research, when we're thinking about data collection for research, there needs to be more intentional emphasis on identifying the populations that have historically been excluded from those studies in order to make investments that are smarter and representative of the specific needs of different populations.
Dana, muito obrigada pela sua contribuição tão precisa e inspiradora aqui no
Thank you
nosso
for your
simpósio.
precise
Uma salva
and
de
very
palmas.
important contribution. A round of
you all.
applause.
Muito obrigada. E agora,
And now,
chamo a atenção
I would
de
like
todos
to call
vocês.
your attention
O tempo é rei,
time is king.
determina nosso
It
destino.
determines
É a
our
linha da vida.
destination. It's the
Nessa
line of
trajetória,
life.
cada
In this
etapa é um
trajectory,
aprendizado.
every
Mas lá no
phase is a
começo,
learning
na
point.
hora
But in the
certa,
beginning, at
tem
the
algo que
correct
pode
time,
nos
there's
acompanhar o
something
tempo
that can
todo,
follow us for the
gerando
rest
mais
of our life,
oportunidades e
generating more
possibilidades de
opportunities and
conquistas.
possibilities of
Educação
achievements.
infantil,
Early
essencial para as
childhood
crianças,
education is essential
decisiva para o
for
Brasil.
children, decisive for Brazil.
E como já foi
And
dito
as
aqui,
it was
educação
already
infantil é
mentioned,
importante para a vida
childhood
toda. É
education is
estratégica
important
para a
for the
economia,
entire
é
life. It's
decisiva para o Brasil.
strategic
Ela é
for
pedra
Brazil.
fundamental das
It's a
políticas
milestone
para a
of
primeira infância.
policies for the early
Creche
childhood.
e pré-escola de qualidade
Quality
geram
daycare and
resultados
preschool
duradouros,
generate
especialmente
lasting
para quem
results,
mais
especially
precisa.
for those who
Os
need the
desafios
most.
existem. Acesso,
Challenges do exist:
infraestrutura,
access,
formação,
infrastructure,
desigualdades
training,
territoriais,
territorial
e a
inequalities.
resposta
And
é
the
dupla.
answer is twofold:
Expandir vagas
expand
e garantir
vacancies and
qualidade
ensure quality
ao
at the
mesmo
same
tempo.
time.
Com essa compreensão,
With this
nós
understanding,
seguimos
we
agora para a
now
mesa
move on to the
priorização
early
da educação
childhood
infantil
education
para analisar as consequências da falta de
prioritization,
priorização da etapa
roundtable,
das políticas
which will
públicas,
analyze
vai
the
debater
consequences
avanços
of the
e
lack of
desafios e também
prioritization
desenhar
of the
algumas
stage
possibilidades.
in
Painelistas vão
public
analisar
policies
lacunas,
and
barreiras e
debate
oportunidades para
advances
elevar a
and
educação
challenges
infantil
and draw
à
possibilities.
prioridade
Panelists
nacional.
will analyze
Lembramos
gaps,
que você
barriers,
pode
and
enviar as
opportunities.
suas perguntas
We remind you
pelo
that
QR
you
Code
can
que
send
vai
your
aparecer mais
questions
uma
with
vez,
the
por
QR
gentileza,
code that
no
will
seu
be
telão.
on screen.
Peço a nossa produção que coloque o QR
Please,
Code.
production,
Você pode
that it
participar,
is. You
sua
may
pergunta,
ask
suas dúvidas,
questions.
suas sugestões são muito
Your
bem-vindas.
suggestions are
E
pretty
agora,
welcomed.
senhoras e senhores,
And now,
para
ladies
fazer a
and gentlemen,
mediação,
to
é com muita
mediate,
alegria que eu chamo ao
I
palco
call to the
novamente a
stage
chefe
the
de
head
educação
of
do UNICEF
education
Brasil,
of UNICEF
Mônica Pinto.
Brazil, Mônica Pinto.
Bem-vinda mais uma vez,
Welcome
Mônica.
once again,
Obrigada
Monica.
pela
Thank you
presença.
for your presence.
E passamos
And
ao
now,
anúncio dos
We will
convidados.
start
André
calling
Lázaro é
our
diretor de
guests.
políticas
André Lazar
públicas da Fundação
is the
Santilana no
director of
Brasil, foi diretor e
public
secretário
policies of
da
the
SECAD
Santilana
MEC.
Foundation.
Ele
He was
presidiu o
part of
conselho
MEC,
assessor do
president
programa Metas
of the
Educativas
accessory
2021 da
board
Organização
of
dos Estados
targets,
Ibero-Americanos
educational
de
targets
2010 a
2021.
2016. Foi professor
He was
da
a
educação
professor
básica
of,
e da Universidade do Estado do Rio de
oh, he was a
Janeiro.
teacher
Muito
of
obrigada
basic
pela
education
presença.
in Rio de Janeiro.
Convidamos também
We would like to invite
Valdoir
Valdoir
ele que
Pedro
é diretor de
Vautier. He
monitoramento,
is the
avaliação e
director of
manutenção
monitoring,
da
evaluation,
Secretaria de
and
Educação
maintenance
Básica
of
do
the
MEC,
basic education
onde atua com
department
programas
of the Ministry of
prioritários
Education.
da
He works with
SEB-MEC e também na
SABI
temática
MEC
do
and also in
financiamento
relation to the
educacional
educational
com foco na
funding
qualidade com
focused on
equidade.
quality
É
with
educador e
equality.
gestor
He's an
público com
educator and
ampla
public manager with
experiência
a broad
docente na educação
experience
básica
in basic
após
education
graduação.
after
Obrigada pela
graduation.
presença, Sr. Valdoir.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Valdoir.
Convido também
I
Carlos
would like to
Eduardo
invite
Sanches,
Carlos Eduardo
atualmente é
Sanches.
especialista
He's a
sênior e
specialist, a
líder de
senior
projetos na FGV.
specialist
É
in
consultor
education
técnico
from the
do
Getúlio Vargas
CONSED,
University.
além
He
de professor
is
e
a
pesquisador, atuando
technical
junto com
consultant
governos,
of CONSED and also
fundações
a
e
professor
órgãos de
and
controle na área
a
educacional.
researcher.
Foi secretário de
He
Educação
was the
e
education
CAPES no Paraná,
secretary
presidente
in
da
Paraná.
Undime
He
Nacional
was
e
the
do Conselho Nacional
chairman
do
of
Fundeb.
Undime
Sejam
and
todos muito
the national
bem-vindos e uma
board
ótima
of
discussão a todos
Fundeb.
vocês.
So welcome and enjoy the discussion.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Então, temos aqui o
So
privilégio
we
de
have the
começar a nossa
privilege
primeira
to
mesa, o
start
nosso primeiro
our first
debate.
roundtable,
Mais
our
uma vez, eu
first
queria dar bom
debate.
dia a todas
I would
e
like to
todos
greet
aqui,
you all
cumprimentar
and
especialmente
greet
meus
especially
amigos
my
Carlos,
colleagues
André,
Carlos, Andre,
Valdoir.
Valdoir.
Muito bom ter vocês aqui
It's
pra gente
amazing to have you
discutir,
here
como
to
falávamos
discuss,
agora na mesa de
as we
abertura,
mentioned in the
como
opening
priorizar a
roundtable,
educação
how to
infantil
prioritize
e tratar
early
de
childhood
temas
education
bastante
and
complexos e
tackle
bicudos, eu diria.
complex subjects.
Eu fiz aqui uma provocação
I
preparando a
made
mesa
a
há semanas
provocation
atrás,
a couple of
juntamente
weeks
com
ago
Carlos,
with
o André
Carlos,
e o Valdoir,
André, and
da
Valdoir,
gente ouvi-los
for us to
em primeiro
listen to
momento
them
por 10
at first for
minutinhos
10 minutes
e depois a
each,
gente fazer uma
and then
rodada
a round
para
of
gente reagir às
questions
falas que
so
André,
we
Valdoir
can
e Carlos trouxeram para a
react
gente.
to what they will be
Bem,
sharing with us here
queria
on
pedir
stage.
aqui
I would
apoio ao meu
like
óculos
to ask for my
e
glasses.
depois
Here
de uma
they are,
certa
because
idade
after
e
a certain
experiência, a gente
age
precisa
and some
de apoios.
experience, we do need some
E
support.
essa nossa mesa, ela
And
tem
our
a
roundtable
compreensão da
has
importância
the
transformadora da
understanding of the
educação infantil, sem
transformative
dúvida
purpose
nenhuma,
of childhood
para o
education,
desenvolvimento
for the development,
integral das nossas
the full
crianças e
development
bebês ao
of
longo da
our
vida.
babies and
Mas
children.
eu queria analisar com
But I would like
vocês
to
quais
analyze
são
with
as
you which
consequências
are
e
the
os
consequences
efeitos
and the
da
effects
priorização
of
ou da
prioritizing
falta
or
da
not
priorização dessa etapa
of
no
this
âmbito das políticas
phase in
públicas.
public policies.
Então, o nosso objetivo
So
aqui
our
vai ser a
purpose
gente
here is
debater
to
os
debate the
desafios,
challenges,
os avanços
the
que a gente tem
advances
tido
that
ao
we
longo
have
do
had
tempo
throughout
e o
time,
que é preciso para a
and
gente
what is
poder
necessary for
avançar
us to
ainda
move
mais,
even
com mais
further
velocidade, como
and
disse
in a
Alexandre
faster manner, as
na nossa mesa de
Alexandro
abertura.
mentioned during the opening
Então, eu queria
session.
muito o apoio de
I
vocês
would like
dentro
to
da
ask for your
perspectiva do ponto
support
de
in
vista que
relation
cada um de
to
vocês traz aqui.
your
Quais
point of
são
view
as
about
oportunidades,
which are the
mas quais
opportunities
são as lacunas,
and also
quais são as
which are the
barreiras
gaps, the
que nós
barriers
vivenciamos
that
no nosso
we
dia a dia,
are
vocês
living
gestores,
in our
coordenadores
everyday life. You
pedagógicos,
who are
gestores de
managers,
rede, gestores de
pedagogical
escolas,
coordinator,
qual a
managers
importância
of schools and
do que a gente
networks.
precisa
What is the importance? What do
trazer
we
como
need to bring
prioridade
as
nesse
priorities
investimento que,
in
como
these
disse
investments that,
Alexandre,
as
ele ainda é
Alexandro mentioned, is
insuficiente, mas
still
ele
not
já
enough,
existe
but it
também.
do
E como
It
é
does
que a
exist,
gente
and
desenha
how do
e
we
implementa
design
políticas
and implement
públicas de
public
fato.
policies for
Ouvindo aqui a
real?
Dana,
And
eu
listening
refletia
to
bastante, até
Dana, I was
baseada
reflecting
na minha
also
fala inicial,
based on my
o
initial
quanto é
talk,
preciso que
how
essas
much it's
políticas
necessary
públicas
for public
dialoguem com as
policies to dialogue
diversidades
with
e
diversities
com
and
a realidade do
the
nosso
reality
território
of our
brasileiro,
Brazilian
que
territory
ele é muito mais
that is
diverso
way
e
more
desigual
diverse
do
and
que às vezes
unequal
a gente sonha que ele
than
seja,
what we
né?
dream
Numa
it
visão
is.
às vezes talvez
And
pouco
sometimes in
romântica
a
de uma
romantic point
sociedade
of view of
brasileira
a
que
Brazilian
fala em
society
tese a mesma
that
língua e que
theoretically
vive
speaks
de
the
uma
same
forma
language
talvez
and that lives in a
harmônica, né?
harmonic
Então eu
way.
queria muito que
So I
vocês
would
trouxessem
like
para a gente quais são os
to
mecanismos,
ask you
quais
which
são
are
as
the
alavancas
mechanisms, the
de estrutura,
leverages
de
for
financiamento, de
structuring,
monitoramento e
funding,
avaliação das políticas
monitoring, and
públicas que a gente
assessing
precisa
public policies
efetivar para
that we
promover
need
uma
to make
educação
effective
infantil de
in order to
qualidade
promote
para
an early
todos e para
childhood
cada um.
education
É
with
isso.
quality to
Então eu queria
everyone.
convidar
So I would
primeiro o
like to
André.
invite, first of all,
André,
Andre.
fala para a gente
Andre,
pouco
please share with
sobre esse
us about
espaço
this
da educação infantil numa agenda
space
de
of
educação
early
integral no nosso
childhood
país.
education in an
Na
agenda
tua
of
visão, o que a
uh,
gente precisa
full
oportunizar
education here in
para esse
Brazil, which
desenvolvimento
would be the
integral? Quais
priorities
são
for
os
this
gargalos, especialmente
complete
considerando
development, which are the
os marcos
bottlenecks,
importantes e as
considering the
normativas que a
important
gente tem nos últimos
milestones
anos
and
aqui no
the
Brasil.
directives we have here in Brazil.
Muito obrigado. Muito bom dia a
Thank you.
todos e a
It's
todas.
amazing to be
É uma
here.
honra muito grande estar aqui no lugar do
Good morning,
professor
ladies
Eduardo e
and
todas as
gentlemen. I would like to thank
organizações que
Eduardo
motivaram
and
esse
all
encontro.
institutions that made this
Talvez começando, a
meeting
gente precise
possible.
reconhecer que
To
nós somos
start,
parte de
we need to
processo
recognize
muito
that we are
longo.
part of a long
Processo
process.
talvez tenha seu marco
This
mais importante
process
na
has
Constituição de
its
88,
milestone
o artigo
and
227,
the
que eu acho
Article
que é um marco que
287,
até hoje
that there is a
orienta
milestone that
e
guides
prescreve
and
uma visão do que é
indicates
essa
a view of
responsabilidade,
what this
mas ele avança
responsibility is.
por vários
And it also
pontos,
moves
como
forwards to
o
different points,
Estatuto da Criança e
like
Adolescente, logo
the
depois da Constituição
childhood
aparece,
and
a criação do
adolescence
CONANDA, tão importante para todo o Brasil, a
statutes,
LDB, que reconhece a educação
LDB
infantil
that
por parte da
acknowledges
etapa da
childhood
educação
education
básica,
as part of
os
the
dois
basic
planos
education,
nacionais de educação que
both
incorporam a
national
educação
educational plans
infantil
that
nas suas metas,
incorporate
inclusive,
early childhood
essas
education in the
dificuldades que a gente
goals
está comentando
and
aqui,
the
Mônica,
difficulties
os
we are
dois planos
facing
têm a
here,
mesma meta, que é
Monica.
alcançar 50%
Both plans
de
want
inclusão
to
das
reach
crianças, que
50% of
mostra
inclusion
como são
of
persistentes os
children.
nossos
And they are
desafios,
pretty
né?
persistent. Our
E
challenges are
também,
pretty
eu acho que
persistent.
a emenda
And
constitucional 59
the
foi decisiva.
amendment
A despeito da
number
polêmica que ela pode
59,
ter trazido
despite
sobre a
the
divisão da educação
polemics
infantil, eu acho que ela
it
deu
may
passo
have
muito
brought,
importante. Hoje, os
took an
dados
important
indicam que
step
nós
ahead, and
conseguimos
data
chegar bem perto de
show
uma
us that we are pretty
universalização da pré-escola,
close
com
to a
precariedade,
preschool
dificuldade, mas em condições
universalization,
muito
of
superiores.
course with some problems,
também,
but with high quality.
A BNCC,
And
eu acho que deu
also
passo
BNCC
importante porque ela
took an
conseguiu
important step
separar a
because
educação
it
infantil,
separated
porque hoje me
childhood
preocupa como
education
uma visão
from
excessivamente
something that
escolar
is
da
a
educação como um todo.
a
Então, conseguir garantir que a educação
school-based point of
infantil
view.
não
So
seja
to
subjugada
assure
àquilo
that
que a
the
professora
early
Dana,
childhood
recomendou aqui, ou
education
seja, essa
is
academização excessiva
based
da
on that
escola, essa mensuração
excess of
constante
the
que acaba não dando
academy
espaço para
that
que a formação se faça
measuring
no
so
tempo diferente
training
de
won't
cada
happen
turma.
in a different
Eu acho que são riscos
time
que a gente deve
interval.
evitar que a
Well, those are
educação
risks we
incorpore,
should
a educação
avoid.
infantil incorpore
That
essas
early
questões.
childhood education
Como se
would
pediu
incorporate
priorização,
that. As we
eu
talked about
separei,
prioritization,
Carlos, a questão do 0 a 3
Carlos,
anos.
about
Há
0 to
4 e
3
5 anos
years,
da pré-escola,
4 or
ela
5
já está
years
incorporada
ago,
no Fundeb, ela tem
well,
conjunto de
preschool is
atendimentos
incorporated.
que a
There are
0 a
some
3 não tem.
services that
Então, eu vou pedir licença a vocês, vou me
we didn't
concentrar
have
para
before. So
comentar
I
as
will
questões
concentrate
relativas a 0 a 3.
myself
Então, nós
mentioning
conseguimos,
the advantages from
repara,
0
é
to
uma
3
curva
years
muito
of age.
interessante. Você sai
It's a
de
very interesting curve. We go
29%
from
de atendimento para
29% of
41%,
service to
inferior
41%,
ainda à meta do
but
PNE,
below
considerando
our
as variáveis.
national
A ausência do
educational
financiamento
plan.
explícito no
And there
Fundeb,
is the
a questão dos
absence
municípios, que
of a
são
Fundeb
os entes que,
funding.
têm maior
And
responsabilidade
we have all
educacional,
the
mas menor
entities,
arrecadação, o que
some
também é
that have
desafio
more
muito
responsibility, but
Eu
less
acho que a gente
collection.
pode,
That's a challenge that is
reconhecer
huge.
avanço
And we can
expressivo.
acknowledge a
Aliás,
meaningful
Rita,
advance.
me preparando para
Rita,
li um artigo
when I
muito
was
bonito do Vidal
preparing to come
Dedonet,
here, I
em
read
que
an
ele
article
conta um pouco
from
essa história
Vidal
e diz que,
Denoté, and
se alegra de haver
he says that there is
de
this joy
co-criadores,
of
co-construtores
having
da política.
co-creator
Eu me alegro porque eles
of
estão-
these
elas
policies.
estão
And
aqui,
they are
né?
here.
As pessoas que
Those
construíram
who
essa
built
política
these
estão aqui
policies
conosco
are
para
here
levá-la
with us
adiante.
to
No
make
entanto, essa
it
cobertura,
move
ela tem
even
problema
further.
sério de
But this
desigualdade.
coverage has
Eu
a
peguei,
problem of
eu revi
inequality.
pouco, porque há muitas
And
informações,
there
felizmente.
are some
Eu
many
selecionei
info,
poucas
but I
informações.
selected
Essa
just a few of them.
à
And this
questão da
is the
das faixas de
matter
renda,
of
né? Eu
the
vou falar riqueza porque
revenue
os
range.
20% não são ricos, né? Ricos são 1%. Os 20% é provavelmente esse público inteiro está aqui nos 20% mais ricos, né? Então, repara, o que é altamente preocupante é que, ao longo de 10 anos, a diferença não diminuiu. Aqui você tem uma diferença de praticamente 30 pontos, e lá você vai ter uma diferença de 30 pontos. É uma resistência da sociedade brasileira enorme aos processos de democratização. Ela também está presente quando a gente olha a questão do território urbano e rural, né? Essa diferença também era 16 pontos, agora é 18. E uma coisa muito preocupante. No período do PNE, de 2014 a 2024, fecharam-se 14 mil escolas do campo. Ok? 14 mil escolas do campo. O campo tem 5 milhões de matrículas. E sobre ele, nada se fala. São 5 milhões de crianças e jovens. E se você olha a trajetória, o percurso, ele é um funil. Qual é o efeito do funil? As famílias não têm como educar seus jovens, vão para a cidade, abandonam a terra, vendem por qualquer coisa. A concentração fundiária aumenta expressivamente. Essa população que vai da cidade, do campo para a cidade, é maltratada na cidade, porque é percebido culturalmente como distinto e inferior. E nós estamos promovendo esse processo longamente, e ele começa com o fechamento das escolas. Então, a questão do fechamento das escolas é intrínseco à luta pelo direito à educação das crianças, e particularmente da educação infantil, porque as escolas que são fechadas são as escolas muito feriadas, são as escolas com poucos estudantes, próximo à casa das pessoas. Aliás, sobre as muito feriadas, a Fundação Centilhana está publicando agora um trabalho da Roda, professora Tereza Pérez e outros, sobre escolas multisseriadas, identificando as riquezas que elas têm para oferecer essa alternativa.
identifying
Obrigado,
the
Patrícia.
enriching
Parabéns pelo
element of
trabalho.
the
Muito
school.
bom.
I would like to
Essa
thank you,
redução,
Patricia, for the
ou
beautiful
melhor, a
work.
não redução de desigualdade, ela expressa uma resistência muito grande da
This
sociedade brasileira
expresses
aos efetivos
tremendous
processos democráticos.
resistance
Ela não acaba
of
aí,
Brazilian
ela vai
society
também
to
para
the
a questão
democratic
regional,
process, and
né?
we also
O
have
norte e o
regional
sudeste.
aspects in
dúvida
the
quando eu
north
leio
and
esses dados
southeast.
sobre o
And when
norte,
I
é que
read
nós sabemos o que eles não sabem.
this
Mas nós sabemos
data,
o que eles sabem.
I always think
Nós
that
avaliamos o que eles não
we don't
sabem.
know what
E o que
they
eles sabem?
know, and
Eu acho
but
que fica
do we know
desafio
what
também para nós
they know?
educadores,
I mean,
não
there is a
supor que a mesma
challenge for
régua
us
será
educators
justa para
because
todos os
you
ambientes.
cannot
E, no
measure
fundo, acho que nós
everything
estamos
by the
trabalhando ainda com
same
esse parâmetro.
yardstick.
Em nome do direito à igualdade, nós estamos produzindo
So,
homogeneizações. É
on
possível conseguir romper esse ciclo?
behalf
Que o
of
nome da
equality,
igualdade venha
we
para
are
proteger a
creating
diversidade?
homogenization,
Eu acho que é um desafio que
and
está posto
I mean,
para
we are
todo o sistema
breaking with
educacional e
diversity.
também
I
para a
think
educação
that's a
infantil.
challenge that is posed to
A
all
questão racial
educational
também tem uma
system.
proporção enorme no
Also,
Brasil, né? Há um
race
estudo muito interessante
issues.
do AFRO-CEBAP sobre a questão do
Also,
racismo
there
na primeira
is
infância.
an
Ele traz
Afro-CEBAP
dados preocupantes, porque
data about racism in early
estatisticamente,
childhood.
particularmente de 4
Statistically
e 5 anos, há
speaking,
muita
between the
proximidade
ages
entre
of 4 and
atendimento de
5,
brancos e negros.
there is
Mas, de
quite
da
a
qualidade da
difference
oferta,
between
que o AFRO-CEBAP
the
investiga,
treatment that
não há
whites and
a menor
blacks get.
semelhança. As populações negras têm acesso a escolas de pior qualidade, em piores condições.
Black populations have access to
Esses
worse
dados,
schools
aliás,
in
é
worse
importante dizer isso,
conditions.
estão disponíveis no Anuário
And this
Brasileiro de
data
Educação
is
Básica, que
available
publicamos agora
in
o
the
Curso de Educação,
Brazilian
a Fundação
Annual
Centilhana e a
book
Editora Moderna.
on basic
O material já está
education. We
disponível
are publishing
na
it,
internet,
publishing
já
it
está impresso
every
recentemente.
year.
E ele traz, inclusive, detalhes por unidade da federação.
It's available on the
municípios,
internet,
Como está a alfabetização,
and it
como
has
está a investigação
detailing
por aluno,
by
como
unit
está a
of the
infraestrutura
federation, by
escolar.
each
E é
state,
sobre isso que eu vou falar agora,
according
a
to
infraestrutura
literacy,
escolar.
investment
Então, essa
per student,
infraestrutura
etc.
para a educação infantil 0 a 3,
So
não,
this
aqui é
is the
educação infantil como um todo, não
infrastructure.
apenas 0 a 3. Pega também 4 e 5 anos, né? você
We are
não
talking
tem
about
acesso
early
adequado
childhood from 0 to
áreas
3
verdes
and then 3
nas
to
escolas,
5.
você não tem acesso adequado ao
No
parque
adequate
infantil, e
access
o
to
material
green
pedagógico também não
areas,
chega proporcionalmente a todas
and
as
the
escolas.
pedagogical
É
material
interessante
is
nesse
also
anuário
not
que você pode
proportionally
ver a
reaching
estatística por
every school. You can
unidade
look
da
at the
federação e por
statistics
rede
per
municipal. E há redes
state
que não têm nem
and per
9% de
municipal
material didático
network.
adequado. A minha
And
esperança
there are
é que
networks
na
that
região
don't
norte
have
haja outros materiais adequados
even
à
the
cultura
correct
local.
percentage
É uma esperança, né?
of
Vamos ver se eles
teaching
conseguem encontrar.
materials
Bom,
or even
é,
adequate teaching
esse desafio
materials
se
to
soma a um
that
desafio
area.
muito grande, que é o desafio da
This
condição
adds
docente.
to
Como vocês
other
sabem,
challenges, which is the
90%,
challenge of the
96%
conditions
das
and status
profissionais de
given to
educação, da educação infantil são
teachers.
mulheres. Eu
We
raras
know
vezes ouvi
40% of
falar em
teachers
política
are
de gênero
women. We've
para a
never
educação.
heard of
Aliás,
gender
o PNE
policies in
foi
education.
proibido de falar a palavra gênero,
Actually, we were
inclusive gênero
forbidden
literário,
to
cortaram.
use
Então,
the
se a
word
gente não
gender.
consegue incorporar o
So
debate
if we are
da
not able
equidade
to
de gênero na
incorporate
formação docente,
gender
nós
equality
estamos
in the
cegando a
education of
nossa
teachers,
sociedade
we
sobre um
are
desafio
blinding
extraordinário.
our
Vocês viram e sabem,
our
trabalhando com
society
mulheres,
to a
qual é
major
a sobrecarga de
challenge.
trabalho que as
We
mulheres têm.
know
A tripla
how
jornada,
overworked
estudam,
women
cuidam
are,
lares,
the
cuidam de
triple
trabalhar. Na
work
pandemia, isso virou um
they
escândalo.
study, they work,
E, no
they
entanto, a
work in
gente
the
continua,
home.
creio eu, ainda muito
In the
indiferente
pandemics,
à
that was
condição das mulheres
scandalous.
professoras.
And we
E acho que é
are
uma questão
still quite
importante.
indifferent to the
Nas
condition
preocupações
of women
atuais, a questão
teachers.
docente é uma das maiores. Há uma forte tendência
There is a
de
strong trend
desprofissionalização da carreira
to
docente. Para vocês terem ideia,
deprofessionalize
também dados do anuário,
teachers'
metade
careers.
dos docentes das redes
Half
estaduais são
of the
precários.
teachers
Tem
in
vínculo
the
precário.
state's network
Nas redes municipais,
do not have work
35%.
stability.
Eu queria saber qual é a empresa que
In
funciona
the
com
municipal
metade
networks, 35% of the
técnicos saindo a
teachers
cada
don't have
período, não
job
podendo voltar.
stability.
Então é muito interessante que às vezes a gente ouve um
So,
discurso empresarial sobre a
oftentimes
educação, sobre
we
a má
hear
gestão.
about the
Mas que
poor
equipes estão lá
management in education,
Estabilidade
but
elas
you
têm?
know,
Que segurança elas têm?
what are they doing
Então, há um
there?
discurso
They
sobre educação
have
que não
no
entende
job
qual é a dinâmica
stability. They
interna da
have
educação,
no
e ao contrário,
work
que traz regras
safety
de rentabilidade para a educação.
that
Nós vimos
actually would
recentemente aqui
bring
em São Paulo
profitability
fato
into
preocupante,
education
que
if
foi
we
a
were
demissão de
able to
conjunto de
change
diretores
that.
em nome do rendimento dos
Recently,
sem que
we
levasse em
saw
conta
the
o que faziam
firing
essas escolas.
of a set of
Quem elas atendiam?
deans
Então, essa
due to
lógica
the income that
supostamente
needed to be
empresarial, porque
made
não é
by
possível,
EDEB.
empresário
So
sério não faz assim, ela pode estar assassinando um conjunto de alternativas e possibilidades
this
que a educação
business
traz.
side
Bom,
might be
há novos
assassinating a
horizontes.
set
Estamos
of
otimistas com
alternatives
eles,
and
né? Creio
possibilities
que
brought
a
by
resolução do
education.
Conselho Nacional
There are
de
new
Educação, a decisão do
horizons,
MEC,
and we are
foram maravilhosas,
optimistic
são
about the
realmente
resolutions from
caminho
the
novo
Education
importante. Eu
National
queria, como
Council
ex-gestor de
and
política pública, só lembrar um
the
detalhe importante
Ministry of
que o Alexandre
Education.
trouxe para cá também.
But
Dos
something that I
5.570
want
municípios,
us
a
to think
metade
about
deles
and
tem
that
redes de
Alex
até 10
brought to
escolas.
us is that of the
73% tem
whole
redes de até 20
municipalities,
escolas.
um,
Qual é a
most
base
of them have
técnica,
networks
qual é a equipe
comprising 10
técnica
schools,
que esse
some
município dispõe
even
para
20
aderir e
schools.
levar
So, what is
adiante
the
o
technical
conjunto das
basis?
preocupações
Who is
corretas
the technical
que a política
team
para
that
a
is going
educação
to
infantil nos traz?
comply and move forward in the correct
Felizmente,
proportions
tanto
required by
o
early
Mozart,
childhood
o Eduardo,
education?
o Alex
Mozart,
trouxeram a
Eduardo,
questão das relações
Alex,
interfederativas.
talk to us
Esse é um
about
desafio
the
grande. Então, temos
interfederation
muitas
coalition.
esperanças de
So
que por aí
we
a
are
gente avance.
quite
Eu queria
hopeful
terminar,
that
eu
we
tenho 3
might
minutos,
advance from
fazendo
there.
uma analogia. Aliás,
And
foi com a
I would
professora Teresa Pérez,
also
lendo
like
trabalho
to
que ela
bring
fez
us an
sobre educação,
analogy.
em que ela faz uma
Teresa
analogia entre
Pérez
o
makes an
processo de
analogy
destruição da floresta pela construção
with the
de
destruction
monoculturas.
of the forest
Ela pergunta se a
in
educação está
favor
passando
of
por uma mudança parecida.
monocultures. We think if
Destruição da diversidade em torno
she
de uma padronização
considers that,
que
you know,
tenta
we are
responder
destroying
apenas
diversity in
a determinados
education
aspectos que são relevantes,
to
mas não são toda a
standardize
educação.
certain things
Eu vou fazer
that
uma
are
analogia com as
relevant in
condições
terms of
da educação
testing,
infantil
but, you
com
know,
certos aspectos da sociedade brasileira.
in early
Eu peço
childhood
desculpas que eu vou ter que
education,
ler
I'm going
pouquinho,
to apologize.
mas
I'm going to
acho
have
que é
to read a
relevante.
little bit, but I
Em
think it is
2024,
relevant. In
então, o percentual
2024,
de mulheres
the
responsáveis
percentage
por
of
unidades
women
domiciliares em
responsible
2022
for
era de
households in
35 milhões de
2022
mulheres
was
que elas
35
são
million
chefes de
women
família,
that
dados do
were
censo.
heading families.
Há 11 milhões de lares
We have
chefiadas por mães solo.
11.3 million
Para
homes
as mulheres,
in
as
Brazil
mulheres ganham
that
20% a
are
menos do que os homens, num levantamento feito agora em
unwed
2025, a partir
mothers
daquela lei que propôs a igualdade
spearheading
salarial,
those
que está
homes.
monitorando o seu
Women
resultado.
make
Se é uma mulher negra,
20%
ela
less
recebe até
than
a
men
média de
if
2.800.
they
Se é um homem
if
branco,
it is
6.000.
a black woman, their earnings are
Em
around
2024,
2,800. If it's
a
a man,
Fundação
a
Maria
lot
Cecília
more.
Souto Vidigal, a quem eu agradeço
So,
enormemente pelo
Foundation
enorme volume de
Maria
informações que
Cecília
organiza
Souto
para nós
Vidigal,
sobre educação infantil,
who has
estimou
organized
que
a lot
mais
of
da metade das
information
crianças
about
brasileiras
early
na primeira
childhood
infância,
education, realized that
torno de
more
10
than
milhões de
half
crianças, né,
percent of the early
vivem
childhood
com renda
education
per capita de
children,
salário mínimo.
over 10 million
Cerca
children
de
live with a per capita income of
51% das
minimum wage
domicílios rurais
salary.
dependem de programas sociais do governo federal.
And over 55% of the
Além disso,
rural
nesse contexto, nós estamos
households
vivendo problema
require aid
cultural
from
mais
the
grave,
federal government. We
com
also
terríveis
have a
consequências,
terrible
que é o ataque à
cultural
ciência.
issue, which
Então,
is
por
the
exemplo,
attack on science.
as consultas pré-natais,
So prenatal
25% das mulheres não
care,
fizeram.
25%
A
of the
mortalidade
women
infantil no Brasil ainda é
didn't
muito
do
alta.
prenatal care.
A mortalidade
Children
na
mortality
infância
in
continua
Brazil
muito
is
alta.
extremely high,
E a imunização para a
and
poliomielite está em
immunization
78%,
against
o que não
poliomyelitis
garante a imunidade
is now
da coletividade. Bom,
down.
são desafios persistentes que temos.
These are
Na
all
educação infantil,
persistent
são
challenges that we
687
have.
mil docentes, a grande maioria feminina.
680 and
questão,
7,000
defender a
teachers,
educação
which
infantil
the
talvez
majority
seja
of
ir
which
além
are
da educação
women. So
infantil.
defending
Reduzir a
childhood
jornada de
education
trabalho
perhaps
de
is
6 para
going
1,
beyond education,
garantir
reducing
salários iguais de homens e mulheres,
the work
impedir o
load
fechamento de
from
escolas do campo, garantir o
6
enfrentamento
days by
consistente do
1 day
racismo,
off,
enfim, e
and
garantir
improving
haja
issues
uma
such
valorização
as
positiva das
racism and the
diversidades.
closing of
Talvez,
schools in
professora
the
Dana,
rural
esses
areas.
desafios
Perhaps, Professor
sociais
Dana,
sejam mais difíceis de serem
social
enfrentados
challenges
do que eles
are more
próprios da educação
difficult to
infantil.
face
Mas
than
sem
the
eles, a educação
challenges of
infantil
early
não vai
childhood
avançar.
education.
Porque a
Without that,
educação não está na
early
nuvem,
childhood
ela está no
education
nosso
is not
território,
going to
com as nossas
advance.
pessoas. E às
This is
vezes
all
as
about our
promessas que fazemos
territory and
sobre a
our
educação
people.
não
Sometimes the
levam em
promises
conta
that we
as
make
condições
regarding
que eram
education
ofertadas.
don't take
E o
into
risco é
consideration the
desanimarmos aqueles que estão no
conditions
cotidiano da
under
escola,
which
segurando
this
essas
education is being
dificuldades, mas, no
provided.
entanto,
Sometimes you
trabalhando com
are in
atenção, com
schools
carinho,
trying
com as
to
nossas
work,
crianças.
and
Então, era isso
doing
para
your
abrir a
best for
conversa.
that
Obrigado.
children. That's what I had for today. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, André. Tem uma fala que a gente
Thank you,
sempre usa
André.
no UNICEF, que os jovens usam,
There's something we
mas
always say at
que eu acho que esse
UNICEF,
encontro aqui remete
and
muito
that I
a
think
essa fala, que nada
reminds
sobre nós sem
us
nós.
of that
Eu
nothing
acho que
about
essa
us without
é uma fala
us.
muito importante
And
que
I
a gente
think
não
that's
deve se
something very
esquecer, né?
important that we cannot forget.
Valdoir, vamos lá.
Valdoir, your turn.
André trouxe para a gente aqui uma
Andrea
série
has
de
brought us a
desafios,
number of
enquanto
challenges.
desafios que já vivenciamos, desafios que
Challenges
já
that we
superamos,
faced, challenges
desafios
that
que
we
estão
have
voltando,
overcome, challenges
e
that
uma
are
dimensão
coming
muito
back,
importante
and a
para
very important
abordarmos isso tudo
dimension
é o
for
que de
us to
fato a
talk
gente
about that
avançou na
is
estrutura de
how we
financiamento da
have
educação
made
da educação
advancements
infantil, né? E as recentes conquistas que a gente teve também, né? Então, eu queria que você falasse
and
muito para a
um,
gente o que a gente avançou e
I
qual é a
need you to tell
evolução
us
que se faz ainda
how
necessária para a gente
much
poder, de fato,
we have made in terms of strides.
constituir
What is
uma
it that we
implementação de
need
políticas
to
públicas de educação infantil
implement
sustentável,
early
com
childhood
qualidade,
education
com equidade,
policies that are
que
going to
considere
be
várias das dimensões que o André
equitable,
trouxe aqui
that
para a
are going
gente.
to be sustainable, that are going to be high quality in the different dimensions that Andre has talked about.
Tá bom. Então tá, então a gente está
Okay,
com
so
questões
we
aqui
have
de
an
organização, a gente
issue
vai
of
então pular
organization
para
here, so we are
Carlos e acho
going
que
to ask
vale a
Carlos
pena, Carlos,
to
talvez a gente até a
speak
partir do que
and
André
perhaps
trouxe, a gente avançar aqui no
considering
teu
what
ponto, que é um ponto que
Andre
traz um pouco do
has
panorama,
talked
não do
about,
financiamento,
perhaps we
mas de
should
como
talk
se dá
not
na
about
ponta
funding
a gestão
necessarily,
desse
but about
investimento que a gente tem
how
em educação
this
infantil,
investment
numa
in early childhood
perspectiva que
management
remonta
or
aqui o
childhood
que
education
Mozart
is
trouxe
being
para a
done. I mean,
gente,
from the
Eduardo e
management of
Alexandro,
the
numa
investment,
perspectiva
considering
de
what
regime de
Mozart
colaboração
and
ou não,
Andre
né?
and Alex
Como é
have
que a
been
gente tem
talking
aqui
about,
estados, municípios e
collaboration or
dialogando com
not,
políticas
municipalities,
da
states,
federação,
talking
quais
about
os caminhos que a
the
gente teria para
policy
superá-los
of the
e quais as
federal
oportunidades que você
government,
acha que a gente
what
precisa explorar que
paths
estão na
would we
mesa.
need to follow? What do we need to explore?
Bom dia, Mônica,
Good
André,
morning,
Balduino.
Monica,
Prazer muito grande estar aqui e compartilhar esse espaço com vocês. Queria
Balduino.
agradecer ao
It's
Eduardo
great to be
e
here
a todas
sharing
as
the space with
organizações.
you.
E é um privilégio estar aqui, poder
It is a
refletir
privilege to
pouco
be here
sobre
and to be
a nossa
able
educação
to
infantil.
talk
E
about
quando a
early
Filomena
childhood
ligou pela primeira
education.
vez
When
para
Filomena first
falar
called
da
me
possibilidade de fazer uma
to
reflexão
talk
aqui que
about the
pudesse atrelar
possibility
gestão do
of
financiamento, a
thinking
primeira coisa que veio
about
na cabeça, Ritinha,
management and
foi
funding, the
falar de
first thing that
financiamento e
came to my
valorização,
mind
que é o
was
tema que
to
mais
talk about
me
funding and
motiva
valuing,
a
which is
pesquisar e atuar
one
na
of
gestão pública.
my
Mas
main
aí eu parei e
motivators
pensei,
for research
eu
and
não vou ficar
public
aqui no Novo
policy.
Testamento,
But
eu
then
vou
I
voltar em
thought
Gênesis.
about,
Por quê?
thinking
Não há
in terms
como,
of the
não
New
há como
Testament. I think I need to go
avançar
back to
na educação
Genesis because
brasileira se a
there
gente
is
não
no way
fizer
of
qualquer
making
análise,
strides
Mozart,
into
a
Brazilian
partir da
education
estrutura,
if we
a partir de
don't
como a
analyze
máquina
the
pública
structure,
opera.
how
E
the
aí,
public
se nós não
machine, the
entendemos
governmental
que
machine
a estrutura
works. And
orçamentária e
if we
financeira,
don't
ela
understand the
é o
budgetary
ponto de
structure
partida para poder
as
organizar
being the
qualquer
starting
questão
point to
na
be
gestão
able to
pública, a
organize
gente não
what
vai
is what
conseguir
in
avançar.
public
Aliás,
management, we are
talvez
not
tenha
going to
sido
be able
este
to make any
dos grandes
strides.
desafios
And
que nós
that, I
ainda não
believe,
conseguimos superar
is
no
one
Brasil.
of the biggest
Por isso, eu queria
challenges we haven't
rapidamente
been
apenas
able to overcome
contextualizar
in
a partir
Brazil. So I
do
want to
que
bring
eu quero fazer
some
uma análise sobre a
context
estrutura
in
orçamentária e
terms of
financeira
the
e o que ela e
budgetary
como ela importa
framework, the
no
budgetary
avanço
structure,
e
and
na
why does it
possibilidade de
matter
garantirmos o
in
direito de
terms of
crianças
progress and
de acesso e
advancement and
permanência na
ensuring
educação infantil,
rights
mas
and
também
permanence
como
in
os
early
desafios da
childhood
educação
education and how
se
these educational challenges
podem ser superados a partir desse
could be
contexto. E
overcome
depois eu quero
based on this
propriamente entrar e trazer
context.
alguns
And
números
then
e até
I
um estudo que
want to
está
give
em
you
fase
some
de
figures
conclusão,
and talk
que
about
trata
a
pouco disso
study
e mostra
that's
como aqui no
now
Brasil nós
about
temos
to be
muitos caminhos a
published,
superar.
showing
Primeiro,
how we
eu
have
sei que o dia hoje
many
vai ser de muitos
different
dados, eu
things that we
não
need to
quero trazer
do
muitos dados,
in
mas eu
Brazil
só
to
quero
overcome those
rapidamente lembrar o
challenges.
seguinte, é
I
desse
have a
contexto que
lot
eu
of
quero falar,
data,
em
but I
que
would just like to
nós
remind
tivemos, a
you
partir
that
do momento em que entrou em vigor a Lei
from the
13.005
moment
de
law
2014 até agora, avanço ainda
13,005 from
tímido nas matrículas de
2014
educação infantil,
was
mas com
enacted,
uma
we
guinada
had
muito
some
forte
progress
em
in terms of early
ampliar
childhood
principalmente o
education,
atendimento em
but
tempo
with a
parcial e não mais
strong
em tempo integral. A
veering
Cecília,
on
que está aqui,
the
ex-secretária de Educação Infantil de Campo Grande,
half-time
porque ela não era
education,
secretária de
not
Educação, era secretária
full-time
de Educação Infantil.
education.
A Cecília lembra os grandes desafios que
Cecilia
nós
might
tivemos no
remember
Brasil,
the biggest
principalmente
challenges
no
we had in
início dos
Brazil,
anos 2000, na
particularly
primeira
in the
década,
early
em primeiro
2000s,
assegurar
the
que a gente
first
estava tratando de
decade of
educação.
the years
E segundo,
2000.
que
First,
educação
talking
infantil teria
about
que ter
education, and
profissionais com
secondly,
formação e
talking about early
atendimento em tempo
childhood
integral.
education
E o que
that
nós
would
estamos vendo no
require
Brasil são dois
full-time
movimentos. O
schooling
primeiro
and
deles, redução desse
fully trained
atendimento em tempo
professionals.
parcial.
So we are
Se a gente
seeing
pegar
the
os 3 estados do Sul,
reduction
Carol, a
of
gente vai
this
ver que é
schooling to
drástica essa mudança.
half-time or
Fizemos
to
estudo para o MIEB sobre isso
partial
e há
time
uma
schooling.
inversão
There
completa
is a
nos
study
3
from
estados do Sul,
about that,
Catarina e
and
Rio
there
Grande do
is
Sul,
a complete
que tinham
inversion
atendimento
in the southern states, the
majoritariamente
3
em tempo
southern
integral,
states
e isso
that
em tão
had
pouco tempo se transformou
mostly
completamente.
full-time
Porém, surge
schooling,
movimento
and in
que
a very short
assusta e é
period of time, that
desesperador do ponto
became
de vista
a
da defesa da
half-period
educação infantil
school.
com qualidade, Mônica, que
And
é o fato de que cresceu muito
the fact that
as matrículas privadas, André,
enrollment
mas cresceu
in
conveniamento.
private schools
E quem
grew
está
a great
sustentando o
deal,
conveniamento são os recursos
and
públicos.
particularly
Por exemplo, você tem
the
cidades universidades hoje, isso não é uma crítica, é uma constatação, no Rio Grande do Sul, em que você
in
tem uma
Rio Grande do
cidade com
Sul,
mais de 300 mil
you might
habitantes
have a
e
city
com quase nenhuma matrícula própria de
with
educação infantil. Só tem rede
300,000
conveniada. E agora
people,
começa também o
but
atendimento de
early
comprar
childhood
vagas em
education
escolas
only
privadas.
in
Ah, mas está ampliando o
partnership with the
atendimento. Mas
government
está
and
ampliando em
private
que
schools.
circunstâncias?
Oh,
Ingrid?
but
Com
it's
qual
growing
qualidade?
the number
Com
of
que
spots for the
profissionais?
children.
Com qual
But under what
remuneração, André?
quality?
E com qual
How much are these
perspectiva?
teachers are
Então, é
making?
deste ponto
What
que eu
are
quero fazer
the
uma análise da
outcomes
estrutura orçamentária e
expected?
financeira.
So I
Mas
want to
também
look at the
quero
budgetary
tomar
aspects of that, but
a emenda
also
constitucional 108, que ela é talvez
Constitutional
o maior
Amendment
marco e
108
talvez a maior
is
revolução
perhaps the biggest
no processo de
landmark and the
gestão da
biggest
educação básica no
progress
Brasil. Nenhum
in
país do mundo fez
terms
o que o Brasil
of
fez e a literatura está aí para comprovar. Quando a gente tem a emenda constitucional
educational
108 mexendo com
strides.
aquilo que é o órgão mais sensível do corpo, o órgão mais sensível do corpo é o bolso, não é o bolso?
And
Mexe
you
com o
know,
bolso da
this
educação na receita do Fundeb
Constitutional
e mexe com o
Amendment
bolso da prefeitura na
108
receita do ICMS, nós temos
has
uma
to
mudança
do
muito
with
grande
ICM
na
tax
forma de como organizar a
and
gestão no
the
Brasil.
mayor's
E isso,
offices
ao
around the
estabelecer,
municipalities, and
temos
when we
conquistas, e
establish
certamente o
all
Alvin
of
vai falar
that, and
disso,
when we
e é
think about
difícil antecipar e falar antes de
everything
você, até
that
por conta disso, mas o VAT é uma questão maravilhosa. Eu vou trazer no final aqui um dado do VAT
VAT
que
is
talvez ainda
a
não caiu
tax
a
that
ficha de todo mundo.
perhaps
Ao mesmo
we
tempo que
haven't
ele é
fully
um
understand
instrumento
yet. At the same time,
republicano de
it is a
distribuição, cumprindo o artigo
Republican
211 da Constituição, André,
tool.
ele também é preocupante e eu quero trazer um dado.
That's fulfilling an
Mas quando a
element
gente tem
of
a
the
complementação
Constitution is
VAR,
also of
que em
concern.
tese está buscando
But
ampliar o atendimento, mas focando
theoretically,
essencialmente em
we are trying
aprendizagem
to
com redução de desigualdade educacional. E
expanding
quando a gente tem
the
a
number of
alteração da
spots,
regra
the
de como
number of
vai se repartir o
enrollments, but we
ICMS,
have to
que o
think about
ICMS é o imposto
how
estadual,
we
o
are
artigo
going
158 da Constituição
to
fala
break
que quando
down
cada estado
this
vai
ICM
repartir o
tax
ICMS com seus
money
municípios,
that
uma
goes
parte do
towards
que ele arrecada,
education. Part
ele
of
vai ter
what
que considerar alguns critérios
is
técnicos e
collected
agora
in those
entra também
taxes has
ampliação
to
da
go into
aprendizagem com
education,
redução da desigualdade
and you
educacional.
have
Isso é
to
bom,
reduce inequality,
mas isso enfraquece a
educationally
educação infantil.
speaking, but that's weakening
Porque,
early
Carol,
childhood education.
nos últimos 2 anos, o que
In
a
the
gente
last
vê
2
é o
years,
crescimento
what
de
we've seen
turmas de
is the
pré-escola em
growth of
escola.
preschool
E o próximo passo vai ser o
classes
quê?
at
EJA
schools.
de educação
And
infantil.
then
Porque
we
as
are
crianças não
going
vão
to
nos
have
testes, não vão bem em testes padronizados, daqui a pouco a gente vai ter EJA de educação
we are going to
infantil.
have
Então, isso
early
é preocupante, e a
childhood
partir desse cenário que eu quero
education
fazer uma
night shift.
reflexão. Quando a gente pega a despesa
So
com educação,
when we
e aí,
get
Ivan, é muito legal poder
expenditures
estar
with
aqui com
education,
você,
it's
tenho conversado
amazing to
isso,
be
conversei
here.
semana passada
And
com a
I've talked
secretária
that
Kátia,
with
e tenho
the
procurado,
Secretary
conversei já
Katia.
com o secretário
I've talked
Gregório
to
também sobre isso,
Gregorio about
mas é muito
that.
legal a gente
It's really nice
discutir
to
a
discuss
importância que
the
o planejamento
importance
orçamentário
that
tem nas redes
budgetary
estaduais e
planning
municipais
have
e qual
in
o apoio que o
city
Ministério da
and
Educação
state
pode,
departments
nesse
and how the
sentido,
Ministry of
oferecer
Education
às redes.
can
A gente
offer
tem subido, sim, André, o
options
tamanho do
to
investimento
the
em educação,
network.
que é
We
muito bom,
increase the
porém, o
investment,
Alex está muito
what is
certo,
good, but
ainda
Alex is
bastante
pretty
insuficiente. E é claro
right,
que com o
but
Fundeb
it's not
permanente, a
enough.
gente tem
And
uma
with the
ampliação muito
constant
forte, aumenta
Fundeb,
esse
we
esforço
have
da
an
União
increase
em atuar,
in
até porque
the
o artigo 211, ele, em certa
state
medida, ele
help,
desresponsabiliza a União
and
e
they
dá a
responsabilize
necessidade de garantir
the
o financiamento
country
adequado para
to
estados e municípios
give
na
all
educação
the
básica,
funding
e aí a
for
gente tem uma
basic
mudança nesse
education,
panorama que é
and we
muito
have a
interessante
change in
e uma
the
perspectiva muito legal.
landscape, and
O
it's a
financiamento
good
da educação, ele
perspective.
tem crescido,
So funding
suficiente,
in
mas ele
education
tem
is
crescido.
enough.
E aí, quando a gente vai ver
It's not
o
enough, but
tamanho
it
do
has
dinheiro
been
investido na
growing. So
educação,
when
e a
we
partir
see
dos
the
dados do
cash
CIOP,
invested
Valdir,
in
a gente vai
education,
ver
and
como
according
esse
to
dinheiro está
CIOP
sendo distribuído, 61% vai em despesa com pessoal,
61% is
32%
with
em
personnel,
despesa, com investimento, e
32
apenas 6%
investment,
em
and only
2024,
6% in 2024.
32%
32% current expenditures and 6% in investment. In 2022, a reflex of the pandemic, 7, but it's also always 5, 6. And I would like to look to two larger blocks that together, they represent 93% of all the cash invested in education. More or less, when we get the efforts of the municipalities, around
definido e dividido dessa forma,
204 billion it's for municipalities.
Para despesa corrente,
104 for current expenditures and the rest for investment. And then I get CIOP. 69% of the cash go for elementary education, and 30% goes to early childhood education. And then I would do the math. Okay, I will get all the enrollments of 2024, and I will see that we invested per student in elementary education 200 reais, no, sorry, 3,000 reais and 13,000 in early childhood. Is that it? No, it's not. We need to qualify the process. CIOP is a way that from data that are input, and every accountant or any person who has some understanding who will record will present the final numbers, different from what we have when we have the matrix. And I can see that we have some budget specialists, people who do know that, and different from the accountable balance. We have an extraction and loaded in the National Treasury Department. And then we have qualified information. This result on the screen show us this uncomfortable scenario. Why? CIOP is so frail, so fragile that 45% of all municipalities said that in 2024 they didn't invest a cent in food. Is it real? No, it's not. But CIOP is so fragile, it allows that. And as we build public policies in Brazil, and we look at CIOP to define, Rita, how we want to move forward with early childhood education, we are working in a very fragile landscape. It's even a swamp. Why? We need to change that, and we need to understand, and maybe I got, oh, that it is. We need to understand that if we go back to the Genesis book, and we don't have a decisive and strong support from the Ministry of Education, and if we don't prioritize the financial and budgetary planning, we won't change the early childhood education. Why? Because the state works by the law. Maybe we don't like it. Maybe we think it's too complex to have a pluri-annual plan, establish the guidelines, and then build the budgetary plan. But if we don't operate like such, we'll never had in the pluri-annual plan, each municipality, we won't have an extension plan for early childhood education with quality. And when we build the budget and we have data that is quite challenging, that 6 every 10 city government are small and they don't have technical people in the budget to take care of the budget, neither education, and the plans are there. In the departments, the planning department, well, and they just correct by the inflation, but we don't have the budget for early childhood education. How can we offer that? It's about that reality that I want to talk about. And then we have a study, it's under development, and I cannot publicly release any information, but they hired our team to perform the study. They are trying to understand what is effectively a budget enforcement of city and states, and how much each enrollment costs today in Brazil. But not looking as we usually do. Oh, how much was my revenue at Fundeb? R$1 million. How much did I spend to pay education professionals? Oh, so the doorman is an education professional. Yeah, it's a mistake that the law allowed us to follow. Oh, I spent 780,000 for personnel. The education secretary and people who work with the budget understand that if we get the COP budget and we are going to see the total of current expenditures and we are going to see personal expenditures, well, that's where we have hidden things that are not allowing us to understand why a daycare enrollment has an average cost of 28,000 reais for full-time. How come? Well, we have a lot of expenditures unloaded there, mainly with outsourced employees. And when we look to this data, Rita, it impacts us. Why? Well, in my state, my day care enrollment will reimburse me 12,000 reais. Okay, but the average cost is 28. So a lot of expenditures are being unloaded. And, well, it's my individual character who is talking about that here. So if we don't have an uptake there in the past, that is to effectively offer and assure technical support to all city networks in the sense that we'll be able to build budgetary planning, plan what we want and what we need for the entire offer in each municipality, we will continue to move forward step by step. The cash is little, and we don't have the capacity to plan in order to apply, because the less capacity we have to plan to apply, we make, well, in that book, Cecilia, the School and Success, the cash goes down the drain. And to finish, I would like to share with you, and we can dive a little bit deeper, there are trillions of challenges. I wish I could have talked about valuing, but I decided to talk about budgetary infrastructure. But early childhood education has to be quite respectful and to be part of the core agenda of the government. So all other moments are essential, but we cannot take care of the ceiling if we don't take care of the pillars. We need to start with early childhood education, and they have to make it be in the center of the discussion. We need to review the policies considering the funding of each part. When I was looking if the fiscal responsibility bill will make it feasible or not, if it makes the floor for the readjustment in all phases, even those who are hired and entered by a test. Well, it's clear, and Mozart mentioned that before, that the major challenge is the funding capacity. So we need to look at that again and prioritize that based on the state level. And Aldeira, I will just take advantage of your presence here. We need to prioritize a technical support from the Ministry of Education so we can move forward inside the budgetary planning subject. When we had the first National Educational Plan, Biomarcas opened something very interesting in Brazil with a format that came after initiative purpose, but it was quite interesting, a collaborative network that is pretty interesting. And something like that would make a difference from the entire basic education, mainly early childhood education. In states, we need to realign projects, the offer of early childhood education with quality. I saw a while ago the launching of a program that is not in Sergipe. Let me make it clear that the state government was making early childhood education facilities for municipalities with 15 50 vacancies. That's not an early childhood education. This is just a warehouse for children. Just like a project from another state government of early childhood education schools that were a little bit larger, but the windows were at 2.10 meters of height. This is not early childhood education premises. Those are just warehouses of children. We need to have mechanisms that will increase the service and the quality of early childhood education. Because if we keep just the laws that distribute ICMS and be focused on education by equity, we won't move forward. And we need Monica to organize the management flow in each municipality, and we need to check the budget and prioritize it, just like we prioritize our own offer, because those who are partners, well, if in our own network, we have this discussion of lack of professionals with proper education. Imagine in the partner network, there's no quality, a quality that we can assure in the public network. So we need to prioritize our own offer. And then when we have the need of a partnership, let's have a minimum quality standard, because there's no purpose to have a plan that will sign a partnership, well, with organizations from the civil society. Well, we cannot no longer have quality out of the picture in order to serve the kids. Thank you very much for your attention.
Obrigada, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. Valdoir, now with our opinions and Carlos' opinions also. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet Monica, André, Carlos. The technical glitch was a sign from the world's intelligence to say that I should not speak because things are so well said here. But as everything worked, I will briefly justify my presence here in São Paulo. Well, before anything else, I will stand up. So I would like to share with Professor André. He mentioned about the multi-serial schools, and one of the things I expect to do is to fine-tune the numbers with people. So I would like to mention that I came from a school that had different grades. I started in a multi-series classroom in 2 schools, and today they are both closed. So in practice, such numbers are not the reality today, but it's talking about our life. And also, just to anticipate a little bit and provoke a little bit something that I will mention at the end, I was very happy during our conversation because we talked about evidence, that we have to have evidence-based policies, but we also work with data, we have training in math, but I asked, do we still need even more evidence? Aren't they enough, and aren't they available here? And sorry to share that, but there is an expression that is data mining. I really love to think about mining as something that you destroy a mountain to try to find a small gold needle inside of that. So we have a huge amount of evidence, but we don't want to see that. We want to keep on digging to find gold at the bottom that will be the revelation of all times. But the mountain is still there. And there is a saying that says that faith moves mountains. Well, why shouldn't faith affect a couple of tables and some records? Well, anyways, we need to review all that. Do we still need more evidence, or do you think that we have enough evidence and we need to act with that? Well, and now moving forward with my specific points, let me just understand how I can use the clicker. I'm going to talk about 3 topics. One about some advances that we consider relevant, and discuss a little bit about the VAT and Fundeb relationship. I understand that the VAT was the major evolution we had for educational funding, and now we have to look at all other steps. And I'm going to bring a critical point of view. Let's not mix with this fact that VAT won't be that valued. And some issues about the need to prioritize for real. Some issues that I would like to tackle also are the collaboration methods. Well, let's start talking about the basic education. We have representatives from the federal government, the municipality, and 5 from the state department. And we have the decisions that were made in the last years, specifically in the last 2 years, and they try to search a valuing of early childhood education, especially when we look to daycare, that went from 1.3 to 1.55 at Fundeb. If we go way back when we don't have, well, we had minus than 1, minus than the reference value. We said that 1 enrollment in preschool or daycare cost less than 1 unit of Fundeb. That is also related to the elementary education student. So we do consider this in a very expressive way, meaningful way, and some changes. That is to no longer consider quilombola or indigenous education as something separate. But there we also have early childhood education, we have elementary school, we have high school. So it has to be valued. And we create additional aspects. So indigenous and quilombola has an increase of 40% in any math operation. Rural, I won't mention that because we don't have plenty of time. An addition of 15%. And also, when the student receives educational assistance, an additional factor of 1.4. I will move to the numbers so you can understand. I brought here a print that this is a historical achievement, that it was said by the president at the time. It was something that was part of the agenda. So we understand that this is a huge advance, a meaningful advance, but does not assure that the resources will be effectively sent to early childhood education. But it doesn't mean that there will be totally this investment. With these factors, we would have this total value. So we would have this as the reference from Fundeb is 8,431. And when we apply all the factors, we'll have 10, 13, 9,600, 12,600. And if we go, so see when it is the field or indigenous and quilombolas, we have more meaningful values. And when we have specialized education assistance, we have an additional gain. So we have these based on the weight points. That's what the government allowed, and we had pressure saying that the commission wouldn't be able to make decisions. A lot of bills proposing the fixation to be longer, and that was to limit the federative participation. And I would like to talk about the VAT addition or complementation and early childhood education. And here's a small comparison. The federal constitution created an expectation, a huge expectation in relation to what the VAT could do to early childhood education when they dedicate 50% of the VAT addition for early childhood education. But when we move to the bill, this does not change the distribution way, it creates an indicator of early childhood education that is called application. The additional aspect is that the formulas that is in the attachment of the bill, they became pretty conservative. And I would like to bring another expression. In the Constitution, that was clear, the destination of 50% for early childhood education of VAT. The law states, first I distribute, after that I will see the application. So nothing changes in the distribution rule. And that makes us lose this financial support nature. And what happened in the attachment? We should avoid in the next rules that are things that the absolute minority of our population will understand. I'm graduated in math, and we could translate that in a more accessible language, because this formula, the entire attachment shows that it establishes the minimum as the maximum, because it replicates the same formula of VAF, and VAT is not something fixed. It is a minimum percentage. And what have we seen in some studies? That despite the VAT addition would foster the early childhood education, it's true to say that those who increase the service will receive the VAT addition, and only those who can organize themselves to start everything will be the one with financial returns. So we talk about VAR as a premier, as the award, but VAT has also this characteristic. It has to be controlled, it has to be worked in order to treat that better. Here, I would like to ask for your attention. This is the graph from the historical series, and it refers to what we mentioned. Funding has increased. We cannot ignore a stagnation, a meaningful stagnation that we had in the middle of the way. And understand what happened. And Fundeb represents 60% of all basic education funding. And why? Which are the consequences? If it represents 60%, there is another part that represents 40%. And I want to pay attention to those 30% that are the own resources from entities, what they collect or receive as a transference, and they keep with them, despite if it is a city department or a state department. Well, salary, programs, all that are related to the enrollment, but those 30% not. And then, here it is. I have been cutting the big bar, and I'm putting it to the next slide. And here, I bring Fundeb into slices. So when we talk about 50% of VAT for early childhood education, we are talking about 50% of the green part there, okay? So if we cut it, it's something around this. When, well, 50% of VAT is that. So we are talking about, and thinking about 2026, 50% of 10.5%, of 60%. That will give us the guidance of 3.16% of basic education resources for early childhood education. I don't know if you all know, but it's worth paying attention to such number. And then moving forward, we see the following. If we look at Fundeb 2026, we'll see that the VAT will represent 4.27% of the total amount of Fundeb, but 2.56 of the resources dedicated to education. So that is an important point here. That is, this amount that will represent more than 10 billion, and this is representative as a support to increase the service. But when we think about this an
10 milhões se torna
expenditure
irrisório,
criteria,
né?
it
E
becomes not
insuficiente
enough.
como indutor.
Uh,
Então, acho que isso é uma
Well,
coisa que a gente
this is
pode
something that
colocar
we
hoje como uma
need to pay
constatação,
attention
e
and
dizer que precisamos
say that
avançar
we
nisso.
need
Ou a
to
gente
move
usa esse
forward
valor
with
como
that.
indutor,
We can
de
use
fato,
that as an
né?
induction.
Enfim, algum desenho precisamos
A
mudar.
design
Aqui eu não
should
vou
be
entrar em
changed. I'm
detalhes,
not
porque
going
o
to go
professor
into
Carlos já
details.
trouxe aqui antes, mas é
Professor
essencialmente isso, que
Carlos
nos
mentioned,
últimos
but in the
10
last
anos,
10
as
years,
redes municipais
the
elas tiveram um leve
city
aumento nas matrículas de educação
network
básica,
had an
enquanto
increase,
as estaduais passaram
and
de
the state
17,2
went
para
from 70.2 to
14,05 milhões de
14.05
matrículas. Quer dizer, uma
million
redução
enrollments.
bastante
So it is a
expressiva.
quite
E aí eu
meaningful
convido
reduction.
vocês a lembrar
And then
daqueles
I
30%
ask
que eu
you
falei.
to keep
Quando a
in mind
gente
those
tem
30%
essa
that we had.
variação de
When we
matrículas,
have
ela
this
afeta o
number of
Fundeb,
variation,
ela
it
afeta o
affects
salário
Fundeb,
educação, ela
the
afeta os
salário
programas da
educação, the
Fundeb,
educational
mas ela
salary,
não afeta a
but it
arrecadação
doesn't
própria.
affect its
Então, quanto
own
menos
collection.
matrícula um ente
So
vai
the
tendo,
less
ele tem sim
enrollment
uma
it
condição
has
financeira
a
melhor.
better
E quanto mais
economic
matrículas ele vai
status, and
tendo,
the
num
more
primeiro
enrollment
momento, sim,
they
ele
have,
vai
at
prejudicando
first
a sua
it will bring
condição
problems
financeira.
to
E a
the
gente costuma
financial
dizer que isso se
condition.
adequa ao
And
número de
we say that
matrículas, mas
this
só é
adjusts
verdade
to the
em
number
uma
of
certa
enrollment,
medida.
but
E os
this
outros
is right
30%
only at a
parece que são,
certain
sim,
measure. And
bastante
the rest
expressivos.
is
Aqui
quite
eu fiz uma
meaningful.
regrinha que eu acho que às vezes é
Here
bom a
we
gente olhar,
have
deve
a
ter uns desenhos
ruler,
meio
it's
estranhos,
interesting,
mas eu queria
but
trazer um
I
pouquinho
would
dessa
like
questão.
to
Quando a gente
share that
discute
with
fator
you.
de ponderação,
When we
o
talk about
tensionamento, em
weight
regra, está
factor,
entre o ensino
we
médio
have
e
the
educação infantil.
high school
Por quê?
and early
Porque são os
childhood
exclusivos,
education because
né?
they
Um
are
é exclusivo de município,
exclusive.
outro é exclusivo de
One is
estado. Mas o
exclusive for the
tensionamento não
municipality,
está
the
lá nem
other one
aqui.
for the
O
state, but the
tensionamento está
for the
aqui no
state.
meio.
The
Porque o
tension
ensino
is not here,
fundamental de
it's
9
here in the
anos
middle.
é mais do
So
que a
9
soma
years
dos anos
is
iniciais, né, da,
more
desculpa, da
than the
educação
addition
infantil
of childhood
com o
education,
ensino médio, se a gente
plus
considerar que a
high
creche
school
não,
if
né,
we
tá
consider
longe ainda de 100%.
that
Então,
daycare is
este
far
meio
from
é um meio
100%.
essencial.
So
E aí,
this
acho
is
que uma
an
reflexão
average
que vale, professor, é realmente isso.
middle
Será
part.
que a melhor
And
forma
here's the
de o Estado
reflection.
apoiar
The
é
best way for the
oferecer a
state to
escola
support
ou é
is to offer the
atender
school
uma
or
parte do
to
ensino
serve
fundamental,
part
que hoje
of
está cerca de
the
70%
elementary
em
education,
responsabilidade
because it's
dos
70%
municípios, das
under the
redes municipais.
responsibility of
Repetindo, o que eu quero
municipalities.
dizer com isso,
So
né?
what do I mean by
Talvez a
that?
melhor
Maybe
forma de os
the
estados
best way
atuarem em
for the
favor da
state
educação infantil
to act
seja eles
on
atuarem
behalf
no
of
ensino
early
fundamental.
childhood education is to
O-
act in
Aqui
elementary school.
trago de volta então para reforçar isso. O que
And
acontece?
here I would like to
Como essa
reinforce
parte dos
how this
30%
part
lá
of
não
30%
acompanha
does
as
not
matrículas,
follow the
essa
enrollments.
variação das matrículas,
These changes,
ela, né, essa variação das matrículas,
these
ela
changes
causa,
in
sim,
enrollment
na forma,
do
no
cause
desenho que tá
on the
hoje,
design
mais
we have
peso
today
em quem
more weight to
recebe a
those who
matrícula.
receive that
E
enrollment.
por fim, para
And
terminar
last
aqui
but
minha
not
fala,
least,
naquilo que eu falei no início, acho que a gente
what I've
precisa
mentioned
se
in the beginning,
reconhecer,
we need to
né,
acknowledge
como
ourselves
pessoas nesses
as
números.
people
E tem uma
from
coisa que tem se
these
falado
numbers.
muito e que eu acho que ela
And
incomoda
there
muitas
is something
pessoas
that we
aqui, que
have
é,
talked
a gente não
about that
pode mais, agora é um momento
for a
de, né, uma
while.
fala
And
recorrente
here
de
is
dizer, a gente
something
não deve mais
recurrent.
investir
We
em
should not
educação,
invest in
aumentar
education,
investimento, porque a
increase
pirâmide
education
etária
because the
tá num
age
comportamento
range
X.
pyramid is
Eu
in
queria
this
propor uma
X
outra
behavior.
interpretação para
Here's
isso, tá?
another
E uma
interpretation,
interpretação que acho que nos
and an
envolve
interpretation
muito.
that includes
Aqui
us
está
a
a
lot.
parte mais gordinha da
Here
pirâmide
is
aqui,
the fatter
sinalizada,
part of
certo?
the pyramid.
Eu arriscaria
I would
dizer
say
que
that
grande
the
percentual de
major
nós aqui
percentage of
tá
us here are
nessa partezinha
in
mais
this
gordinha. O que
fat
acontece, gente?
area.
Aqui,
And what
nessa parte
happens?
maior, tá a
In
população
this
economicamente
part,
ativa,
we have
que
the
tá,
economically
sobretudo, né,
active
contribuindo com
population
impostos, etc. e
that
tal.
is paying taxes
E a
and
gente
so
é a
on.
maioria.
And we are
Então,
the
hoje, nós
greatest
temos
majority.
batalhão de gente
So we have a
pra
great
poder
team of
custear a
people
educação de
to
qualidade
cost
pra
quality
pouco
education
menos de
to
crianças e jovens.
less children and
Agora,
young people.
se a gente ficar pensando,
But if we
pensando
keep
que quer
on
olhar melhor
looking,
pros números,
look
pensando que
what
precisa
is
pensar
better
pouco
for the
mais,
numbers and think that
essa
we need to
pirâmide
think
vai
a little bit
passar.
more, this
que vai
pyramid will no
acontecer?
longer be
A gente
valid.
vai ter,
And
daqui a
what
alguns
will
anos,
happen in a
essa
couple of
parcela
years?
menor
We are
aqui,
going to have an even
tendo que
smaller share,
garantir a
assuring
educação de qualidade
that
para quem tá
quality
aqui,
education is
mas
for
tendo que
those
garantir
who
uma
are
outra
here,
coisa que vai ser muito
but also they
importante,
have to assure
que é
something
garantir
different. They need to
condição
guarantee or
para
assure
nós
the
que vão estar lá em
maintenance
cima,
of those who will
fora
be
do mercado de trabalho,
outside the
contribuindo menos,
the
precisando muito
working
de
market,
serviço
the labor
público.
market, but
Então,
wanting
gente, se esse
public
batalhão que está
service.
aqui hoje
So if
não
this
parar para
great
resolver que é
group who's here,
momento raro
if they
que a
don't
gente tem de
stop to
oportunidade
understand
para
that it's a
investir aqui
rare
e dizer,
moment to
olha,
invest and say, look,
não dá para deixar para
there's
depois,
no way we are
porque
going to
depois a
leave
gente
that
não
for
vai ter
later,
mais
because
essa
later
opção.
we won't
E
have
aí,
this
quem vai pagar
option.
dobrado?
And
Bom, a gente vai ter feito uma má decisão,
we are
provavelmente a
going
gente vai pagar
to
lá em cima.
make a bad
Mas quem
decision,
mais vai pagar a conta
and
vai ser
who
quem está
will
aqui
pay
embaixo,
for the bill
que
is
não
the
recebe
one
o seu direito à
below
educação
who
hoje
do
e
not receive
depois
its
não
rights for
sabemos
education
como vai
today,
ter que
and we
trabalhar,
don't know how they
né,
are going
para
to work.
sustentar a
A
gente que vai
work
estar
to
saindo do mercado
support
de
those
trabalho,
who are
mais as
leaving
crianças que
the
vão estar entrando na escola. E aí eu
working
não sei se vai ser 6 por
market
11,
and
talvez
those
vai ter
who
que
are
ser
going
7 por 11,
to
talvez vai ter que ser
enter
360
school.
por
Maybe
5, né?
we are going to work
Então, gente, eu queria trazer e reforçar
360
isso.
by 5.
Acho que a gente
So, well,
precisa,
anyways, we need
sim, olhar para
to look
evidências, mas a gente precisa também
to
entender que para
evidence,
algumas
but we need to
coisas a
understand
gente
also
tem
that for a couple
evidências
of things we
suficientes.
have
Obrigado.
evidences enough. Thank you.
Então, colegas, a gente está com o tempo correndo, como sempre. Queria agradecer demais. Estou aqui com 300 questões na cabeça, mas acho que a gente vai ter que deixar para o café. Então, eu queria aproveitar agora e pedir para vocês fazerem um momento de considerações finais. Acho que não vai dar para a gente avançar no debate, mas queria provocar, André, depois de tudo que a gente ouviu, das considerações que você trouxe, o que a gente tem que priorizar diante desse cenário
what do you
de
think are the
estrutura, de
priorities,
financiamento, de
considering
investimento
the
que Carlos
structure
Valdoir trazem pra
scenario,
gente,
the
e dos marcos legais e
funding
das prioridades que a gente
investment
não
that
pode
Carlos and
deixar
Valdoir
pra
talked
trás.
about,
Bom, eu
the
queria
legal
primeiro
framework
agradecer
of
a aula, né, que
priorities,
fizemos de
etc.
Carlos
Well,
e do
thank you
Valdoir.
so
Realmente
much
é
from
uma alegria ouvir
to
essas
Carlos and
interpretações tão
Valdoir
consistentes
for
e apoiadas em
the
dados tão
wonderful
relevantes. A minha preocupação
lectures
central
with
é que, em
such
geral, a gente
great
costuma ver a
supporting
educação
data.
muito fechada
Well,
em si mesmo.
generally,
Eu
we
queria trazer
see
essa
that
questão que me
education is
parece que não é
very
justo.
closed
Quando
in
a gente avalia os
itself.
resultados educacionais
When
Nordeste,
we
Norte,
consider
há defasagens extraordinárias que
educational
nunca são associadas às
outcomes
suas
in the
condições
Northeast, there
concretas, condições
are
sociais, de
major
desigualdade. O
setbacks
fator
that
amazônica
are
nunca entra na conta.
associated to
Então,
its
eu acho que nós
actual
estamos com uma
social
ânsia
inequality
justa de
conditions
promover a
and the
igualdade, mas produzindo, na
Amazon that
verdade, uma
never
homogeneização que não
comes
consegue lidar
into
com a diversidade brasileira. Então, atendendo
the
até um apelo que
equation.
a própria
So
Mônica fez na abertura
there are
aqui,
many
eu acho que tem que encontrar
appeals,
caminhos
one
de
of
valorizar
which
a
Monica
diversidade
mentioned.
brasileira
We
e a
have to find
diversidade cultural. Eu não creio
paths
que o
to
Norte, com suas
value
populações tradicionais, seja uma
Brazilian
tragédia na educação
diversity
infantil.
and the
Talvez no
cultural
nosso formato
diversity of
que
the
ela é
North with
oferecida,
its traditional
o que eles sabem
populations,
que
for
nós não
example,
sabemos?
none of that
Eu acho que para
is
mim
a
essa pergunta
tragedy
fica,
for early
né? Quem está
childhood
fora
education.
dos
So
nossos padrões,
the
o que que
question
sabe que nós
is
não
the
sabemos?
people who are
Então, eu acho que essa
outside our
investigação talvez
standards.
enriqueça
What
mais
do
o nosso
they
olhar
know
sobre a
that
diversidade
we
brasileira.
don't know?
E agradecer muito a oportunidade.
And
foi um
I would
privilégio
like
estar
to
aqui.
thank
Obrigado.
you all for the opportunity of being here. It's really a privilege. Thank you.
Eu queria novamente agradecer essa
Once
possibilidade,
again,
essa
I would
reflexão
like
deste
to
tema
thank
neste
you
evento.
for the possibility of
Maravilhoso, parabéns à
reflecting
Fundação.
upon all of
Segundo, eu
that
queria
at this
reforçar
event,
dois
and
pontos que você trouxe
I'd
aqui
like to
com duas
congratulate the
informações. A
foundation.
primeira
Then
delas,
I would like to
quando você diz que
emphasize
quanto
two
menos
points.
matrícula
When you
esse federado
say
tem, uma
that
posição
the
de vantagem
less
maior ele
number of
leva na estrutura de
enrollments,
financiamento
the
dentro
more
de
the
cada unidade
federate
federativa.
agent
Eu aproveito a presença
has
do meu
in the
amigo
funding
pessoal, Fred
structure.
Amancio, que aqui está,
Well,
e
I
que
would
no
like
estado de Pernambuco,
to take
o que
advantage
aconteceu é
of
que
Fred
hoje
Amansky's
é a
presence
unidade
here and
federativa que
say
tem o
that
maior
Pernambuco
volume de
State
matrículas de ensino médio em
is
tempo
the
integral.
federative unit that has
65%
the
dos estudantes de ensino médio estão em tempo
largest
integral. E
number
aí o Estado
of full-time
reduziu e só tem
students,
10% das matrículas de
particularly
ensino
in
fundamental.
high school,
Ah, mas com
and that
isso, Pernambuco
reduced
perdeu
the
dinheiro do Fundeb. Não estou falando que está errado, que Pernambuco
reduced the
fez, foi um
number
planejamento
of
foi bem feito.
spots.
Mas
Well,
perdeu dinheiro no
they said,
Fundeb
oh,
para os
but you
municípios. Sim, só
lost
que se a gente pegar o
Fundeb
simulador do
funds
custo aluno
in
qualidade da
face of the
Universidade Federal do
municipalities.
Paraná,
Well,
André,
but
e
if
fizer
you
uma conta
look
lá, a
at the
cada matrícula de
simulator, the
Fundamental 2
cost
que as prefeituras
of
de Pernambuco
the University
municipalizaram,
of Paraná, the
comparado
Federal
com a
University
receita que
of
tem do
Paraná,
Fundeb, o
created
déficit
an
é de apenas
equation that
28%.
showed
Quanto mais
that
matrícula, mais fundo
the
o buraco. A gente ia
more
no fundo do poço, ficava mais para baixo.
enrollments we
E isso
have,
interfere demais na organização das redes de
the
ensino.
less
E
money
o
we
segundo
actually
dado,
going to
e agora
have,
para
and
confirmar
that
o que você falou,
interferes in the
Valdir,
organization
o VAT
of
é
school
extremamente
networks.
importante para a política de
VAT
financiamento da
is
educação
very
brasileira, mas
important
você
for the
mostrou da
funding
fragilidade
of
que
Brazilian
ocorreu na
education, but
regulamentação.
you showed
Se a gente
how
pegar
frail
dos
that
municípios que em
regulation is.
2025
If we
estão
consider
recebendo
the
VAT,
municipalities that are receiving VAT,
31,5% deles reduziu entre 22 e
35% of
2024
them
as matrículas em creche e
reduce the number of
28,9%
spots
reduziu as matrículas
in
em pré-escola.
daycare
Ou seja,
centers or
tá errado.
preschool
Precisamos
centers. So
rever
something
isso.
is going
E por
wrong,
fim
and we
dizer
need
que
to
se a
review
gente não
that.
entender
And
que a
also,
máquina pública
if we
precisa ser
don't
operada por
understand
meio
that
da lei,
the
nós
public
infelizmente
or the
não vamos
government
avançar.
machine
Nós não vamos
needs to
avançar
be
na
leveraged
política do
according to
acesso,
the
na
law. We are not going
capacidade
to
de
make
manter as
strides. We
crianças e
need
criar uma
to
perspectiva de
advance in
trajetória
terms of
adequada ao longo
access,
de toda a educação
capacity,
básica. Eu
keeping
brinco com o secretário de
children
educação
in a certain
que a cada
path.
vez que o
I
secretário de
always
educação
get
André
with
falar,
the
o meu
Ministry of
negócio é
Education
pedagógico, eu
whenever
não
they
gosto de
say, oh,
planejamento, eu não
I
gosto
need
de
to
comprar
talk
as coisas,
about
eu não gosto disso.
pedagogy, I don't want
Gente,
to do
os
the
números estão
planning.
mostrando aí
Well,
que
figures
pedagógico a gente
show
tem que correr
that
atrás,
we
porque a
have to go
desigualdade, André,
after the
ela só tem
pedagogy
crescido
because
nas 3
inequality
últimas
has
décadas
only
no
been
Brasil, quando a
growing
gente vai
in the
comparar
past 3
as
decades in
populações
Brazil when
mais
you compare
fragilizadas.
with
Portanto,
a
a
more
retomada e a garantia de
fragile
caminho
population.
muito sólido
So
para a
we
expansão e
need to
melhoria da qualidade da educação
resume
infantil
a solid path
passa
for the expansion and improvement of
atitudes
the
que nós
quality of
praticamos do ponto de
early
vista
childhood education,
da
and
estrutura
that
orçamentária em cada rede de ensino. Parabéns
requires
pelo evento, obrigado
the
pelo
structuring
convite.
of the budget in each school network. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak.
Fechamento com você, Valdir.
You close, Valdir. You close, Valdir.
Bom, queria também reforçar
Well,
muito o
I would
agradecimento.
like to
E
thank
assim, acho que
you
essa
for
oportunidade,
inviting
né,
me
de
as well,
ter esse diálogo
and
que
the
eu ouvi,
opportunity
e
of
isso também queria
having this
reforçar que é um
dialogue and
pedido
listening
constante,
to
assim, da
everyone.
secretária
And
Kátia pra gente, né, uma demanda dela é, vamos
our
tentar
secretary,
falar
Katia,
sobre
always
financiamento
says,
em
let's
linguagem
try to
pedagógica,
talk
né?
about
Isso
funding
não é
in
trivial,
pedagogical
né? Não estamos ainda
language.
conseguindo
It's
isso lá
not
pela
something
DIMAN, mas
easy. We
estamos
haven't been
tentando
able
fazer
to
essa
do
entrega, que é
that.
uma cobrança constante, uma demanda
We
constante,
have
né,
been
da
trying
secretária
to
Kátia, que eu
deliver
acho que
that.
dialoga muito com aquilo que a
And
gente
it
pensa lá na
has
diretoria
to
quanto ao
do
financiamento, que é o financiamento ele
with
precisa
the
estar a
funding.
serviço
The
do pedagógico,
funding
né?
needs to
A
be
gente
at
tem
the
que parar de
service
cobrar
of
das pessoas do
pedagogy.
pedagógico que elas entendam toda a
We need
complexidade
to
do
stop
financiamento, né? Elas têm, claro,
asking
que se preocupar com
educators
esse
to
tema, mas
consider
é uma
and
missão, acho que também do
understand all
financiamento
the
se traduzir, né,
funding
para
and
aquilo que é o
budgetary
objetivo, que é garantir
aspects.
política
I mean, we have to
educacional, né?
ensure
Também
educational
queria
policies through that,
reforçar
but
essa questão da
that's
lei,
not the role of
professor, porque o que
educators. And
acontece, né?
also,
A gente também, no governo federal, trabalha nos limites,
at
né,
the level of the
das
federal
normas. E
government,
tem
we
uma questão que eu
work
gosto de falar,
within
que é, nós,
the
tudo que a gente está
standards
falando
and
aqui
the
também
guidelines and
vai
the
significar
rules.
que sim,
So
precisa de mais recursos da educação. Talvez
we
não para
need
todas as
more
redes, talvez
resources in
algumas já tenham uma
education,
condição
perhaps
suficiente, mas
not
muitas
for all
precisam sim
networks,
de
but
mais recursos
many
para a educação.
require
E claro que tem
more
escolhas específicas, mas de modo
funding,
geral,
although not
né, de
all of
modo
them.
geral, o orçamento
And
da
in
educação já vai para a
general, the
educação, né?
budget
Seja no
for
MEC, seja
education
na Secretaria
goes
Estadual de Educação,
to
seja na Secretaria Municipal
education,
de
be
Educação.
it
Então
through
a gente
the
precisa,
Ministry of
retomando a pergunta
Education,
original, né, que é
be
o
it
que que a
through
gente
the
precisa
secretariats
priorizar.
of
Claro, a gente precisa fazer
education.
ajustes
So
de
we
lei,
need
né,
to
uma série de questões, mas a gente,
prioritize.
sobretudo,
We
precisa
need
priorizar a
to
educação por fora da educação,
prioritize
né? Porque
education
por dentro
outside
da
of
educação a
education,
gente só vai
because within
conseguir ter
education,
concorrência de
we
etapa
are
com
only
etapa, de esfera com
going
esfera,
to
e eu acho que a gente
create a
pode se colocar
competition between
pouquinho acima
areas
disso e
and
dizer, nós
levels. I think
precisamos
we need to go
priorizar a
above and
educação por
beyond and
fora
think
da
we need to
educação, né?
prioritize education
Então
outside
essa é
of
uma questão, e
education
eu
per
acho que
se.
isso também
I think that's a
vem muito
point,
com
and I
uma
think
questão,
that
quando você
has to
falou
do
lá
a
no
lot
início,
also
Mônica,
with
da questão
something you said in the beginning,
priorização ou da
Monica, when you
falta
talked
dela, né?
about
Eu acho que uma coisa que me preocupa muito é
prioritization
que às
or
vezes
the
a gente tem a
absence of
fala da priorização,
prioritization is that
mas na
oftentimes
hora
we
de
say
dar
we are
materialidade nas
prioritizing, but
grandes decisões,
when
essa
we think
fala
about the
fica, né,
major
não se transforma em
decisions,
priorização de
that
fato.
doesn't
Então acho que isso é
become
uma
an
coisa que a gente
actual
precisa
priority.
realmente,
So
né,
this is
se mobilizar
something
e
that we
transformar
need
a
to
prioridade
do. We need
declarada
to
em prioridade
mobilize
positivada.
you need to make a
Tá, Rita, muito
stated
obrigada.
priority
Obrigada, gente.
into a
Obrigada,
positive
Mônica, pela
priority.
condução. Obrigada,
Thank you,
André, Valdoir,
Monica. Thank you,
Carlos
André
Eduardo, pelas
Valdoir.
ricas
Thank
contribuições
you,
nesse
Carlos
nosso
Eduardo, for
simpósio.
all
E a
your
gente
very
percebe o quanto
enriching
essas trocas só
contributions. We
reforçam
quickly
a
realize how
importância de
much that
encontros como este, né?
reinforces the
Muito obrigada,
importance of
agradeço
meetings such as
vocês.
this. Thank you very much.
Podem voltar aos seus lugares, por
You can
gentileza.
take your seats.
E nós seguimos, porque teremos uma próxima mesa para vocês.
And we are
Mas
now
antes,
going to go into a next
tô olhando o
panel.
telão.
But before, let's take a look at our video here.
Melhor prevenir que remediar. Um país que não cuida
Prevention
das
is the best
pessoas desde
medicine.
pequenas colhe
A
violência
country
e
that
atraso.
doesn't take care of
Educação
children
infantil
from
é pilar
early
de uma
on
nação, pois
will reap
crianças que têm
violence
acesso
and
à
delay.
educação infantil de
Children who have
qualidade
access to
crescem mais
good
seguras,
quality early
fazem
childhood
melhores escolhas
education
e na vida
feel
adulta
more
se
secure,
afastam das drogas, do
safer,
álcool e
make
do
better
tabaco.
choices,
Resultado,
and get away from
menos
drugs,
casos de dependência
tobacco, and
química,
alcohol,
menos
less
prisões, mais saúde e
chemical
qualidade de vida.
issues,
Crianças mais seguras,
less
famílias mais
prisons,
fortes,
better health,
país
better
mais justo.
quality of life, children safer,
Educação
stronger
infantil,
families,
essencial para
a
as
fairer
crianças,
country.
decisiva
Early
para o Brasil.
childhood education is essential for children and decisive for Brazil.
Políticas públicas de qualidade exigem diagnósticos de qualidade.
Good quality
Produzir,
public policy
sistematizar,
require
usar e
good
divulgar dados sobre
diagnosis,
acesso,
producing,
infraestrutura, condições de
diagnosing,
trabalho,
infrastructure,
qualidade das interações
quality
e resultados
of
das
work
crianças.
and the
Sem
results
dados
with children.
consistentes, não há
Without
como
consistent
planejar bem,
data,
ajustar
there
rumos
is
ou monitorar
no
a
possibility
equidade.
of
A
doing
nossa
it
próxima
well,
mesa irá
adjusting the
examinar
path,
justamente o
monitoring
papel de
equity. Our
dados,
next panel is
evidências,
going to look at the
conhecimento
role of
científico
data,
na formulação
evidence,
e
and
implementação de
scientific
políticas.
knowledge
Vai mostrar
and
como a
knowledge
coleta e
in the
análise
formulation and
permitem
implementation of
identificar
policies,
lacunas,
how
planejar
the
ações,
gathering and
acompanhar
analysis
avanços
allows
e
you to
avaliar
identify
resultados.
gaps
Irá
and
discutir
follow
também
up on
caminhos para que
advances,
pesquisa e gestão
assessing
atuem em
impacts. We are
conjunto
going
na
to talk
tradução do
about
conhecimento
paths
em ação,
and
garantindo
research
acesso
that
com qualidade
translate
e equidade
into
para
knowledge
todas
in
as
action,
crianças.
bringing
E
quality
participam
and
dessa
equity
mesa
for
a
all
mediadora
children.
Filomena Siqueira Crauel.
Filomena Siqueira
Ela é
Cowell
diretora de projetos na Fundação
is
Bracell.
director
Ela é
at the
pesquisadora na
Bracell
área de
Foundation.
gestão
She's
pública
a
com foco em
researcher
educação.
and
Foi
public
diretora de
manager.
educação
She
do
has
Instituto
been a
Reúna,
manager of the
doutora em
Reúna
administração pública e
Institute. She
governo
has
pela
a
Fundação
doctorate
Getúlio
in
Vargas. Por
public
gentileza,
administration
Filomena, seja
and government by Getúlio Vargas Foundation. Welcome, Filomena.
Vamos também ao anúncio dos convidados, Ernesto Faria.
We
Ele
would
é
also like to
diretor,
invite
fundador de
Ernesto
Interdisciplinaridade e
Faria,
Evidências no Debate
Executive Director
Educacional
of
IED, e
IED,
dos criadores do
and
QEDU,
one
a
of
maior
the
plataforma
creators
de
of
dados
QEDU,
educacionais do país.
the
No IED
biggest
faz
educational
pesquisas e
data
estudos em
platform.
educação,
He
tendo como
does
temas
research
foco,
and
equidade,
studies
escolas
in
eficazes,
education,
matemática,
focusing on
indicadores
equity,
educacionais.
efficient
Bem-vindo.
schools, math, and educational indicators.
Convidamos também
Welcome.
Daniel
We would
Domingues
also
dos
like to
Santos,
invite Daniel
coordenador
Domingues dos
do LEPS e
Santos.
professor
He is
de
coordinator
economia
of
na
LEPS,
USP Ribeirão
professor
Preto,
of
com
economics
pesquisa
at
focada
USP
em economia da
Ribeirão
educação,
Preto. He
desenvolvimento
focuses
infantil
on
e mercado
economy
de
of
trabalho. Sua
education,
atuação
early
acadêmica
childhood
aborda temas
development,
como
and job
pobreza,
market.
capital humano
He
e
talks about
bem-estar social.
human capital, poverty, and social well-being in
Temos
his
também a alegria de
research.
chamar ao palco
It's also
Hilda
our pleasure
Linhares,
to call
diretora
to
de
the stage
avaliação
Hilda
da educação
Linhares.
básica
She's
no
the
INEP.
Director of
É
Basic
professora na
Education
Universidade Federal de
Evaluation
Juiz
at
de Fora,
INEP. She's
atua
a
em pesquisa
professor
sobre infância,
at Juiz de
linguagem,
Fora
formação de professores e
University.
avaliação educacional.
She
Foi
does
assessora da
research on
Secretaria de
early
Educação
childhood
Básica do INEP
education,
e coordenou programas de alfabetização na
language
educação infantil. É
teachers.
doutora em
She has a
educação pela
doctorate
PUC do Rio de
in
Janeiro.
education by the Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro.
E com contaremos ainda com a participação remota de
We'll
Anita Gea
also
Martinez
have
Stefani.
together with us,
Ela é
joining
diretora de
remotely,
apoio à gestão
Anita Gea
educacional na
Martinez
Secretaria de
Stephanie.
Educação Básica do
She
MEC.
is
Iniciou sua trajetória na Prefeitura de São Paulo
Director of
como
Educational
coordenadora de
Management at the
cooperação
Secretariat
internacional
for
e como
Basic
diretora
Education
da
of
Escola Municipal
MEC.
de Administração
She
Pública.
was
No
director
terceiro
at the
setor,
Municipal
passou por
School for
funções de
Public
liderança
Administration
no
in the third
Instituto
sector.
Natura e no
She
Convívio
worked
Educação.
at the Natura
Vale
Institute
lembrar, mais
and
uma vez, que se você
Convívio
quiser
à
enviar a sua
Educação. If
pergunta,
you'd like to
basta
ask
usar
a
o QR
question,
Code que vai
please use the
aparecer, eu
QR
não sei se
code
temos
that
essa
is
condição,
going
diretora,
to
de
be
aparecer o QR Code mais
showing
uma vez na tela,
on our
agora que nós
screen
temos
here.
a convidada. Por gentileza, os convidados me pediram para deixar tempinho maior
The
para
guests
que eles
asked
possam
us
ver o
to
QR
leave
Code.
it
Pode ser?
up a little
Tá aí, então,
longer
o QR
so
Code
that
para
we
você.
can read
Sejam
the
todos
QR
muito
code.
bem-vindos e ótima
Welcome
discussão para
everyone,
vocês.
and I wish you a great discussion.
Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone.
Prazer estar aqui com todos
It
vocês.
is a pleasure to be
A
here
gente vai
with all of
seguir
you.
nossa manhã de debate e
We are
agora
going to follow up
entrando
on
num
with
tema
our
que foi
morning
já
of debates,
explorado
talking about a
pouco,
topic
mencionado
that
na
has
mesa
been
anterior, que é
mentioned in
o que
the prior
fazemos com os
panel,
nossos
which is
dados.
what do we
Né?
do with our
Então,
data?
tem aqui o desafio nosso de
So we have a
organização,
challenge here,
sistematização,
which is
acesso,
to
coleta
organize,
dos dados,
systematize,
mas
gather
principalmente uso.
the
Como esses
data, but
dados
how we're
se
going to use the
transformam
data is the
em
main thing. How
conhecimento
does that
que se
become
transformam em
knowledge that in
políticas
turn will
públicas e
become
intervenções de
public
maior
policies
qualidade.
and better
Então, é
quality
nessa
interventions?
perspectiva que a
So
gente compôs essa mesa.
under
Com
this
muita alegria e
perspective,
honra,
we put
temos
together
aqui,
this
né, o
panel. It
Ernesto,
is an
Daniel, a
honor to
professora
have
Hilda e a
Ernesto,
Anita
Professor
virtual,
Hilda,
para
Daniela,
trazer
and
pouco
Anita
esse olhar
virtually
discutindo,
to
seja do ponto de
give us
vista da
an
academia, da
outlook,
produção de conhecimento,
be it
da
from the
produção de
academic standpoint, the
conhecimento
production
olhando
of
para a
knowledge,
prática, do ponto de
knowledge
vista
looking
da
at
gestão,
practice,
do que
from the
fazemos com
management
esses dados
standpoint,
para
what
melhorar
should
a
we do
qualidade
with
da
this
gestão
data
pública
to
e da
improve the
sociedade
quality of
civil
public
também,
management and
contribuindo
civil
com esse
society
processo
also
de coleta e uso dos
contributing
dados. Então,
with
para
this
iniciar
process
o nosso
of
debate, eu
gathering
vou
and
convidar
using the
o
data.
professor
So
Daniel
in
Santos
order to start
para
the debate,
trazer
I'm
as
going to
suas
ask Professor Daniel
considerações sobre o
Santos
tema.
to
Muito
make his
obrigada, Daniel.
considerations on this topic. Thank you very much.
Alô?
Daniel, the floor is
Bom,
yours.
acho que eu vou usar o...
Well,
Posso usar o púlpito?
can I use
Posso usar
the stand? Yes, thank you.
Bom, primeiramente, bom dia a todos.
Well, first of all, I would like to say good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Eduardo Queiroz for inviting me, and I would like to thank all the audience and the organization for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor. I didn't put together a PowerPoint. I actually had thought about the dialogue and the reaction to some of the elements that we have talked about here. I am a coordinator of IEPTs that has been around since 2011, studying different areas of education, such as early childhood education and early childhood education, elementary, middle, high school, and also educational practices. This is something that is very dear to my heart, and since I have come back to Brazil, I decided to participate in this public debate. And I just wanted to say how passionate I am about this agenda. Professor Dana was extremely apropos in her speech, talking not only about some of the discoveries of early childhood education in the international scenario, but also in the Brazilian context. But there is a piece of data missing when we look at the impacts of early childhood education into the future outcomes that we see. In Brazil, in the best studies that I've seen, the less vulnerable children are the ones that most benefit from going into early childhood education, which means we have an additional fact. early childhood education seems to simplify and not reduce inequality. And I think this is a very timely moment to talk about that, because in the recent review of the national quality parameters, the terminology equity among the references that we need to pursue from now on was one of the mainstays. And when we look at this issue, when we think about this specific and quite relevant fact, we think about the world, the rest of the world, and in the rest of the world, things are different. When the quality of the service is relatively equal, the more vulnerable are the ones that tend to benefit more. So either Brazil is quite different from the rest of humanity, or possibly we have an issue of quality that has not been very well measured in terms of early childhood education. So from this understanding, we started to become interested in this quality, and particularly how we can assess and document that fact, and how can we implement it. I mean, what are the elements missing so that we can continue with these discoveries? LEPIS has been dedicating itself to build instruments that allow us to assess different aspects of early childhood education and its quality. And one of the discoveries we've made is that indeed the quality of the service is quite unequal. And it's not only unequal because the richer people's children are in private school. It's because, you know, there's a huge inequality among the public networks. I mean, in a specific town, the possibility of an illiterate mother's child being on a specific classroom, that child will have double the probability of being in a classroom that's not supportive than the child of a woman that has more education. So we are not able to look at this inequality in the reference classrooms. I mean, are all children getting the same attention, the same level of care and tenderness? I mean, some colleagues were talking about, you know, having too much evidence. Well, perhaps we have duplicated evidence in some topics, but a lack of evidence in others. So we have to think about the using of evidence in our planning. I mean, we are doing things in automatic pilot, and we are not looking at all of the evidence. And when we look at that in terms of the learnings of what needs to be done in order to get more effective policies, we have seen some important discoveries. And I'm going to talk about some that are not my focus, just to tell you that they exist, and then I'm going to focus on some aspects. Certainly, we need to make education professional. We need to strengthen the school teams, also the management of schools, pedagogical coordination. We need to customize the professional identity to each territory. I think this is all part of a bigger need. We need to use the assessments that we already have in hand better to try to figure out things that we don't know much about. And thirdly, we need to value the curriculum. And I'm going to concentrate myself into exams and testing, which are quite central, pivotal in Brazil, since we decided to adopt the responsabilization policy that is one of the main mechanisms of incentive that we make use of. Is not only monitoring and ensuring rights, taking pictures of reality, but it is also a goal to be achieved, and if it's not quite clear, it's going to become problematic.
So what happens in early childhood education, in my point of view. I will talk about subjects that are quite touchy for all of us. Early childhood education is a segment that comes later in this process. And we can question if this should be included or not. But this is the model, not only in Brazil, but in different countries. And that's a way to organize a system and assure that arranging a certain method, schools may try to achieve their goals and serve each community. In Brazil, we have responsibilization, and maybe we haven't given many tools for them to go after the goals. But early childhood education is quite resistant to that. It's still quite refractory to the assessment, what and how to assess all that. And we have that dilemma. The assessment is one of the ways to establish before society which are the specificities of the segment. It brings the vision in a document, for instance, saying that the guidelines for us to conduct early childhood education is place and interactions. People ask, what are they? And in the assessment process, these statements become real. When we don't do that, not only we own a certain explanation to the society about what is the increment, especially in the context that early childhood education is mandatory. So if we don't tell a mother and a father what his or her child will gain, at the end we are creating an education or getting the person away for its rights without explaining what they will get as a return. And it's less clear which are the specificities we talk about. It reinforces the complaints that the rest of the system won't bring visibility and specificity. And on the other hand, it makes early childhood education pretty vulnerable to what other segments do. They are focused on creating assessment tools, and in the absence of a message that comes from early childhood education, what I see in most territories where we are in, the elementary education assessment mainly for the beginning of the segment. My first message is to say, in the Brazilian context in which these two, if we like it or not, is one of the most potent tools enforced, this silence is echoing. More and more, it's pressuring and it's being pressured. Early childhood education, we feel the pressure to meet the goals that come from the top down. Well, this would be an analysis that we have done in the group for the contemporary scenario, and this is to cause a debate. Having said that, what do we define as an assessment strategy? The assessment has to be subordinated to the curriculum. Brazil did something different, that was to outline our assessment system before being able to check the curriculum maturity. So it's pretty important to have this subordination, and above all, it's pretty important for the entire curriculum to be represented in the assessment. Not only part of that, otherwise managers will go after that and will reduce the assessment scope. Second thing, in education, the outcome is important. What is the purpose? Which transformation we expect with that child in such case? So, and also the process. How do you get to that outcome? Well, it's in the process that not only we reach the result we expect, but we understand if it's going to be a long-lasting result. if that willingness to learn from the child has disappeared, if the child was respected or not during the process. So we have concerned about process assessment instruments based on the direct practice of the teacher. And that has been pretty effective in the networks, not only to show a snapshot that is not optimistic, we still have a long list of challenges. So, for instance, there's no way of free playing with intention. 40% does not have a typical day or time to read with children, and many other elements. But when you start an assessment process, the change is fast, because the assessment not only has the power to take a snapshot, so evidences will inspire an action plan. It organizes the mind of people to what matters. And this has been a very important and potent instrument. We have checked that in different municipalities where we are, with substantial improvements in a short period of time. Last but not least, I would like to bring the profile of I would like to mention the analysis of the snapshot. It's impossible to talk about equality without analyzing these points. We need to use tools, but not to classify the child, to have stigmatized results or other terrible results, only to simplify that richness of early childhood education. So we have pathways in the assessment that may tackle these. However, in the absence of this type of tool, we won't be able to discover the distance that whites and blacks have, indigenous population and rural populations and urban populations have. And this is pretty difficult to tackle and to solve. In our case, we have developed instruments that are in the typical format of early childhood education. For instance, one of the assessments we have developed is called INAPI. It's a book in which we sit with the child and we tell the story, and then there are some challenges during the story, but we understand the depth and the intensity of the comments, so we understand the potentials there, and that the child is the protagonist and is also active in the process. Well, I ran out of time. I was pretty anxious to try to talk about other messages that were mentioned during the day. However, I will finish and we may continue the discussion during the debate. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel, for being on time and for bringing the elements of the assessment of the process and the result with such maturity. Now, Ernesto, please, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Bracell's invitation. It's very special to be here because I'm part of this movement, a movement that is trying to take the priority of the agenda to the early childhood education. It's amazing to have the ministry here, the Ministry of Education, the Department of Education. So we have been talking about that for 2 decades. Mainly when Heckman won the Nobel Prize, we started to talk about early childhood education as something pretty important that should be a priority. But we still have many challenges, we need partners, and that's what I'm going to talk about. I agree with what Daniel just mentioned. I understand all the data, and we have some evidences that are in front of our face about what we can do for early childhood education, but we can strengthen our education based on in face of some diagnosis. And that's what I'm going to talk during my conversation with you today. When we think about what we have about early childhood education, the data we have, and then we think about press, release, and service, well, we have numbers from 0 to 3 to 4 to 5, how many children are at school. And that's what we have so far. Maybe that's the data we look at. And in a certain way, this has to concern us. Early childhood education, if we compare the monitoring scenario with elementary education or higher education, well, we are behind. We are behind a little bit. And then I will draw a parallel. If we look to Brazil in the beginning of the 1990s, we were going through a moment studying assessments that we could do in large scale. We were testing the first SAERB, and many data from our demographics institute. We saw, okay, a conclusion of basic education based on IBGE data, literacy that was stated by families, if the child could write and read, and even when we talk about functional illiteracy, we had those children who had no elementary education. So we had this monitoring of the education, and we started to reflect which quality measures we could have. The early childhood scenario is pretty similar today. It connects to what Danielle mentioned, this fear of how to access early childhood education, and what is the percentage of students with a certain percentage and that education, and what is the relationship in relation to key points of the curriculum, books, the interaction between student and teacher. Well, we don't have these metrics because we are still learning. We have a lot of pilot studies and a certain difficult to measure in scales. Do we need observation? Should we have a questionnaire to help the metrics? Or should I check some data? And I'm not trying to minimize the effort here, but we have major advances in relation to the monitoring of early childhood education. But when I see this data, is this coming from IBGE? When we look at school service in Brazil, we get a data that is stated by the family, but we have a school census. We have the proof of those children who are enrolled, and we look to this based on a sampling from IBGE. And that comes from the fact that monitoring of childhood, early childhood education is not being the core of our departments. If it were the core, we would be based on the census, and we would ask for a certain check in relation to the population. I would cross data. And is there any mistake? Well, we have small municipalities, so the population estimation, well, but it's similar to what we do with SAEB. Look, we send back to the municipalities the school service numbers, and they may indicate any problem with the measuring. And then we have data in the state level is when education is the responsibility of the cities, the municipalities, and they are going to make this math. So we don't have a monitoring about what is the demand, what is the offer in relation to daycare. We don't have a good estimation from 0 to 3 and 4 to 5 years of age. And data we look is a little precise and in the state level. And that says, okay, we have monitoring, but we need to go even beyond with this monitoring in relation to early childhood education. And there I was only talking about service. We have PNAD parameter we need to take with further quality to the municipalities, but if we go beyond, more difficulties. We need to recognize the major advance that was in EPI to map childhood education in the basic education assessment at SAEB. There will be a timeline here, but since 2019 we have this monitoring, and it's important to have indicators. And I draw a parallel with the 1990s because this is a process that is starting, showing the responsibility is from the municipalities, and we have no municipality data, and we don't know what we should monitor, the didactics and everything. And it's pretty important to have specialists involved, specialists from early childhood education. We have many studies from Carlos Chagas Institution, many factors, many people adapting articles. We need a questionnaire at SAEB to reflect national and international perspectives. Well, of course, it won't be all. It's difficult to have a national monitoring, and many of these monitoring demand more care in relation to education. They require observation. Not only the questionnaire is enough, but what can we have that will help us? Not that there is no initiative. Monica mentioned this morning in Diki. It's a self-assessment that can be done by municipalities, by schools, by educators. But we need to think about the parameters we are going to have in order to monitor and understand what the educational sector has been effective on or not. So we move forward in relation to the sampling monitoring at SAEB. And it's important to understand that the census is necessary because those who generate early childhood education is the municipality level, but they need some feedback. Not to classify them, but to understand what's happening and maybe give some feedback to give more support in order to assure early childhood education quality. So, when we see, and I've started to talk about that in my previous slide, we have this issue that we need to reach, we need to go to municipalities, and we have some quality problems concerning information. Once we don't have the follow-up, and even with the concern from teaching networks, we have low participation from teachers, and then we have a higher level for the secretaries. But this is an indicator that is bringing a flashlight, but limited one. So to move forward in such monitoring and make it reach to municipalities is important. And besides SAEB, we have to have, well, we have to have a vision about what we should monitor in early childhood education. SAEB is part of that. We need to have indicators of the children's results. When we tried to do that, the results were frustrating. And I remember that 15 years ago, there was an experience of the ASK. That was an indicator that checks the early childhood education, bringing aspects of the childhood development in several aspects. And we had a lot of resistance, improper look of classifying schools through this score, but we need to understand what we are going to monitor in early childhood education. What do we have in SAEB's questionnaire? And also to fine-tune how we are going based on studies, provide guidelines and have normative assessment, as in DIC is a formative assessment. we need to create a vision. We have a lot of experiences, a lot of international experiences, studies, things tested here, but we need this vision.
Quero de novo falar da importância
And so
dos questionários
I
do
want to
SAEB,
talk
assim, de
again
serem construídos
about the
com
questionnaires
uma base científica e com muitos
being
especialistas
built
envolvidos.
with
Não que não seja
scientific
hoje, assim, mas
bases, with
bom,
many
dialogando com todos
specialists
esses
or
mapeamentos
experts
e indicadores
involved, talking
internacionais que a gente
about all of these mappings and
E aí eu vou
international
passar, né,
standards
para essa
that
minha
we now
parte
have.
final, abordar o que a gente
This
está
is the
fazendo
closing of
no
my
IED, fazendo em
lecture. I
parceria
want to tell you
com a
about what
Fundação
we are
Bracell,
doing
acho que
at
vários
IED and
parceiros
Bracell
nessa iniciativa
Foundation,
de
all the
levar
partners
mais
with this
indicadores
initiative,
para a sociedade do cenário da educação infantil. E aí, por meio
taking
do
more
PEDU, né, a gente
people
faz a gestão do
to
PEDU,
the early childhood
e,
scenarios. So
que é a principal plataforma
we
assim,
have
fora
Kedu, which
do
is
INEP, de
the
acesso
main
dos
platform
indicadores
outside of
educacionais
INEP
e muito
that allows
utilizada pelas redes de
access
ensino.
to
A gente está buscando
educational
facilitar
indicators.
essa
We are
visão de
trying
como
to
a gente está na
make it
educação infantil.
easier
Obviamente a gente fica
to
limitado
visualize or
aos
to view how
indicadores que
we
a
are
gente tem
doing
disponível,
in
mas
terms of
a
early
gente já pode
childhood
passar muito
education.
mais para a sociedade, apoiar muito mais as redes a
We
acessar os
can
indicadores que a gente
help
tem.
society
Obviamente, o
and
começo
allow
vai ter que
cities
ser
to
facilitando
access
esse
the
acesso em
different
relação ao cenário de atendimento
indicators
escolar.
we have. We are talking about the scenario of school support. We are organizing state data and thinking about how we're going to calculate it in the more truthful way for the municipalities. We are going to have to do this calculation, monitoring how many children from 0 to 3 years old, from 4 to 5 years old are in school in the different municipalities. INEP needs to be spearheading this effort so that we can look at those actual rates. And there are other aspects that should be monitored as well. Some things that are natural and that should be followed up that we already have at SAEB and that we can infer some results from. If the infrastructure is very poor, if we have to think about the different items that need to be ensured, sometimes even when we look at basic items, adapted bathrooms and children playgrounds, all of that needs to be considered when we think about the resources and fundraising, which was the previous panel. So we have to consider all of that and monitor all of that. Another dimension that is quite important and that needs to be talked more about is the number of children per classroom. This is a big issue that has to do with the funding because we need to ensure
na creche, na pré-escola, por esse desafio,
better
mais
funding.
difícil crianças pequenas você conseguir fazer a gestão de sala de aula.
And we would need to think about the number of children because it would be impossible to do it with a high number of children and not enough teachers for the children. Depending on the area of the country, that's an even bigger challenge. So all of that, all of those are issues that we need to be looking at in early childhood education. So in the following slides, I would have some data that you can look at SAEB and that we can document, but more than just plainly documenting, we need to look at what needs to be documented, and INEP needs to try and look for actions that are going to create good quality assessment.
A educação infantil ela precisa ter olhar mais
So early childhood education needs to have a more intentional outlook when we think about indicators and data monitoring. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Ernesto.
Thank you, Ernesto. Thank you for the excellent work that you have been doing at IED. So now, to segue with this conversation, we are going to call on Professor Hilda from INEP to continue our conversation. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank on my behalf and also on behalf of INEP for the invitation to be part of this panel. It is quite important that we have the possibility of establishing a dialogue and showing what INEP has been doing in terms of early childhood education, particularly the assessment of early childhood education. And I think Ernesto has given me a wonderful agenda, a wonderful timeline of what to talk about here. A lot of what I was going to say, Ernesto has already mentioned when we talked about SAEB's assessment in terms of early childhood education, and also when pointing out that in the case of INEP, which is a technical agency dedicated to the production of educational data and indicators, there are at least 3 offices that are dedicated to the production of data about early childhood education. We have DIED, which is responsible for our census, and through that census, they create data that's related to early childhood education. Another department that dedicates itself to the production of educational indicators, so DIRET and DIEB, which is the department for the assessment of basic education, elementary education, which is the department which I'm currently heading. So, as a starting point in my intervention here today, I would like to say that a lot of data is produced, a lot of diagnosis is produced, but I think it is important and necessary for us to advance in the sense that this data should be translating into adequate information, accessible information to those who, way down the line, will be creating public policy, who's heading public policy. They are planning and implementing public policy. And I think, first and foremost, this is our biggest challenge. As in EPI, that's what we have been trying to face. With these 3 departments, how do they cooperate, creating mechanisms so that these large quantity of available data, which is produced annually, can translate into accessible and adequate information? That has to do with the creation of that data, but also with the dissemination in a timely fashion, something that can be understood by the different audiences, because this is also a point that needs to be considered. Data that is created not only in terms of early childhood education, but the other stages, they all have different interlocutors. So people who are spearheading public policy, families, the community at large, professors and teachers, they demand different ways to appropriate themselves of this data. Now, talking specifically about DAEB, that is related to SAEB for early childhood education, there are some important elements that should be taken into consideration. The assessment of early childhood education within a system of assessment of elementary education, such as it is SAEB, faces some important challenges, some of which have to do with the specificity of that stage of education. Because when we talk about early childhood education, We are talking about a stage of elementary education which curriculum articulates around two main axes, which are interactions and play.
Nos encontramos diante de uma etapa
And in that, we are also facing a stage where we have two different contexts. Contexts in terms of early childhood, which is daycare, and then the actual preschool. That should be considered when we think about an assessment of early childhood education in a broader sense. Some other challenges have to do with the nature of the assessment of basic education, even though SAEB
de instrumentos de avaliação contextual
counts with many tools of assessment, which are basically the questionnaires, and also different tools for cognitive assessment, which are different cognitive testing. These last are the ones that end up becoming more visible and also are the ones that create more challenges given the funding issues. So cognitive testing are generally the more tangible phase of SAEB's assessments and evaluations, where the results of the teaching processes are best assessed in terms of what has been learned. When we talk about early childhood education, we think that this assessment of outcomes or of different challenges pertaining to educational practices, they need to count on instruments that are capable of a different approach of the subjects in basic education, an approach that allows us to contemplate this integral way of learning and developing in rhythms that are unique to each group. So this is a major challenge from the methodological and technical standpoints, because you need to dialogue with the different concepts and that are comprised in the legislation. In SAEB's trajectory for early childhood education, as proposed by Ernesto, we have 3 editions that have already been carried out and a 4th edition that's going to be happening in 2025. So for 2019, we had that as a pilot study that was done by sample. All SAEB's editions have been done by sample. In 2021, there was a 2nd edition after the pandemic, then 2023, and now in 2025. So we have a SEAB application that is a little changed in comparison to the previous versions, that try to deal with some of the limitations that have been pointed at by Ernesto, and which are quite natural if you think about SAEB's assessments. First of all, we need to talk about expanding the sample, which would allow us to create results in municipalities with over 15,000 children enrolled. We know that's still impossible because the number of enrollment is still lower than that, but the idea is for us to expand this plan, showing the possibility of looking at a broader municipality list. So that should be happening in 2025, and also a change in terms of how those questionnaires are going to be available to the respondents. Before, we had a questionnaire that was sent to the deans at the schools, and they would pass that down to the teachers. Now we are going to be able to approach the teachers directly through a platform that they are going to use to respond to the tools. So our idea is to work with a limitation in the number of respondents, making those responses more significant in terms of figures, having more teachers, principals, deans responding to the tool, to the instrument, generating a more consistent piece of information also. Furthermore, INEP has established a work group geared towards thinking about the structure of early childhood education within the environment of SAEB. Daniel is part of this work group, and we are also mobilizing different INEP departments. We are pointing them towards this dialogue so that we have not only a restructuring of the instruments that assess early childhood education, but also we would like to see greater integration between what is being done at INEP today and the way how we contemplate this stage in the different diagnostic actions, data production on Brazilian basic education. I would say that the main challenge faced by this work group nowadays is precisely having to build this broader understanding about what the big early childhood task in education would be in comparison to the other stages. I mean, how do they place in the first stage of basic education, and how do the daycare and preschool take over specific functions or specific roles in this broader sense, which is the human development throughout basic education.
How is it possible, and maybe childhood education has an important contribution for repositioning the debate about educational assessment focused on this moment of history in products. So through assessment, it is possible to generate a diagnosis that is broader about the curriculum and how it is lived by adults and children who are part of the interaction in early childhood education institutions. This takes us to the subject of the practices. How is it possible to build instruments that allow us to observe these practices, to understand how the quality is made in such interactions, and mainly, how is it possible to share knowledge with those who are at the end? So I believe that the major challenge for this working group is how can we advance in this direction, and how is it possible to strengthen this perspective of a certain assessment of early childhood education that can contemplate aspects that are not present in diagnosis.
Mas como é possível fazer
But
isso
how is it possible to do in a partnership and collaboration with the networks?
nosso entendimento também
Because our understanding
fortalece
is that by one side, it strengthens the perspective of assessment and also has a formative role for those who are at the other end, making early childhood education in their everyday life. We have some important elements to continue with our conversation, and I thank you all for the opportunity.
Bom, muito obrigada, professora Hilda.
Thank you, Hilda. I'm pretty anxious to see the outcomes of this working group. I believe there will be some challenging but important questions to have early childhood education success. And I'm going to call Anita, who will bring a perspective of the assessment, the monitoring, the management at the Ministry of Education and Culture. Is she online?
Não?
No?
Oi, Anita.
Hello, Anita. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to greet my colleagues on stage. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the event, and it's amazing to hear all of you. Due to time, I'm going to be quite objective, bringing a perspective from the basic education department in relation to educational management based on early childhood education. And I've heard the previous table, Professor Sanches, Valdoir, and they brought a lot of financial aspects, and we know that we can't manage without cash. And Daniel, Ernesto, they talked about data, infrastructure, context, as well as assessment. I will ask you to share my presentation. I brought a couple of slides showing that the Ministry of Education, in relation to early childhood education, we are working in a very integrated and transversal way with the collaboration of teacher Rita. She inspired us always, and under the leadership of Alexandro Santos, who's the DPDI manager. Can you see my presentation? Well, I decided to bring two pieces of information to share with you, mainly trying to bring some actions that the Ministry of Education and Culture has, considering data and considering what municipalities can do to improve the model, not only in the entire education, but here, our subject, the early childhood education. So this was launched in 2007. Everybody knows, but this year, last February, we had the new PAR as a tool to support city managers to prepare executive plans for education, focusing 4 years, focusing in objectives, indicators, goals related to the national plan. We are waiting for the new educational plan, and PAR will have a dialogue with that. But as an instrument, so the entities, municipalities, will be able to have good diagnosis that most of the time they are spread. We have SAEP, IBGE, we bring them all. And from this diagnosis, we can think and agree on an action plan for the following years. Next, please. Well, I don't need to bring the entire history. It's here since 2007. We had ups and downs, but it was a game changer in the relationship of what the federal government and the Ministry of Education and the FNDE could dialogue and serve municipalities and states with the support and in the technical side and in financial side. We had a lot of advances in relation to infrastructure, investments in equipment under the PAR. But we had some changes in funding, in management inside the federal government, and the PAR, that it was PAR 4, that finished last year, it lost a little bit of its credibility. So we try to uptake that, and mainly the centrality of a supporting tool and the strengthening of all parties to run a good diagnosis and planning, educational planning. And here is our schedule. We launched it in February this year. Then we had the diagnose stage. Most of them are data that us from the federal government gather, and we present as panels to all the entities. We have many on early childhood education. For those who had no opportunity to explore, we are in 99.5%. And those that prepare the diagnosis, but we have a lot of data. And the idea is that to become a tool that will empower managers about their realities and challenges based on official data. And now, September, we launched the planning phase, that is to define objectives, goals, and actions. Later, that will go up to the end of the year. And from the end of the year on, we are going to open the execution phase for eventual support that the Ministry of Health will offer to all the entities so they can comply with the plan. Keeping in mind that the action plan of the municipality belongs to the municipality, and it's not only what they want to do that depends on MEC, the Ministry of Health and Education and Culture. And here, go for many enters because I believe it's hidden with an animation. Next one. Oh, yeah. Too much. Yeah. So what is the novelty here talking about early childhood education? When planning, we have from the Ministry of Education to all entities a menu of objectives and intermediate objectives. We have 36 ones and 60 that are intermediate that the entities will be able to choose which objectives are those that relate to their reality, to what they offer, to what is available as advancing points for management. After all these objectives, we bring 71 reference indicators. So we have indicators. We have the current status, the last measurement from 2024, and the entity, when planning objectives, they get committed with quantitative goals for the following 4 years. Well, where do I want to get? And besides that, how am I going to do that? And then we have some actions. Such actions were built together with the technical areas at the Ministry of Education. So Professor Rita and the entire COGEI team managed for us to understand which were the intermediate indicators and which actions that all the entities should meet. And the entity will specify, will choose the action, how to do that. And we put some objectives as mandatory ones. They don't need to plan all these 86. That's not the idea for everyone to plan everything, but some are mandatory. And first childhood is among these mandatory things. So we have two results, objectives related to early childhood education, and some intermediates that relate to that, just like infrastructure, well, conditions of offers as a whole. Next, please. Another one, please. In this phase of diagnosis, the dashboard, we have many dashboards in the new PAR, and they help the entity to look at data in a more digested way. What Ernesto showed, and the provocation of Professor Hilda, how we managed to look and understand and act based on this that the municipalities have. So we are chewing all information. We know that ANEP is part of the group, and they put some traffic light there and everything. And we also make some choices. And in early childhood education, and all the characteristics were pretty important, because from such parameters we were able to put as if those were references for the municipalities based on some data sets that we can collect from INEP and so on, from questionnaires they respond inside the website. We have an indicator to help them in this analysis. So besides the results indicators that INEP have, we built a service ratio. We also have that the pain from the municipalities, which are the service levels they should consider. We proposed a methodology for that, and some indicators that we have created in the new PAR, synthetic ones to support the requirements of prioritization. And I would like to bring which were, well, two of those indicators. Next slide, please. We created some synthetic indicators for offer condition. We have more others like transversion, people management, digital transformation, among others, but I'm highlighting those two. Daycare offer conditions and preschool offers. And what do we have for each indicator? So this table was built by the early childhood education, and we added some information that come from the school census and also other bridges, and we put from 0 to 10 to 0 to 1, sorry, to set a context. So how can I do that? And so on. And for each part, we had different weight from what is more strategic from the early childhood education point of view, and what we have moved forward most of the time in Brazil, and some that are efforts on the midterm. Just like the proper number of children per teacher, the number of teachers who have a proper training, and this is all validated in the early childhood education coordination, aligned with quality and equality that are set for early childhood education. And the same thing for preschool, other elements, other points, but also in the same logic of a synthetic indicator to bring information for the conditions of offer for preschool. And we have a last one. That here, it's a little bit about how we have this response. We had 90 9.5% of all municipalities who have answered. They not only answered, but they are looked to data as a diagnosis, and now they are planning. And here we have some information, some pieces of information. When we look the number of daycare and preschool, we see how it is, and we grouped by region, but we can think about many snapshots: size of the municipality, number of schools, the type of offers, the matters of race. Well, we have a lot of things that we can use, and due to time restraints, I didn't bring. But this is to help and the municipalities and look and plan and probably action to improve the offer condition indicators, besides the results that were already mentioned previously, all the limitations and possibilities that do exist. This is my last slide, and you may remove my presentation. And I would like to share something extra with you. All data are, well, the idea is to empower the municipality as an actor that needs to be more and more trained to understand data and make decisions and plan based on such data. And us, the Ministry of Education, will technically support, of course. And following that, the idea is to make data available in an open manner, so this can be followed from the diagnosis point of view as well as planning. Soon we are going to have, in the next months, the municipalities are finishing their planning, and we will be able to understand the planning of each municipality based on the purpose of early childhood education. So this is pretty important for us to help municipalities to set priorities and to give responsibility to what we want to achieve as a country. And the other subject that I wanted to mention that relates to data, and mainly major pain, that is access to daycare from 0 to 3. We are launching it, CONACAE and the Digital Government project. We are opening a system to support the municipalities when managing their demand for daycare vacancies. This is a need. We have bills that inform and say that we need this to be spread, how the queue exists and how it's organized. And we developed in the Ministry of Education how the municipalities will be able to work and manage this queue, and how they are going to serve based on the legislation. So for that, we are setting some dialogues with control agencies, public ministry. So those who work this system, the queue has to be respected. We know that legal injunction gets in the way, mainly for the right of the spot, not only by the one, mainly for those who are really in need of this help. So this is some of the new stuff that the Ministry of Education has led, always with Rita and Alexandra, but us from the department here, we can help with a certain part of it.
Bom, muito obrigada, Anitta.
Thank you, Anita.
Eu acho que é mais fácil a gente solucionar
I think
aquela
it's
equação do
easier for
Fundeb
us
que o
to
Valdir colocou na
solve the
tela do
Fundeb
que a equação do
equation
tempo
that
em
Valdomir
painel.
has
Então, não
on
vamos
the
ter tempo
screen
para
than
perguntas.
the
Peço
issue of time
desculpas
in our
e vou
panel.
pedir
We are not
minuto
going
de
to have
consideração
time for
final para
questions. I'm going
vocês.
to ask you to do your final considerations in
começarem, por
under a
favor,
minute,
Inácio.
please.
Bom, queria agradecer de novo, dizer que mais uma vez, sempre aprendo com a Hilda, com o Ernesto, com a
I would
Anitta.
like to say that I
Prazer estar com vocês aqui.
always
Acho que o tema da avaliação
I
é
always
tema
learn
espinhoso,
so
como falei
much from
na minha fala,
everyone.
mas que precisa ser endereçado.
There's
E também
something
queria reforçar essa outra impressão que eu
that I
tenho, né,
want to
de como criar
reinforce,
demanda pelo
how
uso dos
to
dados
create
na elaboração, no
demand
planejamento das nossas
in
políticas, né?
the
Eu acho que em
planning
educação a
of
gente
our
não tem algo
policies.
como
I mean, I
a
think
Embrapa ou a
in terms
Fiocruz,
of
certo?
education,
organismo de planejamento, de política
you know, with
que
Embrapa and
consiga,
Fiocruz,
talvez
we
o
don't
INEP,
have
né,
a
tivesse sido
thing of
idealizada para ser esse lugar em algum
planning
momento, mas acho que hoje em dia a própria avaliação, né, que acabou
of
ocupando
policy.
muito esse espaço.
I mean,
E isso torna também, né, quer dizer,
I think
fazer política baseada em evidência é um baita desafio,
actually the
né, porque
assessment is done,
precisa se
so
tornar cultura. Caso contrário, fica
the
pouco no vácuo, né? Acho
policy
que, tem ainda um pouco de desafio de produzir mais
is
dados, mas
going
muito de
to need to
desafio
be
de
based on
aprender a usar esses
evidence, and
dados
that's
para
all
ter
a
políticas
big
duradouras, assim,
challenge
né, que
because
não
we
mudem
need
a
the
todo momento.
data to
Mas
create
queria agradecer de
policy.
novo.
I just
Muito
wanted to
obrigado.
thank you very much for the invitation to be on this panel. Thank you.
Não, quero aproveitar esse tempinho só para trazer três pontos que eu separei
I
aqui.
think
Não,
we
primeiro
just need to talk
é muito
about
bom
3
saber desses planos
points.
relatados
First
aqui
of
do
all,
INEP e do MEC.
I
Acho que
think it's
você é uma das pessoas
okay
que
to
anseia
have
por esse
this
SAEB
planning
mais
reported
ampliado
here
na
at
educação infantil,
INEP or
então é importante,
MEC.
fico feliz
I'm one of the
em ver essa visão de
people
vocês. E também ver o que a
who
Anitta
believes that SAEB is
trouxe aqui, né, de
broader
tentar
than
apoiar
just
no
early
olhar de
childhood
dados,
education.
evidências
I'm happy to see
as redes
this
municipais
vision
serem
of
mais
yours,
norte, né,
and
para tomada de
also
decisão em
Anita
educação infantil.
gave us a look onto
E aí
the
eu queria só
evidence
trazer
and the municipal networks, particularly the ones more at the
alguns pontos. Acho
north,
que primeiro
in
de
terms of the
a
decision
importância
making
de
regarding
esforço que
early
está sendo
childhood
feito
and
no
education.
âmbito do PAR
Well, the
chegar em alguma
importance
medida para o
of
debate
this
público,
effort being
porque a
done
gente precisa
at
construir uma visão
BARP
de que são
to
4, 5 coisas que
become
a gente tem que
a
olhar.
public
E
debate,
tendo a
because there are
participação,
4 or
né, acho que
5
assim,
things
imagino que
that
já
we
esteja
need to
acontecendo no
look
diálogo do
at,
INEP, mas tendo a
and
participação talvez desse comitê que está
perhaps
olhando
a
para a educação infantil
participation
no
of
âmbito do
this
INEP,
committee
porque
that's looking
essas
at early
tomadas de decisão, né,
childhood
definir peso de forma
education within
arbitrária, e
INEP,
pontos vai
because you
talvez
know
repetindo
the arbitrary
né,
weight of
colocando os
things and
efeitos
how
talvez não
you're
da forma
going
mais
to
adequada num
repeat
indicador
things
sintético.
and
Então, assim, eu acho que esse envolvimento
the
técnico é muito importante,
having
definir
of
talvez 3, 4
effects,
coisas que a gente quer que a
defining 3
sociedade
or 4
saiba.
things that we want
Isso me parece algo bem
society
importante.
to know
E eu não queria
seems
só,
quite important
então eu
to
queria
me.
falar tanto de
So
envolver
I wanted
esse
to
comitê
talk
nessas ações
about
também do PAR,
involving the committee
e esse
into
olhar
the
para o
PAR
debate público. E o
actions and
terceiro
looking
ponto,
at the
eu não
public
queria perder a
debate.
provocação
And
que o
the
André
third
trouxe na
point
mesa
is
anterior, de
I don't
a
want to
gente
miss
pensar esses dados,
Andre's
esses indicadores em prol da
provocation.
equidade.
We need to think
De
about this
fato, né,
data
assim,
and
o
indicators
atendimento, as
in face of
condições,
equity.
assim,
I mean,
os vulneráveis sofrem muito mais na educação infantil. Então, o olhar de dados tem que ser pensado para isso, para a
so
gente
the
combater
data
as desigualdades
outlook needs
porque
to
senão
be thought
o
out
gap dos
to
alunos
fight
vulneráveis já no começo do
inequality.
ensino fundamental vai ser
Otherwise,
muito grande.
the gap
Obrigado
for
de novo
vulnerable students
pela
is
mesa e
going
pelo
to be
convite.
even greater. Thank you so much for inviting me to the panel.
Bom, eu também gostaria de agradecer
I would also
mais uma
like
vez,
to thank you
dizer,
once
Ernesto, que
again
esse
and to say,
desafio de
Ernesto,
você
that the
estabelecer
challenge
as
of
prioridades, né?
establishing
Quais são as 4,
priorities,
5
I mean, what
coisas
are
que
the
são
4 or
fundamentais?
5 things that
É
are
o grande
really
dilema quando se
paramount?
trata de
This is the
construir
biggest dilemma
uma
also
avaliação,
when
né?
you
Seja ela
try
qual
to
for,
build some sort of
porque
assessment.
há sempre uma
Because
ideia,
there
uma
is
pretensão de se
always
olhar
an
para tudo,
idea
né?
or an
Naquela ideia de que
intention
tudo
of
é
looking
importante,
at
sim, mas
everything,
algumas
because
coisas
everything is
dentro de
important.
tudo que é
But
importante,
yes,
algumas coisas são
within everything that is
indispensáveis, né?
important, some
Então,
things
realmente, esse é
are
grande
some
desafio,
things that we
o que
cannot do away
priorizar,
with.
né?
This is
No
the
que
challenge.
colocar
What should we
o foco,
prioritize?
o que
Where
iluminar
should
de
we
forma
focus?
mais
What should we
evidente.
highlight?
Então, acho que esse é um desafio do GT
I think
também,
this
porque
is the
eu penso
work
que
group's challenge
até por
also,
conta de nós
because I
termos
think
essa lacuna,
that
né, no que
because
se
we have that
refere
gap,
a uma avaliação da educação infantil,
regarding an
há
assessment
dados
of early
sobre o
childhood education,
atendimento, sobre as
regarding
práticas, às
data
vezes há
about the
expectativa de
care,
se
about the
abarcar
practices.
muitas coisas.
I mean, we are
Então, é
always trying
desafiante
to
fazer
get a
escolhas
lot of
e
things,
boas
so it's very
escolhas, né?
challenging
Eu acho que
to
essa
make
é a
choices, to make
grande
good
tarefa
choices. So
desse
this
GT,
is the main
fazer
task of this
boas
work group.
e escolhas coerentes, boas
Making
escolhas,
good,
escolhas
sound
coerentes
choices,
e consequentes, né?
sound
Então, acho que
choices that
essa já é uma
are
boa
of
pauta para o
consequence.
trabalho desse
I think
GT.
that is a
E
good
que eu também, Ernesto,
agenda for the
tenho muitas
work
expectativas em relação a ele, né?
of
Todos temos. E estamos
all
todos
of
muito
that.
empenhados em que isso realmente gere boas consequências.
We're all very much
Obrigada, professora.
engaged into having that
Anita, por favor,
have
em
the best
minuto, suas
consequences
considerações
possible.
finais.
Anita, in 1 minute, your final thoughts. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for the invite and reinforce, and I think all my colleagues from the Ministry of Education have already talked about that, but you know, we have been doing a lot for basic education, elementary education, but we need to put a lot of energy in early childhood education. We need to think about that beyond the government. And I would like to reinforce that we need to help the different municipalities. They are the ones responsible for early childhood education, and we are not going to be able to do what we need just thinking about, you know, federal government, third sector. It's about the implementation on the day-to-day, of course.
Aí, muito obrigada. Grande painel.
Thank you so
Obrigada
much.
a
What a
todos
wonderful
vocês.
panel.
Filomena, Ernesto,
Filomena,
Anita,
Ernesto,
Daniel e
Anita, and
Realmente um momento
Ailda.
muito especial, um diálogo claro,
Such an
objetivo e
important
necessário acima de
moment,
tudo.
very
Mais uma salva de
objective,
palmas,
very
muito obrigada.
necessary. Please give them all a hand.
Parabéns, obrigada. E quando as peças do sistema não conversam,
What
a
happens
maior
when the
afetada
pieces in
é
a
a
system
criança.
don't work
Coerência
and they don't
sistêmica
talk
é
to
fazer
each other?
currículo, formação,
Systemic
avaliação,
coherence is about having the
financiamento e gestão
curriculum,
trabalharem na
assessment,
mesma direção para que
funding,
acesso e
everything
qualidade
working around the
avancem
same
juntos,
direction so that
inclusive nos
everything can
territórios mais
progress
vulneráveis.
together
olhar,
and
nós vamos agora
vulnerable
à palestra da
territories also.
professora
So now we are
Susan
going to
Harriet
hear
Furman.
from
Ela
Susan
vai
Harriet
falar sobre
Furman.
como
She's
construir
going to be
sistema
telling
educacional
us about
coerente,
how to build
capaz
a
de gerar
coherent
resultados
educational
duradouros
system
com
capable of
equidade.
creating
Eu tenho a
lasting
alegria e a honra de
results
apresentar,
with
então,
equity. So
remotamente
it is my
Susan
great
Harriet
honor
Furman. Ela é
to
professora
introduce you
emérita da
to
Universidade de
Susan
Columbia,
Harriet Furman. She is
ex-presidente
an
do
emeritus
Teachers
professor
College
at
da
Columbia
Universidade de Columbia
University,
e fundadora do consórcio
and
para
she is the
pesquisa em
founder of
políticas
the
educacionais.
consortium for
Foi também
research in
diretora da
educational
Graduate School
policies.
of
She was
Education da
also
Universidade da Pensilvânia. Possui
director
PhD em
of
ciência política e
the
educação
School
pela
of Education
Peters
at
College,
Pennsylvania
com pesquisas focadas em
University.
qualidade
She
da pesquisa
focuses her
educacional,
research on
responsabilidade na
educational
educação,
quality,
relações
responsibility in
intergovernamentais
education,
e
intergovernmental
reformas
relation,
baseadas
and
em
reform
padrões.
based
É
on
autora de
standards.
diversos
She
livros sobre
is the
política e
author
financiamento
of
educacional
several
e
books
integra
in
conselhos de
policy
importantes
and
organizações
education, and she's
educacionais.
part of the
Susan,
board
welcome,
of many
bem-vinda.
important institutions. Welcome. Welcome, Julia. We can hear you, Susan.
officials or state officials rarely take away old policies when they pass a new one. And you have all the policies stacked up like geological strata, and very often they conflict. So you have a new policy that sets off in a new direction, but the old policies remain. And you can have incredible incoherence because of that. And just an example that I use is that you can say that you want much more ambitious curricula in the school, more ambitious teaching, but you don't do anything about the qualifications for teachers, about what is necessary to get them to be licensed as a teacher or hired in a school. And therefore, you have the old policies about teaching with the new policies about changing their curriculum on top. And it's all like layers of rock that solidify, and they don't necessarily reinforce one another. So that's why when we look at policy as it takes place, when we go to schools and visit after a policy has been promulgated by a level of government, and when it finally reaches the school level, we always find great variation. I mean, the old joke is that a third do better, a third do worse, and a third are about the same. And that's pretty much true because we have all these old policies in the way, and we have all the different layers of government filtering the messages. So it's very hard to achieve good implementation on a large scale. Could I have the next slide? So it's quite clear that policies are going to be more effective if other policies reinforce them. I used the example before about ambitious curriculum guidelines, improving the quality of the curriculum, the standards of what's expected of children, but not dealing with old policies about teacher qualifications, which mean that the teachers may not be able or have sufficient knowledge or sufficient practice or sufficient experience to enact the new policies as the policymakers desired. Back in the beginning of our implementation studies at my policy consortium, we went to various states that had enacted very ambitious policies, like 4 years of math and 4 years of English required for high school when it had only been 3 years or 2 years before. But what did we find? That some of these courses that required were meaningless. They had math in the title, but they weren't more ambitious. And that was because the tests that students were taking for admission to college, or something like that, we have a little different in the United States, but the tests that students were taking didn't change. So people were using old material so the students would do well on the existing tests, and they weren't including the new material that policymakers had envisioned. So when new policies are layered on top of old policies, the old policies remain, and with all the layers of governance, you know that it's very difficult to achieve coherence. Could you, next slide, please? So given the complexity, what can be done? And my next two lessons are focusing on that. The first thing is that policymakers have to think about not only the content of the policy, new curriculum, new guidelines, what they want to achieve, but they also have to think about the formation of the policy, how it's supposed to take effect. And policies can be of different types. They can be mandates where they say you have to do something. They can be incentives where they say we're going to give you some money if you do something. Or they could be capacity building, which is that we're going to teach you how to do something because we know that if we just say do it, you won't really do it. So policymakers have to think about the form that the policy takes, not just what the policy is aimed at. A mandate implies that you have all the information you need in order to comply. The best example of a mandate is a speed limit on a highway. If it says so many kilometers, per hour, so much speed, you read that sign and you know how to comply. You know that you're supposed to go slower and you're not to exceed the speed limit. That's a mandate. That's easy. You know what to do. It's hard to imagine a policy aimed at improving schooling that has all the information that you need to comply within it. That policy is going to depend on a lot of people having a lot of other information necessary to comply. So mandates are hard. And policymakers would be wise if they thought of them as not the first step that they take, but the last step, after they see that the system has built up sufficient knowledge to comply to a mandate. Incentives are grants and used very frequently in all around the world where the government says, we will give you some money if you do something, because they know that the school needs some extra reason to do something, that it just won't ordinarily comply, and that extra money will help. It will be an incentive, a reason to do something. That's tricky too, because very often a grant will say, we'll give you the money if you do X, Y, Z, but then it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way to X, Y, Z. And the more strings, the more factors that are attached to getting the grant, the more it becomes like a mandate. It's no longer an incentive, but it's got so many strings that it becomes a mandate. So the policy approach that is too infrequently taken is capacity building. And this is where the government says, we want you to do something very hard, like improve the quality of education for 4-year-olds, drastically, ambitiously improve the quality of education for 4-year-olds. But we know that you don't know how to do this automatically. And just because we give you some guidelines, we know that you haven't done this before, you haven't worked out what it means for every day, every lesson, you haven't worked out what it means for what teachers need to know. And we are going to invest in capacity building. We're going to do a lot of teacher professional development. We're going to provide curriculum guidelines. We're going to provide materials, which are an important part of capacity building, materials that are coherent with the policy, that are closely aligned. We're not going to just say to you, go on the web and find materials, but we're going to give you materials that are worthwhile for this policy. Or we're going to, if we have an internet-based system of finding materials, we're going to curate them. So we're going to say which ones are most likely to lead to good compliance to this policy. So this capacity building costs a lot of money, and it's more long-term. And it's hard for policymakers to turn to it because they have short terms. They have a term of 4 years, 2 years sometimes, maybe 8 years, 2 terms. They have short terms, and capacity building is a very long-term endeavor. And policymakers want to take some credit for a new policy, so they very often don't want to invest in something that won't become real until they're out of office. Next slide, please. I think the most important lesson is that thinking about implementation, thinking about what instrument should you use? Should it be a mandate? Should it be capacity? What design should you use? Thinking about how each level of government is going to work on this. Thinking about how old policies conflict and may not be coherent. Thinking about, do people have all the resources that they need? All those things should be thought of from the very beginning. A policy that just says, do something, or even a policy says, we're going to give you so much money to do something, but hasn't thought through how this is actually going to take effect, is much less likely to really have an effect. So implementation has to be thought of from the very, very beginning of a policy, from the design. And I realize that this is not very realistic, given policymakers' busy lives and their short terms, but obviously this is the ideal, thinking about implementation from the beginning. And unfortunately, many policymakers don't have enough knowledge about how the system works, what actually happens in classrooms, how it filters down through states and municipalities, how old policies that are there existing and they don't remove them may conflict with the new policy. And they don't know, they rush through to make a policy and they want to be able to claim that they have this new policy and they don't think sufficiently about implementation from the very beginning. In the US, we have a term for basic level courses. You go to college in the US, you take English 101, Chemistry 101, French 101. And if I could design a course on implementation and call it Implementation 101, it would mean that we would teach policymakers that they have to make sure the capacity exists, that they have to build it, that they have to sequence policies realistically. What comes first? What's going to come next? What's going to come after? We can't do everything at once. They have to develop feasible timelines. Some things take a long time. They have to examine the existing policies to see if they conflict. They have to remove contradictory signals. They have to provide the coherent resources to make sure that this policy actually takes effect. And all this means that after a policy is enacted, particularly a federal level policy, very far from the schools where it's actually going to happen, we have to look at how it is taking effect at each stage. We have to study it as it goes along. We have to look at the data, and we have to be willing to change things as they go along, because we can't just assume that because policymakers say so, it's going to happen. So thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Susan, for your presentation. We don't have time for questions, sorry. Quero avisar a plateia que nós não temos.
So we have no questions for Q&A due to our delay. And I would like to thank Susan for being here, sharing her knowledge with us. And I would like to ask for a round of applause to Susan.
Muito obrigada, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after an intense morning of reflections and exchanges about how early childhood education is important for life and strategic for economy and decisive for Brazil, we are going for our lunch interval. The return of simultaneous interpretation in headsets can be done outside. We are going to resume at 2 for those who are online and those who are here. So we will resume at 2. And for those who are here, a message. We have lunch at the foyer, and if you want, we have the name of a couple of restaurants close by to our auditorium. And we will be back sharply at 2. So enjoy lunch and see ya.
Ó, só fecha o zoom. Aí, tá bom, hein? Agora chama a geral ali. Grava esse no 1. Gravou esse no 1? Tá no 1? 2.
Tem alguém de Clear? Tá ligado? Ai, que chique. Queria testar meu Clear. Rê, tem alguém de Clear? Ah, tá. Eu só queria saber se alguém tá me ouvindo no Clear. Pode? Tá, eu vou falar. Pessoal, a Rê tá falando que pode pedir para abrir as portas, porque aí até todo mundo entrar, a gente começa no horário, pode ser? Produção cooperou?
Muito bem, esse é o segundo
This is the second International Symposium of
novamente muito bem-vindos. Como é que foram de almoço?
Early Childhood Education. How was lunch?
Podemos seguir com a nossa
Can we
agenda?
continue with
Então, eu vou
our
pedir, por
agenda?
gentileza,
So
para você que está
please,
chegando agora,
if you are
peço que se
arriving now,
acomode, por favor,
take your
para
seat.
que possamos dar
So we will
continuidade.
start
Pessoal, já
and
está
resume
chegando, retomando
our
o almoço. Aos
event.
pouquinhos eu peço que vocês se sentem,
I kindly
para que
ask
possamos,
you to
então,
take your
dar
seats
continuidade.
so we can
E
continue.
nós seguimos agora com a nossa agenda,
And we
mas
continue
antes de
with
tudo,
our
eu
agenda,
gostaria de
but
chamar a
before
atenção de
anything else, I would
vocês
like to
para
call
vídeo
your
que está
attention
chegando
for
agora,
a
que
video.
vai
A
pontuar
video that will
informações da
bring
nossa
a
tarde.
couple of
Vamos lá.
information for our afternoon.
A colheita é o futuro.
Harvest is the
A
future.
semeadura é presente.
The sowing
Quem planta
is
no
the
tempo
present.
certo,
Who
colhe
plants
frutos
at the correct
saudáveis e
time,
saborosos.
harvest tasteful and
Assim é a
good
educação
fruits.
infantil.
That's early
Crianças que
childhood
frequentam
education.
creches e
Kids that
pré-escolas de
go
qualidade
to daycare
colhem
and
mais
preschool
resultados ao longo da vida
harvest
toda.
more results throughout the entire life.
Educação infantil,
Childhood
essencial para as
education essential
crianças,
for
decisiva
children,
para o Brasil.
decisive for Brazil.
Bom, agora nós vamos refletir
Now we
sobre
are
os
going to
mecanismos
reflect
de
about
mudança da
the
realidade no
mechanisms
território.
of
Em
the territory. In 2024, the National Operational Guidelines for Quality and Equity made it mandatory to adopt the parameters for management, infrastructure, professional training, pedagogical proposal, and evaluation, aiming at access, permanence, learning, and development. In this session, we will discuss how to get this regulation off the ground. What are the levers that unlock implementation? What are the existing conditions and the new possibilities that the recent regulation opens up to improve the quality of early childhood education for all children? Again, we will have a moment reserved for Q&A, so be sure to send your question by the QR code. For this table, I call to mediate Alejandra Meraz Velasco. She's the Director of Advocacy and Communication of the Bracell Foundation and a specialist in educational policies. She worked in the government and third sector, leading the team at the City Department of Education and Health, dedicated to the defense of children's health and promotion of education. She led coalition of advocacy that gathered the civil society, the public sector, and the private sector. Welcome. And the guests, we start with Olavo Nogueira, the Executive Director of Todos pela Educação since 2016. He has been in Parceiros da Educação and in the State Department of Education of the State of São Paulo. Welcome.
Ele é autor do livro.
He's the author of the book Points Outside the Curve, a finalist of the Jabuti Award and part of the board of Ensina Brazil, and also a visiting researcher at the Oxford University. Now we would like to invite Binho Marques, a consultant in public policy, management, and education. He has a long history in public management and educational policies. He was a professor, the city leader in education at Acre, besides the National Secretary of Articulation and the teaching systems of the Ministry of Education and Culture. He worked with Chico Mendes, founding many institutions. And with a great joy, I would like to call the Director of Policies and Guidelines for Basic Integral Education of the Ministry of Education and Culture, Alexandro do Nascimento Santos.
Bem-vindo.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Todos tomaram café? Estão
Did you
acordados?
all have coffee?
Obrigada,
Ate?
gente. Foi
Great.
uma manhã muito
Well, it's
instigante.
been a great
Foi uma manhã que trouxe
morning
muitos desafios
and
para
a
essa
lot
mesa.
of
A gente,
challenges
nessa
were
mesa, falará
brought.
sobre a
We are
implementação
going
da
to
política
talk
de educação
about
infantil.
the implementation of
E
policies for
a
early
gente
childhood.
viu várias políticas avançarem, né? A gente
And
viu
we
durante
saw
o decorrer da manhã falamos sobre
this.
várias conquistas,
We saw
as
many
falas de
achievements
vários palestrantes. A gente
with
teve,
different speakers.
na
We
verdade,
had,
desde o início do
since
século,
the
grandes
beginning of the
avanços. A gente
century,
viu
great
expansão enorme,
advances. We
primeiro
saw a
no ensino
great
fundamental.
expansion first
A gente
in
viu a expansão
elementary
na
education.
pré-escola.
We
E nos
saw the
dois casos, a
expansion at
gente
preschool,
viu essa expansão e
and
essas melhorias de
we
acesso.
saw all
No caso
that.
do ensino
In
fundamental,
case
se
of
viu
elementary
o terceiro
education, we saw
turno.
the
No caso
third
da pré-escola, a
shift.
gente
In
viu
preschool,
também uma
we
queda
also
no
saw
percentual de
a
escolas
drop
em
in the
tempo
percentage of
integral.
schools
Enfim,
in full
essa
time.
escala, ela
So this
sempre traz
scale
desafios
brought challenges
importantes e a gente
that
tem
are
aqui
very important.
três pessoas
And we
que
have
têm
three
trabalhado
people
muito esse tema
who
da
had
implementação,
worked with this
cada
subject of the
desde uma
implementation,
perspectiva.
each of you in a certain
Eu
perspective.
gostaria de
And I would
começar
like
aqui
to
falando
start
pouco da dinâmica. A
talking
gente
about
terá
the
15
dynamic. We
minutos,
are going to
cada
have
de
15
vocês,
minutes
para
each
fazer essa
in order
apresentação,
to
na medida
hold
que
the
eles sejam
presentation.
disciplinados, a gente terá
As
15
if
minutos
you
aí de
have
perguntas
discipline,
da
there will
plateia,
be
considerações
questions
finais.
from the
Eu
audience.
começo aqui com o
And
Olavo, todos pela educação ele
we start
na,
with
especialmente
Olavo.
na pessoa do Olavo tem explorado
They have
o tema
explored
da
the
implementação.
subject of
E eu
implementation.
gostaria de
And
passar
I would
primeiro
like
a
to
palavra
start
para você
with you.
falar para a gente no caso
So
da
you are
educação
going to
infantil,
talk
quais são
about
os desafios específicos que a
early
gente
childhood
precisa
education, which
enfrentar.
are the challenges we need to face.
Faço daqui. Apresentação. Deixa eu fazer dali. Tudo vocês importam fazer dali? Vou fazer daqui, pessoal. Então, acho mais fácil. Isso aqui não, né? Ótimo. Obrigado. Bom, boa tarde a todo mundo. Boa tarde.
Coming back from lunch. Everybody is kind of quiet. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay.
Na pior das hipóteses, essa minha participação aqui serve para...
My participation apparently is going to be
Vamos
to
lá.
get you to
Alejandra,
perk up. So, Alejandra, Edu,
Obrigado pelo convite.
thank you so much for the invite. Congratulations on the event and congratulations on Bracell's actions. It's a young organization that has had a major impact, a grown-up impact. So thank you so much for everything you have been giving to education as our supporters. This early childhood education is a recent agenda.
Mas vem acompanhando esse trabalho também. Agenda da primeira infância, agenda da educação infantil.
This early childhood education agenda is something that has become decisive for us, as shown in the video, in terms of
para nós uma alegria.
the history that children will follow in basic education. It's a new ground for me. I am not a specialist, an expert on early childhood education. I'm going to be talking more about middle school and high school, but some of the stages can also apply to early childhood education. Some of my research does apply to that as well. I've learned a lot from all of you, and I'm certainly going to learn a little bit more today. I've been talking for 2.5 minutes and not said much, but I'm going to try to keep to my 12 or 13 minutes so we have time for a round of interaction. Okay, so the question that Alejandra asked me to talk about was that Brazil is an important moment for implementation of standards and national politics that will leverage access, quality, and equity in early childhood education. So implementing that at scale should not necessarily mean that this has to be done in low quality. So I'm going to talk about what does it mean to implement an educational policy, what does it mean to scale it up, the two specific challenges of scaling up early childhood education, and then possible paths to overcome these challenges. So let's start from the beginning. Implementation of an educational policy. Well, in the morning, we heard from Susan, she talked about that. Here we have a definition of what a specific center has been researching. I was in touch with the visiting researcher. The process of putting a process in practice through which policies and other things are put into place. So, it's a simple and objective idea, but I would say that this is a cold definition. From my standpoint, this type of qualification is closest to reality. When we ask deans and other people in schools to learn to do things that they don't know how to do, we are not asking them to implement. We are asking them to learn, reflect, and become different people. The responsible use of the term implementation by those who focus on public policy obscures this crucial distinction. Implementation means a process of learning and making pedagogical practices into something different. And that seems crucial to me so that we understand what's behind implementation and why is it difficult to scale it up. So basically what we are saying is that effective implementation means two things. First, changing your professional practices, and secondly, doing that in a long-lasting fashion. And that seems to me to be the key to understanding why is it difficult to do it at scale. Scaling it up, it requires the coordination of multiple layers of players, of stakeholders. It's hard to build and to maintain. An individual contribution in the logic of a collective process or a collective project involves multiple people, and the logic is diluted and becomes less visible. This is a paper from 1965 from political scientists who argued that implementation is the decisive variable when we are talking about scaling up something. So let's think about Brazil and the scenario in Brazil. In the vertical axis, we have the percentage of students with the actual level of learning required on the 5th year in the Portuguese language. So it was from 0 to 100%. And the horizontal axis, we have 6 layers of teaching systems. So what you're going to see here on the first range of the grid are several stacked dots, different schools that are ordered according to the performance of students in the 5th year. So we see small networks here in Brazil. We have all sorts of networks. We have networks at the bottom. We have small networks that are getting quite impressive results. When we go to the 2nd tier, it's the same phenomena. Again, major inequality, but some networks are able to achieve expressive results. The same thing in this other range of 50 schools. There are some networks that can get expressive results. So the scenario changes when we go into the range of 51 to 100 schools. What happens here is that you are no longer seeing networks at the top. The ceiling comes crashing down. And when you go to a network with over 200 schools, it crashes even more. And implementation is not the single or the sole explanation for that. There are several variables that are strongly associated to those results. The same phenomena takes place in the last years of the elementary education years. To get more satisfactory results is a major challenge. In early childhood indications are not as clear. We don't have those measurements. So what I would like to bring you is this map of Brazil that is colored according to the 6 ranges that I just showed you in the chart. So in purple, 1 to 10 schools, nearly 3,500 cities in this category, and then so on and so forth. As you can see, here are the 2 challenges, the 3rd part of the chart, the 2 specific qualifications regarding the challenge of scaled-up implementation. The first challenge seems to relate to the implementation in large networks. And the second challenge is the national scale. I would say that that's less of a challenge than other networks, but it's a challenge that, you know, would keep you up at night, right, Alex? So it makes this set of nearly 80 cities around Brazil, it makes them advance consistently. So let's go into each of these challenges and then I'll close. The first challenge is this large-scale implementation. So for those who are interested in looking at that more in depth, the QR code will lead you to this paper. This paper I did as a visiting researcher at Oxford University, and it goes into depth in some of the results that I'm going to show you now. So what I talked about in my work, and I'm not going to go into detail, you saw Susan Furman's presentation. What she was talking about was really relevant. I watched it online. So, you know, in addition to bringing a number of quite interesting concepts in terms of implementation, large-scale implementation, and the articulation of these concepts in recommendations for public policy implementation in large-scale networks. If I could summarize it in one sentence, is successful implementation in a large-scale system doesn't depend so much on the initial formulation, but much more in the leadership capacity within the system and learning how to react during that path. So Susan talked about it a little bit differently than I am talking about it, but she did talk about it. Literature supports the fact that this is the least effective way to achieve large-scale results. You go from a central body that triggers it or cascades it down to regional schools, and then, they act as messengers of this policy. That's the logic behind the delivery. The literature has shown that worldwide experiences and Brazilian experiences show that there is a low effectiveness in terms of scale. What the literature has been defending in terms of success is the logic of implementation as a process. So rather than an effort to deliver, it would be an effort for construction, for building, under a central body as coordinator and orchestrator, and with an implementation process. Of course, in large systems, there is a role that is not very much paid attention to, and that leverages the process of implementation. Some researchers have even defended that the regional bodies and the protagonists of those bodies should be the ones with the process of implementation. There should be an effort of constant learning, monitoring for the learning, and there is a logic behind this interaction. As Joe says, the problem is not as if the power resides at the top or the bottom of the system, but how the top and bottom interact. So going back to this chart that I just showed you, the 5th grade chart, I wanted to show you that the little dots in yellow are the 184 municipalities in the state of Ceará. They are all concentrated at the top here, the smaller cities in Ceará. Is that a phenomena that took place spontaneously? Is there something in the water of Ceará that makes the yellow dots rise? No. If you're familiar with Ceará, you know that this is the fruit of a good policy, of good public policy, of advancing educational reform, support from the state to the municipalities. That's going to be the object of a panel. There will be a panel on collaboration. Bill is going to talk about the national education system. And the second part is ICMS for education, another incentive for mayors to prioritize education. On the interest of time, I'm not going to be covering that, but I think this is good news and a challenge for early childhood education. The new Fundeb from 2024 brought us a number of improvements and optimization of the Fundeb design, and change in constitutional rules for the distribution of ICM tax. So you are fostering and having the states advance that logic. The distribution of the municipal monies distribution. Only Rio de Janeiro as a state doesn't have ICMS for education. We'll see that 3 states in their indicators have indicators that are linked to this investment, and they have included indicators for the support of daycare centers and preschool. In Rio Grande do Sul, Norte do Tocantins, Santa Catarina, if ICMS education was so important to leverage collective improvements in the state of Ceará, and if that could be true for early childhood education, how important is it to have indicators concentrating on quality in addition to other types of things like expansion and quality? So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Obrigada, Olavo.
Thank you, Olavo.
Binho, a Susan trouxe aí
Well,
conceito de
Susan
coerência, né, de
shared with
necessidade de
us
alinhamento
the
dos
need for
diferentes
coherence and
componentes da educação
alignment
infantil.
of
Na
the
fala
different
dela,
components of early childhood
Olavo aqui,
education. Olavo,
pensando na mesa de regime de colaboração, acho que trouxe
thinking
menos, mas
about the
traz
regimen
no
of
trabalho
collaboration,
dele,
has
o conceito de uma
talked to us
infraestrutura
about the
que não é
concept
essa
of infrastructure,
física,
which
mas
is
que
not a
essa
physical
governança
infrastructure,
que
but
ajuda na
it
implementação das
is a
políticas
governance
públicas.
that will
Você,
help you
por
with
ofício
public
também,
policy
como
implementation.
pesquisador, tem
So,
tratado muito
as
do
a
tema do
researcher,
Sistema
he
Nacional de
has
Educação, que
worked a
está
lot
hoje
on the
num
national education
momento de
system,
tramitação
which is
muito importante.
the
Eu
very
queria te ouvir sobre esse
important point
sistema,
of approval of
como
bills.
que
So
ele
I wanted to
impacta
hear
a
you on
capacidade de
the system.
implementação
How does
das
that
políticas
impact the
públicas,
capacity
considerando
for
que já foi
implementation in
mencionado no
terms of
início, que a
public
gente está num
policy,
momento
considering that
importante
we are now
de geração de
undergoing an
normativas
important
e que a gente está nesse
era
momento de
in
virada
the
dessas
generation of
normativas se tornarem
standards and
efetiva
norms and
implementação.
rules, and we are seeing them become effective and being implemented.
Good afternoon. I would like to greet Alejandra, our friends Olavo and Alex. This meeting allowed me to meet a lot of people that I haven't seen for a long time. Besides the quality, I've been here since the beginning. And we also had some exchanging moments during the coffee break. And I would like to greet everyone. Where is Rita? There she is, outside, nice. But she lives in the heart of each of us. And I want you to feel hugged by Rita. Alejandra, when invited me, I thought things would be simpler. Talk about the system, but you know, things got so complicated that I finished my speech here because since this morning, everybody talked about problems, and this roundtable is about solutions. And before all the difficulties of early childhood education, this roundtable talks about the implementation. Olavo mentioned that pretty well. And another aspect is about how we can assure gains to scale the offer of childhood education and with quality and equity. I haven't paid a lot of attention in this edition, the implementation of public policy. 2 points, how to have gains and to escalate early childhood education. This morning, everything was great. And Alejandra, I will be part of the system because without the system, there's no way out. So I prepared a set of points, I listed them, so we could identify what is in the core of the possibility that we will overcome the moment where we are with childhood education. And you know better than I, early childhood education, and we had an advance in relation to what we need that is very conservative and distant from what Brazil needs. And even so, it was better than decades. And even though it was better than the previous decades, Why? Well, first, this happens because Brazil had an awakening for education that was pretty late, even comparing with Latin American countries. While Latin American countries had universalized elementary education, Brazil was distant from that. More than that, we have a situation of childhood education that we cannot be proud of, because preschool that should have been universalized in 2016 still have 5% of all children at preschool age, 4 and 5 years, outside school. And preschool, well, the situation is even worse. We have an offer that grew, but 30% of this offer is given by partner schools, that we are not positive about the quality, if it's being accessed, followed, and we have a lot of situations in these cases. Well, and then I thought, Alejandro, how can we leave this situation and escalate the offer? And when I think about increasing the offer, I said, okay, not all offer. It has to have quality and equity, and it has to value diversity. Only increase the enrollment, it's easy. We saw places that had a rapid growth in enrollment with little participation of the public policy. The public sector. And to improve the growth with quality improvement and equity improvement, things are more difficult. And I started to have some difficulties to find the correct access. How can we leave this situation and go even beyond? And then I saw Brazil overcoming very difficult situations. And we had a major advance in the last decades in basic education as a whole. We had a terrible situation. We talk bad things about that, but we've started in a terrible situation in order to be where we stand today. And this advance it started from something that was quite brave and made us think that this is in the core of this change, the change of possibilities that not only early childhood education, but the entire basic education could recover all the wasted time. This is present in the Constitution. Brazil is a federation, a cooperative federation, but when doing that, in the Constitution, we had a situation that countries are not even close to it. We chose to have a national education. It seems to be obvious, but it's not obvious. Many federations not even have a Ministry of Education. So Brazil, even being a federation, chose to have a national education. And that's what I want to reach. Where can we make that tipping point? Where the tipping point will be placed for basic education and even early childhood education. So when choosing national education at the Constitution, it states that Brazil it obliges us to have minimum quality standards. So this is a reference that in every tip of the country, there will be a need for national education. And this national education has to be a quality one. How can we do that? Well, I saw that I ran out of time, but the problem we face is, what is the interpretation we have for the minimum quality standard? It seems to be a consensus, but it's a field of disputes, because a lot of people discuss the quality standard with standard of quality. They are pretty similar, but they are exactly the opposite. And we have quality standard, but not a standard quality. So if you like FNDE and you've never had problems, well, pay attention to how the schools are. They are all the same, even the quality. I tried to change one and I couldn't, because that wall is green, that wall is blue, this one is that, and you cannot even change the color of a school that is the same from Rio Grande do Sul and from to Amapá. This is called standard quality. That is totally different from standard of quality. In the standard of quality, I can have a lot of things, different things. For instance, a chair. Different chairs that are made with quality. But for PNDE, it's just the chair he asks to be bought. So this is a situation in which we have something pretty important, that is a national education, that will have a standard, a quality standard, and at the same time it generates a confusion of what this quality standard is, because with a standard of quality, to make things even harder, it's related to funding. So education funding depends on how we understand the standard of quality. This morning I was here, a lot of excitement with the quality standards. And it's going to be like this, like that. And I saw the excitement of some people. I want to go to the sky, but the responsibility, the fiscal responsibility, the budgetary responsibility makes us to reach a balanced moment between funding and cost, funding and quality. This problem is so complicated that in the 1990s, the economists from IPEA tried to find... I'm running out of time. They tried to make an equation to solve the problem between quality and funding in education, quality and cost. And they created, during that time, by economists from IPEA, the cost student quality. But they wrote cost student dash quality. It was an equation. But while reading, economists read, which are the quality that I have to receive with the resources I receive? What is the quality I will have with the resources I already have? So I can inspect, follow, check if the education resources is well used, and if I have a delivery that is proportional to the investment. In the year 2000, this concept was inverted. The equation was inverted. So it's been since the educational campaign and everything. Which resources do I need to have the quality I want? And this dispute is present until today, and it had an important role to mobilize in order to have more resources to education. And we know that the sub-funding is known by everyone. And based on my opinion, and that's my only my opinion, is that this concept has some difficulties because it immobilizes the manager. If you don't have cash for quality, well, maybe they won't be qualified. Well, besides that, besides this inertia, that it brings to managers. So in order to have quality, I need to have a lot of cash. The manager stops doing what he or she is doing because they are not going to wait for cash to have a good quality education. So, in order to have, in a large scale, childhood education, preschool, and you are going to serve our babies and children, you need to have this equation calculated. We need to have a quality standard and a price that will support that. But how can we solve all that? In my opinion, this can only be solved if we understand as you've understand, the CF was an amazing document for early childhood education, and it's the first time I see an official document in which quality standards is not treated as a standard of quality, because it looks to a nation with a rich diversion, but that is frail and unequal on the same proportion. And it's going to take different to each person. It's going to be different in each place. So when are you going to do that? How you are going to do that? Assuring follow-up, transparency. Well, social control, how are you going to do that? The way to do that is that quality standard is something that will bring, per se, and on the same manner. Konakei. I thought it was amazing because the way you are going to build that is defining references. References not only, well, they don't tell you what to do. It tells you where you want to get. How it's going to be done, it all depends on the territory. So that's amazing. And it's complex at the same time, but it's also intelligent. So I was pretty amazed with Konakei, because for the first time I saw an official document saying that it was followed by the Ministry of Education in a point of view that, for me, quite modern, quite advanced. So we'll only move forward in this subject if we have a quality standard that means references, principles, but it won't detail how the school will be in an indigenous group in Acre. Despite that, all of them that are different will have quality because they cannot jeopardize the references and also, well, I ran out of time. And then I go to the system and the National Educational Plan. And why this is so important, not only for early childhood education, but for education as a whole. At the core of the system, we have exactly that. Nothing is on the top of the quality standard. And the standard of quality is the core, because that's where we structure. And we have two axes. One is the funding and the other quality. And you need to have this balance. There's no purpose to have a quality standard that we do not have if we don't have the cash to pay the price. So we need to fight for more cash to education, but cannot transform public management as a flag to fight for more resources. But the National Educational Plan will no longer be credited, just like if we have the bar being placed high, so we can negotiate for less. And we won't have a lot of credit in planning if we have goals just like in early childhood education. They didn't define the specific goals, targets for each municipality. Everybody was 50%. Some people even less. Others that didn't have anything would never reach 50%. So, dear Alejandra, I will try to finish. I think that the construction of this standard of quality that the elementary education and high school couldn't achieve. So you are a reference because at the core of the system, that's what we have. And you are giving an example of realism. Realism with dreams, dreams of having a diverse education, a plural education that is different and can be innovative. How can we have an innovative education with a lot of standards? Despite where you are in the world, I had more things to share, but I've abused time. Thank you, Binho. I would like to reflect before handing the floor to Alexandro. He's going to share what the Ministry of Education and Culture has been going through and presenting as a support to implement early childhood education policies. We ask you to read the QR code in order to have a media analysis that we had possibly done. More than 5,000 subjects were interviewed in 2 years about childhood education. And what we saw in the results is that more than 40% of the subjects are related to access and safety. Access for the campaign, the election, and safety due to things like Blumenau. So how can we advance in implementation? So this quality subject that is brought here at his conversation to talk about standards that are adapted to each reality, but that we can talk about quality, the quality of this implementation, and of course, access is a major challenge, but we have to overcome this debate that is that quality becomes something that we talk just for implementation.
Boa tarde a todas e todos.
Good afternoon,
Eu
everyone.
ouviria o Binho mais umas 2 horas. Né? Já vamos combinar no nosso seminário de educação infantil de novembro, dar uns 40 minutos para o Binho falar mais.
Childhood Education
Olavo
Seminar
nem
in
se fala. Até
November,
chamei
we
o
could
Olavo para dar
give
aula no meu
Binho
lugar
40
na
minutes
universidade,
and
para a
Lavo
gente
could
aprender mais com ele.
teach
Mas
in
tá
my
aí o nome, né?
place, in my
Como é que
stead
a
at
gente
the
avança na
university,
qualidade da
so
educação
we could
infantil.
learn
Pode
more
passar
from
essa
him,
apresentação.
but
Eu
we
não
can
sei se sou eu
go
que faço.
to the next slide, please.
Mas, como o professor Binho falou aqui, a gente teve
As
recentemente a
Binho
assinatura
has
da
just
Portaria
said,
501,
we
que institui o
recently
CONAQUEI, né, o
had
Compromisso Nacional pela
ordinance
Qualidade e Equidade na
signed
Educação
that
Infantil,
talks
e acho
about
que ele
quality
chega
and equity
tarde, né?
in
A
early
gente
childhood
tarde,
education.
mas sempre é tempo, né? Acho que a gente
And
devia isso ao Brasil, aos
I believe
bebês
that we
e às
owe that
crianças
to
brasileiras
Brazil,
há
to
mais tempo. Que
babies
bom que
and
conseguimos fazer
Brazilian
agora.
children
E
for a long
agora o
time,
desafio é a
and
implementação
now
desse
the
modelo que a
challenge is
gente
how to
produziu,
implement
né?
this
Esse aí é
model
contexto que
that
vocês
we've
já
just
sabem, o
produced.
Brasil
This
tem
is
pouco mais de
the
9 milhões e
context that
400
you're
mil
familiar with.
bebês e crianças
We
matriculados
have
na
a
educação
little bit
infantil.
over
Não atingimos a meta do
400,000, 4
PNE,
million
mas
children
avançamos, como o Binho trouxe
enrolled in early
aqui na
childhood
creche,
education.
alcançando pela primeira vez
In
passamos de
daycare, we have
40%
over
de bebês e crianças
40%
de 0 a
in
3,
terms of
e
babies and
nos
children
4 e
from
5
0 to
anos a
3
gente está
years
com
old,
quase
and 4 to 5-year-olds,
num
we
cenário
have
que é de
nearly
uma
92% of
gestora
children
imediata
enrolled in
dos
schools. So
municípios, e eu
as
prefiro falar em responsabilidade
immediate
gestora do que falar
management,
em responsabilidade apenas,
I
porque a
prefer to talk
responsabilidade é
about
da União, é dos
management
estados, é dos municípios, mesmo que o gestor
responsibility,
final da rede seja o
even though
município, né?
know the final
65% dos municípios
manager
nesse
is the
desafio do
municipality.
financiamento que o Binho trouxe aqui
from the funding that Binho was talking about. A lot are quite dependent on Fundeb. They don't have a lot of revenue to put in their policy.
A assistência técnica dos estados
Technical
começa a aparecer
assistance of the
mais,
states
alguns
starts showing
exemplos
up a
como o
little bit
Espírito
more.
Santo, o
Some
Ceará,
examples
o Mato
like
Grosso,
Espírito
São
Santo
Paulo,
State,
em que os
Ceará,
estados
Mato Grosso
começam a
states,
atuar como
where the states
financiadores de
start
parte do
working
esforço
as
de entrega da
funders of
educação
part of
infantil, mas
the
ainda
effort
muito
for
tímido,
early
e a
childhood
assistência técnica
education,
e financeira da União,
and the
com
technical and
problemas de
financial
natureza do seu
assistance
tamanho,
from
ou
the
seja, há uma
governments.
insuficiência na assistência técnica e financeira, mas também gostei muito disso que Binho
And I
trouxe
really
aqui,
enjoyed
uma
what Binho
assistência
had to
técnica
say,
e financeira
technical
que tem
and
uma história de
financial
olhar para os
assistance
territórios como se
that
eles fossem iguais e, portanto,
looks at
apresentar as
territories
mesmas
as if they were
soluções
all
para qualquer
equal,
território.
and
Eu lembro
that
quando fui
shows
dirigente
the
municipal e
solutions.
a gente
I
havia
remember
sido
when I
selecionado
was a
para a
municipal
construção de
agent
creche no
and we
programa
had selected the
Brasil
building
Carinhoso, mas o
of
tamanho do terreno que o FNDE pedia para construir a creche não
daycare
tinha no
centers,
meu
the size
território.
of the
Então a gente
lots
acabou
were not
perdendo ali
available in
porque
my
o olhar,
territory, and we didn't
esse é o
get
nosso
it
contexto.
because
A educação infantil tem uma
of
história
that
de
lookout
políticas
into that
interessantes
context. So
desenhadas
there
no
is a
Brasil.
number
Está aí o EI
of quite
Manutenção,
interesting
que a gente
policies.
começou essa gestão com
We
investimento da
have
ordem de 75 milhões
started
por
this
ano.
management
Estamos
with an
chegando no
investment
terceiro
of
ano da
75
gestão
million
com
per year.
250 milhões por
We
ano,
are
com a
arriving
promessa
at
de
the
chegar a
end
500 milhões no próximo ano. Quero
with
aqui
the
fazer um
promise of
destaque à
500
importância da
million
professora
next
Isolda,
year.
que
I
está ali na
want
plateia,
to
que ajudou a gente a
highlight Professor
cuidar dessa
Isolda,
transição, nesse
who
processo, liderando a Secretaria
helped us
Executiva.
lead this
Temos o SAEB da
transition. We
educação
have
infantil com vários
SAEB from
problemas,
early
mas
childhood
ter a educação
education
infantil no
that
SAEB
has a
foi uma
lot of
luta,
issues,
foi
but
difícil levar a educação infantil para o
it was
SAEB, mesmo ele
hard
se
to
chamando
take
Sistema de Avaliação da
childhood
Educação
education
Básica.
to SAEB,
Ele não é
even though
Sistema de
it
Avaliação do
was
Ensino
called
Fundamental
the
e Médio.
Basic
Ele é
Education
Sistema de Avaliação da
Assessment.
Educação Básica. E aí, trazer a educação infantil
So
foi importante, mas é
bringing
preciso avançar nessa agenda.
early
E
childhood
mais
education was
recentemente, um exemplo
important,
mais
but we need
próximo
to
de
advance
nós,
this
quando nós
agenda.
desenhamos o
And more
Compromisso Nacional
recently,
Criança
when we
Alfabetizada, nós fizemos
created
questão de
the
reabilitar o programa
national
Leitura Escrita
commitment
na
for
educação infantil, uma iniciativa que já tinha sido
early childhood
desenhada há uma
education,
década atrás, sob a liderança da professora Mônica Batista,
something
da
that was
UFMG,
led
e
by
hoje a gente
Professor
está
Mônica
ofertando lei,
Batista.
no
Now
Brasil todo. Este
it's
ano serão
becoming a law.
207 mil vagas para professores de educação
207,000
infantil no
spots for
curso
early
Leitura Escrita na
childhood
educação infantil. Pra vocês terem uma ideia,
education
isso é
in
terço
the
do total
course
de
of
professoras da
literacy. So
educação infantil.
that's a
Uma
third
a cada
of
3
the total
professoras será
number
atendida no LEEM
of
a partir
early
desse ano.
childhood education
Mas a gente
teachers.
precisou
So
fazer um movimento de atualização dos parâmetros da educação infantil
we
quando
had
nós
to
assumimos a
update the
gestão, seja porque
parameters,
havia questões que não
be it
estavam contempladas nos
because
parâmetros,
there were
seja
points
porque a
that were
gente
not
quis trazer com mais força a dimensão de
contemplated by the
equidade. E em
parameters
consequência da
or
reformulação dos parâmetros,
the
eles se tornaram uma
reformulation
norma,
of
a
the
resolução
parameters,
1
it has
do Conselho
become
Nacional de
a
Educação,
normative
e aí nós desenhamos uma
number one
estratégia para
from
implementar os
the
parâmetros. Essa estratégia é o CONAQUEI, o Compromisso Nacional
strategies
pela Qualidade na
CONAQUEI,
Educação Infantil. Então, esse é o primeiro
quality for
esforço do
childhood
Ministério da
education.
Educação
This is the
para
first
alavancar a
effort from
qualidade e a
the
equidade na educação
Ministry
infantil.
of
Mas, mais
Education
recentemente,
to
vocês conhecem o meu
leverage.
ministro, ele é um ministro que
And
gosta
you know
muito
the
de trabalhar,
minister,
então
he's
ele
someone
foi lá
who
no
really
presidente Lula
enjoys
e
rolling
pediu
up
para que
his
o MEC
sleeves. He
coordenasse a
asked
política nacional
President Lula
integrada pela primeira
to
infância. Então, esse
coordinate an
é o segundo
integrated
mecanismo que
policy
nós vamos
for
utilizar
early
para
childhood.
acelerar
That's
a
the second
qualidade e
mechanism
equidade
that
na
we are going
educação
to be
infantil.
using
E para além
to
desses
speed up
esforços de política pública
equity and
específica,
quality.
setorial ou
And in
intersetorial,
addition
como
to
o Binho
this
trouxe aqui, o
sectorial or
PNE e o
intersectorial,
SNE
we have
são
PNE,
oportunidades muito
SNE. These are
importantes
all
para a gente acelerar outras transformações, outras
quite
modificações
important
para
to
além das políticas
accelerate
setoriais ou
change.
intersetoriais. Como que funcionará o CONAQUEI?
So
Funcionará porque ele
how
está
is
agora
CONAQUEI
em
going to
processo de
work? Well,
implantação.
currently
A
it is
adesão dos
under
municípios e dos
implementation
estados, se a
process.
minha
The
área de tecnologia me
adherence
prometeu
of the
direito,
states and
começa no dia 13 de
municipalities. If
outubro.
I
E aí, no
understand it
processo de
starts on
adesão,
October
os
13,
municípios e os
and
estados
by
farão parte
joining it,
oficialmente do
the
compromisso.
municipalities and states
No
will be
compromisso, nós já
an official
instituímos
part of that
comitê
commitment.
estratégico
We
tripartite da
have
educação
a
infantil, com a
tripartite,
representação da Undime, do
a
CONSED, do
three-way
CONSEP e do MEC, que aqui é uma
council,
instância decisória
and we are going
do
to have a
CONAQUEI, né, que
decising
vai tomar decisões sobre
history,
a sua implementação do
a
processo.
decising
Também tem uma
instance,
comissão
and
permanente de
CONAC is going to make
acompanhamento que
decisions
traz
about the
os
implementation
conselhos
of the process.
municipais de
There's also
educação, a
a
UNCNE,
permanent
o
commission,
FUNSED,
a
os
follow-up
conselhos
that is
estaduais de
going
educação
to
e
bring
distrital,
the
o
Education
CNE
Municipal
e traz as
Council and
organizações da
UNCIMI
sociedade
focused
civil
on
que
the state
militam,
councils
atuam
for
na educação
education
infantil
and
para
district
fazer o
councils,
acompanhamento e o controle social
those
do
who
compromisso.
are
Em cada
active in
território
early
estadual,
childhood
o
education
compromisso estabelece
to
que
make
os
the
estados
follow-up
deverão
and
criar
the
sua
social
comissão
control of the commitment.
bipartite de
The
educação
two-way
infantil. Então,
commission
cada estado,
for
junto com
early
seus
childhood
municípios, vai
education,
criar
each
essa
state and its
governança para tomar as
municipalities are going
decisões.
to be
E
creating their
além
own
dessas
governance
instâncias de
to make the
governança, nós
decisions,
estamos
and in addition
criando a
to that,
REMEI,
we
que é a
are
Rede
going to be
Nacional de
creating REMEI,
Coordenadores Técnicos
which
da
is
Educação
the
Infantil.
National
Nós vamos
Network
fazer
of
exemplo da
Technical
Renalfa,
Coordinators
cada
for Early
município
Childhood
terá o seu
Education.
coordenador
Each
técnico de educação
municipality will
infantil.
have
Então,
their
será
own
uma rede com
technical coordinator. It's going to
5.570
be a network of
coordenadores
over
técnicos, mais os
5,000
26 dos estados,
technical
mais o
coordinators,
Distrito
plus
Federal,
what we'll
que
have from the
serão
states,
as
plus the federal
lideranças ali no
government, who are
território
going to
para
be the
fazer a conexão da
leaderships in this
política, né? Então,
territory
isso é a
to connect the
governança.
politics.
Quando o
So
município
this
adere
is
ao
the
CONAQUEI, ele se
governance, and
compromete com
once
essas
they
cinco
adhere to
tarefas,
CONAQUEI,
então,
they comply
realizar
with
o seu
CONAQUEI,
diagnóstico de
they
qualidade e
agree to
equidade
these
com apoio
5
do MEC, a
tasks,
gente está
and they
desenvolvendo um
will have to
instrumento para
do
esse diagnóstico,
quality
elaborar
and
plano de ação
equity
plurianual para o cumprimento
diagnosis,
das suas metas de
putting
educação
together
infantil,
a
mas também para a melhoria contínua da
plan
qualidade.
for
Nessa
continuous
perspectiva de que Binho
improvement,
trata aqui a
and
qualidade a partir
the
do seu
perspective of
território,
being
considerando
quality
suas
based on its
características,
territory,
seu
considering
esforço,
its
né, seu grau de
characteristics, its
esforço,
effort,
fazer a
the
produção dessa
level of
qualidade da
effort,
educação
and the
infantil num
quality
território que
of
tem muita
production for
população
early
indígena,
childhood
como, sei lá,
education
São
in the
Gabriel da
middle of a
Cachoeira, é
territory, for
muito
example,
diferente
with
de
a
fazer
lot
esse
of
mesmo
indigenous
propósito em
populations like São
Guarulhos,
João
com a Mineia
da
aqui
Cachoeira,
liderando lá na
or
Secretaria de Educação do
Guarulhos is
município.
quite different
Os
because
municípios
Guarulhos is a
também
big
vão ter que
city, so
estabelecer a sua comissão
municipalities
permanente
will
de
have to
acompanhamento para
establish
que a
a
sociedade e a
permanent
comunidade
follow-up
possa
commission
acompanhar.
so that
Vão compartilhar
society
com o MEC
and
dados e
community will have
informações para a
access to
gente
that, sharing
sofisticar a
data
assistência
with
técnica e
the
financeira e
Ministry
vão
of
indicar quem é que é
Education
o seu representante na
and
REMEI.
indicating who
Os
is
eixos do
their
compromisso, a gente tem
representative
o
at
eixo de gestão
REMEI. We
democrática,
have
que
the
trata da
democratic
governança federativa,
management
mas também
that
vai criar o
deals with
sistema gestão
federative
presente, fila de creche
governance,
na
but
educação
going
infantil, para a
to
gente
deal
apoiar,
with
como
the
a Anitta
line for
explicou aqui para
enrollment
vocês de manhã,
in
esse
the
processo de organização da demanda. Nós vamos ter um
organization
sistema
of
que cuida
different
da elaboração
demands.
do plano de expansão de vagas e do plano de melhoria da
We are going to
qualidade.
create an
Estamos
expansion
começando
of
em parceria
spots
com
for
as universidades
enrollment
e
and
com atores
expansion
do mundo
of
fundacional do
other
terceiro
elements.
setor, curso de gestão
We
da
are putting
política de
together
educação
a
infantil
course
para a
for the
equipe da
management
secretaria.
of early
A gente aqui não está
childhood
falando ainda da gestão
education.
escolar,
We
eu
are
estou
not
falando
talking
da
about
equipe da
school
secretaria que
management
precisa
here.
pensar
We are only
política
talking
de educação
about
infantil e
the
nós temos o compromisso de
policy
aumento de
of early
recursos para o
childhood
manutenção e a
education
meta de
and
de iniciar
maintenance
a
and the
construção
cost of
de mais
starting
1.069
the building of an
creches a
additional
partir dos programas do governo federal, o
169
PAC e o PAR. Né?
daycare centers.
Na formação inicial e continuada,
In
pensando na
line with
identidade
PAC and
profissional
PAR,
dos
the federal
educadores e
government
educadoras, a
programs.
gente
Thinking
retomou o
about
curso
the
de
initial
especialização em
education
docência
of
da
the
educação
professional
infantil para
identity
professores
of
e professoras.
educators, we
Primeira
are
oferta com 3.000 vagas, queremos expandir
we
para
are
chegar pelo menos a 10
offering
vezes isso aí em 4
early
anos.
childhood
Eu já falei da
education
ampliação do
course, over
curso
3,000
específico de
spots
formação
for
de
that
diretores e
course,
coordenadores
a
pedagógicos para a
specific
educação
course for
infantil,
pedagogical
a revisão das
coordinators
DCNs da
and
pedagogia,
deans,
isso já está pactuado com o presidente César Calegari para a gente
the
reorganizar o curso
review of
de
DCNS
à
and
luz das
pedagogy
necessidades da educação
that's already
infantil,
agreed with President
estabelecer
Cesar
marco
Calegari
referencial da
to
formação
reorganize
inicial e
the
continuada
course, to
para a educação
establish the
infantil e
landmark
mador dos
for the
municípios
education,
regulamentar a
initial
função de
education and
auxiliar de
continued
docência na
education
educação
for
infantil, que tem sido um
children,
imbróglio
and
aí,
also
em
something
várias
that will help
Na melhoria da
the
proposta
teachers,
pedagógica, a gente está
the
reativando os
improvement
indicadores de
of
qualidade, a metodologia foi desenvolvida
pedagogical
por UNICEF, ação
proposals.
educativa e
We
outros
want to
atores
reactivate
lá na primeira
methodology
gestão do
quality
presidente Lula,
indicators
e a gente está
developed by UNICEF,
revisando os indicadores para que eles sejam instrumento de
educational action
avaliação
and
da
other
própria unidade
players so that
educacional
they
sobre
can
seu funcionamento,
become
sobre sua capacidade de dar conta dos desafios e de
assessors
planejar
on their
suas
own
mudanças.
educational
E a gente está
unit
propondo
about
que a
that
cada
its
2 anos as
workings,
unidades
its
educacionais
capacities, its
apliquem,
challenges,
indiquem, façam
and
o
we
seu plano
want
de
them
melhoria
to
no exercício da sua
use
autonomia
that
pedagógica.
every
E
year
o
so
MEC
that
vai
they can
realizar
become
mostras
pedagogically
estaduais e
independent.
mostras
And
nacionais
MEC is
de
going to
compartilhamento de
carry
boas
out
práticas de educação infantil para promover a aprendizagem cruzada entre as
practice
redes e escolas. Na
sharing.
infraestrutura, já falei da retomada
In
de
terms
obras,
of
mas não só
infrastructure,
construção,
I talked about
reforma
the
de creches e
resuming of civil
pré-escolas.
works,
Aqui
the
tem muitos desafios,
refurbishment
depois a gente pode
of
falar
daycare
disso, mas
centers
a
and
gente quer
schools,
tocar nessa
and
ferida,
we
reabrir
need
o
to
PAR para
touch
compra de
on
material
that,
pedagógico,
reopening
brinquedo,
what we
livro
need
literário a partir do
in
PNLD
terms
literário,
of consultations
induzir
for
os
the
estados a
purchasing
criarem
of
linhas
books
de
and
crédito e
toys,
financiamento para a
having the
melhoria da
states
infraestrutura
create
escolar
lines
das
of
creches e
credit,
pré-escolas
etc.,
e
for
programas
the
específicos
daycare
para a educação
centers
indígena,
and
quilombola e
early
do campo.
childhood,
Né?
and
Lembrar que de tudo que André
special
Lázaro já fez
funds
por essa
for
agenda da
indigenous
diversidade,
quilombola
professor André, para a
and
gente cuidar
rural
bem também dessa
education. We need
dimensão.
to take care
Na
of this
avaliação, que é
dimension as
tema
well.
espinhoso, mas
In
a gente já falou aqui que
assessment,
ninguém tem
which
medo,
is
se
a
todo mundo está bem
hardcore
intencionado,
topic,
não
if
temos que ter medo
everyone
do
has
debate e nem da construção
good intentions,
colaborativa.
we
A
don't
gente só
need to
tem que
be
tirar da
fearful
sala os
of the
mal
debate. We
intencionados.
just
Se
need to
todo mundo
remove
está bem
from the
intencionado, vamos
room
conversar sobre a
people with
avaliação,
bad intentions. And
revisar
if we all
a
have good
amostra do
intentions,
SAEB, o
let's talk about
questionário que é
assessment,
aplicado na educação
review the
infantil. É muito
samples,
importante
think
ter o
about
que temos
what we
até
are
agora, mas
offering in
precisa melhorar o
childhood
questionário,
education,
precisa
looking at what
refazer
we
o modelo de
already
amostra.
offer and
Criar uma
redoing the
estratégia nacional
sample
de avaliação de
model,
ambientes,
creating a
interações e práticas
strategy
em loco, porque o SAEB coleta a
for
resposta,
in
né? Coleta a
loco
declaração
data
dos
gathering.
profissionais. A gente quer complementar isso com avaliações em
On-site
loco,
data
de visita
gathering
técnica, que elabora um
through
relatório,
technical
entrega para a escola,
visits
para
so
ela
that they
melhorar
can
os
draft a
aspectos que os
report and they can
especialistas
give it to
identificaram
the
ali.
school
Já começamos esse
for
movimento com um
improvement.
acordo de
So
cooperação
we
técnica
started that
com a
with a
Fundação
technical
Carlos Chagas,
cooperation
está
process
fazendo
with
em
Carlos
5
Chagas
territórios um
Foundation.
estudo piloto
In
nesse
5
formato de
territories
ida
are
a
running
campo,
a pilot
visita a
program
escola, analisa os ambientes, as interações,
where they are
as práticas
analyzing the
pedagógicas para
field
enxergar
pedagogical
espaços de
practices, the
desenvolvimento. E
physical
a gente quer apoiar
spaces,
estados e municípios que queiram desenhar
and we
seus
want to
próprios
support
sistemas
states
de
and
avaliação
municipalities
da
who
educação
want
infantil, muito na linha do
to
que o Bruno
create
falou.
their
Não
own
precisa ter um sistema
systems
único
of early
padrão, a gente
childhood
pode
education. We don't
aceitar
have to
diferentes
have
possibilidades
always the
de
same
avaliação,
standard.
desde
We
com
can
algumas
think about
premissas
new
comuns,
standards
de
of
minuto em minuto.
assessment
Todo esse
as
esforço
long
do
as,
CONACEI,
well,
gente, ele está
I only
dentro
have 1
dessa
minute, but all
estratégia de política
CONACEI's
nacional
efforts are
integrada pela primeira
within this
infância, porque uma série de questões
integrated
que afetam a educação
policy
infantil pouco ou nada tem a
for
ver com
early
pedagógico.
childhood
Tem a
that
ver com
what
vulnerabilidade
which
social, tem a
affects
ver com
early
saúde,
childhood
tem a
has
ver
to
com
do
situações de
with
violência no
social
território. Então, a
status,
política nacional integrada pela
situations of
primeira
violence
infância,
in the
decreto assinado pelo
territory,
presidente Lula, tem um
and
eixo de educação,
other
viver com
elements.
educação,
There is
mas tem
a
o eixo viver com
axis
saúde,
of
que é o Ministério
education,
da
but there is
Saúde,
an
viver
axis
com
that has to
dignidade,
do
que é
with
desenvolvimento
healthcare,
e assistência
another
social,
one
viver
with
com direitos
social
humanos no
assistance,
Ministério de
human
Direitos Humanos e
rights, the
Cidadania,
Ministry
e
of
um eixo
Human
muito
Rights and
importante de
Citizenship, and a
integração
very
de dados e
important axis
informações. Eu já vou
of
passar
integrating
rapidinho aqui
data and
para dizer
information.
o que a gente vai entregar na política de primeira infância até 2026. Vocês têm um plano, porque o plano foi publicado
There is
numa
a
portaria
plan that
nossa,
has been
mas eu quero
published in
trazer ali
an
como primeiro o
ordinance,
Portal
and
Nacional
I
Digital da
want to
Infância.
bring
Acho que quase todo
the
mundo aqui deve ter
digital
o seu usuário no Gov.br,
portal
né?
for
A gente
early
vai ter o
childhood.
Govinho
We are
para
going
o
to
bebê e para a
have the
criança
early
também ser reconhecido
childhood
ali pela integração de dados
citizenship
do governo federal, né? O
access,
sistema de filas de
integrating the
creche, a caderneta
data
digital de saúde já
there,
está operando, e um instrumento de
healthcare
comunicação direta com a família.
communication
família.
is going
O
to be
ministro Camilo
there,
Santana
direct
nos
communication
encomendou
with
que
the
isso
family is
chegue
going
no
to be
WhatsApp
there.
da mãe
They
e do
want
pai, da
that to
avó e do
arrive
avô.
at
Falei para
the
ele que em 2 anos eu não sei
grandparents
se eu
and
entrego o
parents'
WhatsApp,
WhatsApp. I said
mas
that in
uma
2 years I don't know
plataforma em
if
que
I
a
can
família
deliver
saiba e
it to
receba
WhatsApp, but a
informação sobre
platform
seu
where
bebê,
the
sobre sua
family knows
criança,
and
isso dá para a
gets
gente
information
entregar.
about their
Algumas
baby
outras coisas
or
estão
their
aí para
child,
vocês
we
verem, vou
can
deixar a
deliver.
apresentação também. Mas eu
And
queria terminar dizendo que tudo isso, gente, só é possível.
I just wanted to
Só
finish
dá para
by
a gente pensar em
saying
políticas política educacional de qualidade,
we
com
can only
qualidade
think
social,
about
em ambientes
public
democráticos.
policy that
A
has high
qualidade social
quality
da
in
educação é irmã
democratic
da qualidade da
environments.
democracia. Quem ataca a democracia não
People who
consegue
attack
defender a qualidade
democracy
da
cannot
educação.
defend
Então,
the
é só
quality
porque a
in
gente está num
education.
regime
So,
democrático
just
que
because we have
venceu,
a
inclusive, aqueles
democratic
que queriam destruir a democracia,
regime
que a gente
that
tem
won
espaço
over
para
the
fazer
people who
política
wanted to
educacional
destroy
de qualidade.
democracy,
Muito obrigado.
we have the space for these policies that improve education. Thank you.
Obrigado, Alexandro. Vocês
Thank you,
foram
Alexandro.
rigorosos no tempo,
You were
quase
quite adamant
perfeitos.
about
De
keeping
toda forma,
time,
estão sem
nearly
tempo para
perfect.
perguntas.
So we
Tem
don't
aqui uma
have much
pergunta
time for
sobre
questions. We have
implementação
a
de
question
políticas
about
para
the
crianças com
implementation of policy
deficiência, que
for
acho que entra
children
um
with
pouco nessa
disabilities.
necessidade de não ter
And
uma qualidade padrão, mas da gente
it speaks
ter
to the
padrões de
lack
qualidade.
of
Eu queria passar a palavra de volta para vocês,
quality
para vocês
standard or
poderem
having a
reagir
standard of
às
quality.
falas
I
uns dos
want
outros e a
to
gente se encaminhar
have you
para o momento de
react to
encerramento.
each other's
2, 3 minutos,
words.
Ainda não vamos levar bronca.
And we can go over 1 or 2 minutes and we are not going to be in trouble for that.
Bom, são 2 minutos, eu vou aproveitar para fazer uma deferência à professora Isolda, então, que eu não sabia que estava na
I'm
plateia.
going to say something
Também, eu quase
to
dei o
Professor
jeito quando a Márcia
Isolda.
veio
When
falar,
I
a professora
saw
Isolda está
her
aqui.
that
E
the
faria essa
Professor
deferência,
Isolda was here, I
a partir
almost
do que eu
shouted
mostrei,
out loud. So,
a
you
culpa
know,
das bolinhas amarelas é da professora Isolda, para quem não sabe a história.
the yellow
Então,
dots
trabalho
are all the
fenomenal
fault of
feito
Professor
há muito
Isolda.
tempo, com muita continuidade,
Teacher
com
Isolda
essa
has
lógica
been
incremental
doing
que a
this
professora
work
Susan
with
trouxe, com essa lógica de
incremental
aprender ao longo do
logic, the
processo,
logic of
teve na
learning
liderança durante boa
through the
parte dessa
process,
trajetória.
leadership
A
in
secretária
all
Isolda
this
Sela, que é secretária do
trajectory.
Estado do Ceará,
She
e que
is
me
the
parece, eu
secretary for the
deixaria esse
state
registro
of
aqui como reforço do que eu falei.
Ceará.
Né? O Alex trouxe aqui a criação das bipartites,
Alec
né,
has
Alex,
the
no
creation
CONAC. De
of
certa forma, vocês estão antecipando o que o Sistema Nacional de Educação ainda não foi capaz
bilateral
de trazer. E tem isso também
organization.
no
So
Compromisso Nacional Criança
we
Alfabetizada,
also
que
have
parece uma
that
estratégia
in the
muito acertada.
commitment.
A chave é a gente conseguir implementar bem isso e fazer isso acontecer.
The key
Eu acho que a
is
boa
to
notícia, se é
implement
uma boa
that well
notícia
and make it happen. So
nessa discussão, é que a gente
the
tem
good news is
uma
that
experiência muito
we
vitoriosa
have
em solo brasileiro,
a
de novo, a
winning
experiência do Ceará. Para quem
experience,
não
the
conhece,
experience of
vai
the
atrás, tem
state
muita
of
documentação
Ceará.
já feita
If
pela
you're
própria
not
Secretaria
familiar
do
with
Estado
it,
do Ceará,
there
outras
is
organizações
quite a
também têm
bit of
sintetizado essa experiência.
things that have
Não é algo da
summarized that
Finlândia, não é algo do
experience. It's
Canadá, não
not
é algo
something
dos
that's
Estados
coming from
Unidos, é algo do solo
Finland
brasileiro,
or
feito num dos
Canada. It's
contextos
something
mais
done
adversos,
here
mais
in the
pobres,
most
mais
adverse
desiguais, e
conditions,
conseguiu com
in
muita
the most
persistência, ótima
unequal
formulação, com muita prioridade política e
conditions
excelente
with a lot of
implementação,
political
fazer a coisa acontecer para o
priority and
conjunto dos
excellent
municípios do Ceará.
implementation. We
Eu não
were able to
mencionei
make
isso
it
na minha
happen
fala, mas
for
não
the
só as
municipalities
bolinhas
of
são as
Ceará.
bolinhas lá
Not only
mais para
the
cima, mas
dots
quando
are
você
the
olha
dots
a
a little bit
desigualdade entre os
above
municípios
here,
do Ceará,
but
é o estado que tem a menor desigualdade de aprendizagem
when you look
de
at
todos
Ceará,
os
is
municípios
the
dentro
least
de mesmo estado.
inequality
Né? Então,
within the
eu
same
acho que
state.
menos do
So
que talvez a gente recorrer às literaturas
perhaps
internacionais
more
bacanas de
than
Oxford, temos aqui coisa muito bem feita.
looking
Queria
at
fazer essa
the
deferência de novo aqui à
literatures, I
professora Isolda,
just
que está na plateia.
wanted
Quem não
to
conhece, vai atrás dela aqui para pegar um autógrafo,
make
pegar
a
uma foto,
reference to
porque
Professor
vale a pena. De
Isolda.
novo, é alguém que fez
Again,
muita coisa
she
acontecer. No
is
mais, eu queria
someone who
parabenizar
made
aqui o
things
Alex.
happen.
A gente se envolveu
Other than
bastante
that, I
nos últimos
just
tempos aqui
wanted
com a
to
Política Nacional Integrada pela
congratulate
Infância,
Alex.
com a Agenda de Educação Infantil. O fato de ver isso acontecer e a condução do Alex agora
We worked
desse
a
processo
lot
todo,
in
isso é um
a
privilégio enorme para o Brasil, não
number
é pouca coisa que vocês
of
estão colocando de pé.
initiatives.
Oxalá vocês consigam aqui, nesse um ano e pouquinho
I
que tem, né,
hope
colocar muita
that
coisa de
for
pé
the next year and a
para
half you're
aumentar a chance
able
aí de
to
continuidade,
make
né, nesse próximo ciclo
things
que se avizinha. Então, no mais aqui,
continue
parabenizar o
in
Alex
the
aqui,
next
todo o
cycle.
trabalho feito à
So
frente dessa
congratulations,
agenda.
Alex, for all your work in this agenda.
Eu não tenho nem crédito de tempo, mas eu
I have no time, but I forgot about something pretty important.
que caminho para
A pathway for us to move forward in relation to this difficulty of the equation from the CACI reading was the VAT. We created the VAT in 2015 when I coordinated the work created by the minister.
Estou ficando velho, estou esquecendo.
Well, I'm getting older, I'm forgetting things.
O Janine.
Janine.
Muito bem. Ele é seu primo, não é?
He's your cousin, right?
Maria Helena, ele é seu primo, né?
It's your cousin, right, Maria Helena?
Bom, então
Well,
nós criamos o VAT.
We created
e
VATI,
não vou explicar muito
and I'm not going to explain that, but I'm going to tell you that it's a way for us to have transparency and understand how much each state or municipality have, because Fundeb used to represent and still represents 60% of the resources, but the poorest ones were 100%. So FNDE didn't make a difference for those who had or not cash. So after a year working with Vanderla, we have the VAT design. And it's a pathway for us to have this association between resources and everything. So today it's not worked it's not used as it was imagined, but it is to have a guideline for everything in an equal manner, not only for Fundeb, it was for the entire transference of responsibility at the Ministry of Education and the states, checking how much each had, because there was an inefficiency. 30% was
que aconteceu o inverso.
there and 30% not. So there is a pathway that was created with the VART creation.
Bom, a pergunta
Well,
sobre
the
educação especial, eu
question
queria muito
about
ter duas
special
mesas só para
education,
ela.
I wish
Eu
I
acho que eu
could
vou
have
deixar assim uma
two
encomenda,
round
Alejandra,
tables
pra
just
gente
for
chamar um
that.
seminário sobre
So
isso,
let's
convidando
get
que é
Alejandra
o diretor de educação
Alexandre,
especial na
who's the
Tocadinho,
director of
Alexandre,
special
Bracell,
education,
Marcos, porque
and
nós
everyone,
estamos
because
trabalhando
we
na agenda
are
de simulação
working
precoce
with the
na
early
creche pré-escola, tá?
simulation agenda for preschool,
Queria falar que tudo
period.
isso que a gente está
And
colocando
everything that
aqui
we
para
are
rodar
sharing
no Brasil
here
precisa
in
muito de
Brazil
monitoramento
needs
e de avaliação
monitoring
permanente.
and permanent
Monitoramento aprendente,
assessment.
como falou a nossa
Just like
palestrante,
our
como o Olavo
speaker
também
mentioned,
falou aqui,
like Olavo
e fazer
mentioned,
monitoramento
and
aprendente significa
we
estar muito
have
perto de quem está
that as
implementando.
to be close
Isso, acho que
to
assim,
someone
tem uma
who's
organização
implementing.
tá aqui presente hoje, o
And
Laboratório de
we
Educação,
have the
a
Laboratório
Beatriz
de
Cardoso,
Educação,
André, Guida,
Beatriz
Nicole,
Cardoso,
que tem
Nicole,
feito monitoramento
and they
aprendente
have
de política
monitored
educacional na ponta, de um jeito muito
from the
sofisticado. Nós
beginning in
precisamos
a very
trazer essa agenda
sophisticated
para
way.
todas as nossas políticas, né? Às vezes, o esforço de implementar é muito grande, mas implementar sem
The
monitorar e
effort
avaliar
is
pode levar esse esforço
huge,
para nada.
but
Se a
this
gente não
effort
tiver
will
uma
become
estratégia de
nothing.
monitoramento e
And
avaliação
if we don't
aprendente,
have a
não é só que a
monitoring
gente não vai entregar o
agenda,
que a gente precisa, a gente
well,
pode
we'll
piorar
not even, we
cenários
won't
de implementação porque
deliver
não está
that
prestando atenção
implementation
nas
and
externalidades
everything.
negativas produzidas
So,
pela implementação. Então, assim, queria deixar
I would like
sublinhada a
to
importância
highlight
disso e uma
the
organização que está
importance of
produzindo
that
conhecimento sobre isso com força.
and
E também
those
queria
who
dizer que
are
os avanços que a
preparing
gente tem
that
feito
type of
desde que o
knowledge.
presidente Lula
And
retomou a
since President
presidência,
Lula
eles acontecem porque
took
tem uma
office
história, como o
again,
Binho trouxe aqui,
things
de
worked
entregas do passado que se
with
sedimentam
deliveries from the
alicerces, né?
past.
Não, política educacional é de longa duração por
And
definição.
we have a
Quem não
long-lasting
aprendeu isso
policies.
se
If you
atrapalha.
haven't
Então, eu
learned
queria
about that,
reconhecer aqui
well,
também
you will get
momentos
in the way.
anteriores do
I
Ministério
would
da
like to
Educação
get
que
to know
deram
previous moments
alicerces
from the Ministry of
técnicos e
Education
políticos
who
para a gente
brought
chegar longe.
technical and
Vou fazer isso na
political
figura da professora Maria
aspects,
Helena
and I'm
Guimarães
going
Castro, que
to
também tem uma história de
show
legado
that
de entrega de política
it
educacional,
has a lot of legacy
e a importância da
and the
continuidade desses
importance
esforços
of
para a gente avançar.
continuity
Muito obrigado.
for us to move forward. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, gente. Agradeço
Thank
os
you.
panelistas.
I thank the
E fica
panelists.
aqui
And here
pontapé
is
inicial para
the
reflexão
start kick
da educação
for
infantil,
implementing
com todas essas arestas
early
que
childhood education with everything we need.
E fica a tarefa da Bracell
And
chamar os
also the
educação especial na
Abracell
educação infantil.
duty
Vocês estão
to
de
get
prova.
special education for the next symposium of early education, early childhood education. A round of applause. Thank you, Alejandra, Olavo, Binho, Alexandro. It's a great debate and a very rich discussion. I would like to thank you all for your presence here at the second International Symposium of Childhood Education.
país mais justo depende de mais oportunidades.
Country that demands to be more fair also requires more opportunity, and education is where we enter the game. Brazil,
o direito a uma educação infantil
it's the country for education for babies and children, from poor to rich families, the right education with quality, the key to open doors for more equality. This is what makes the difference. Children that go to daycare and preschools with quality will harvest results throughout life. Early childhood education, essential for children, decisive for Brazil. Well, early childhood education is a constitutional right that needs to be guaranteed. Although access to the stage has advanced remarkably, there are still children out of school and children who are not guaranteed learning. The panelists of the next panel will reflect on effective pedagogical approach to promote the full development of children. Questions through the QR code. And for those who are online, you should also use the QR code. I have the pleasure to call to the stage to mediate Carolina Velho. She's an early childhood education specialist of UNICEF Brazil, researcher, collaborator of GPI's UNIB, a post-graduation professor, and she is also the director of SEI. She works in early childhood education as a professor, manager, and researcher. She coordinated the early childhood education area at the Ministry of Education from 2017 and 2018. Welcome. We also have the guest, Mônica Correia Batista. She's professor of the Faculty of Education at UFMG and the coordinator of the Reading and Writing in Early Childhood Education program, and the coordinator of the program Reading and Writing in Early Childhood Education program. She works with teach training, public policies, alphabetization, and she is a PhD from the University of Barcelona. Also, Beatriz Cardoso. She is the director of Lab Edu, the education laboratory. She was fellow of the Advanced Leadership Initiative, Impact Leader in Residence from the Harvard University. She received the Jacobs Foundation Best Practice Prize for the work performed in education, and she is a PhD in USP. Also, Minea Pasqualetto Fratelli. She's the Undersecretary of Education of the Municipality of Guarulhos, São Paulo. She's a professor and coordinator and works in management, school management for early childhood education. She is a PhD in education. A round of applause to all of them.
Bom, boa tarde para todos e todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I would like to thank for the Bracell invitation and say that this round table is essential for the debate of early childhood education debate.
Enfim,
well, as 97% of all women who are educating and taking care of babies and children, we are a group of women talking about practices.
A questão de gênero
and gender is also something pretty important to be emphasized.
Essa sessão aqui,
This session,
além de discutir
besides discussing how the systematic review
auxilia na seleção de
helps
práticas
selecting
pedagógicas inovadoras,
innovative teaching techniques,
cultura de
promoting
aprendizagem contínua.
continuous learning.
Ela também aborda
This
como essa
also
integração de
includes
evidências,
integration of
de
evidences,
experiências das educadoras,
experience from
podem
the
criar
educators,
ambiente,
and
de aprendizagem
this can
com
create
experiências
a learning
inclusivas
environment
e alinhadas à necessidade
aligned
de cada bebê
to
e
the need
criança,
of
né?
each
Então,
baby and
a
children
gente começa com a
and child,
Mônica.
sorry. We start with
A gente
Monica.
tem algumas perguntas,
We
né,
have
Mônica,
a couple of
que
questions
foram
that
organizadas,
were
assim, e eu queria
organized,
destacar,
and
não
I would
vamos
like
fazer
to
todas,
highlight. We are not going to
mas,
approach all of them,
com o compromisso
but
nacional da
with
criança
the commitment
alfabetizada,
of the
ele é amplo,
children who knows how to write and read. It's
incorpora
pretty
a
broad
educação
and
infantil
incorporates
e
the
elege,
early
né, a
childhood
política de
education
formação,
and chooses
porque
the
há
training
déficit
policy because there is a
nessa formação
deficit in
inicial
this initial training
sobre essa
about
temática, né?
this subject.
Quais são os desafios
So which are the
que o
challenges
LEI
that Leer
enfrenta? Qual o papel
faces
dessa formação continuada para professores e profissionais da educação
for
infantil
early
e outros
childhood
elementos
education
chaves aí
professionals
da
and other
política?
key elements of
Vamos começar
policies?
por você?
Can we start?
Boa tarde a todas, boa tarde a todos. Eu vou falar daqui.
Hello, I'm going to speak from here. I may confess that I love those who speak without any paper in their hands. Well, I believe I'm not able to do that. I don't know if I will answer the questions.
Eu queria começar dizendo.
I would like to start with a snapshot. This seminary is talking about which policies are necessary to assure quality in early childhood education, and which pedagogical practices will be necessary to assure quality. And there's also a relationship with the practices related to reading and writing in childhood education. And they said, oh, this arrow makes you move to the front and to the back. That it is. Anyways, with this, questions are how educational practices that are developed or could be or will be developed in daycare and preschool, how this can help babies and small children. And I asked this question, how can we expand experiences of children in relation to the practices, social practices of writing and reading in a way to support properly with this professional aid. Its trajectory that is related to the reading and writing. And it's with this framework, these issues that have been with us for a while, that I'm going to say that I chose to speak or to talk about reading and writing, and briefly as a professor, the role of university. I don't know if I will be able to reach this moment, but before talking about that, it is important to discuss what we consider quality. What we consider quality when we discuss the reading and writing subject with small children. And despite the fact that we have time to explore this question, because we create this project to answer the question, well, so I won't be able to explain in a course that lasts more than 20 hours. But what do we consider as a quality practice when we talk about the right of that small child to have access to reading and writing. This will define a lot of things. For me, quality is the amount of work, homework that this child takes home. Of course, the focus is not, the focus of the pedagogical practice will be this one. So at home, the child will be able to acquire skills and possibilities that will make this child literate. But if my focus is how the child is relating to this object that is knowledge, which are the skills, which are the conditions that this child has to develop himself or herself and interact in a graphocentric society. So this is essential, it's not secondary, and Brazil haven't decided about that. What is quality? Which practice has quality? So what is the role? What is the role of childhood education in the process of the appropriation of the writing language, or to assure that this process will respect the specificities of the child? So Professor Alexandro mentioned this project, this policy, Leer, and I'm going to explain what it is. And it is born from this question. I don't know if you can realize when preparing the question that we don't want to put the focus, we don't think it was proper or adequate to put the focus in a question that we have been asking ourselves for years. We are talking about the fact that there is a role for early childhood education. In the question, there is a statement. There is a role, and this role is pretty important. So the question is, which is this role? Not in the acquisition of a code or a system, but in the appropriation of a complex language that is the written language, and the role of how to develop that. So Leer is born in 2014, and well, not necessarily you know the project, but it was born in 2014. So it's been 10 years that it's been around. So only in 2024, it became a public policy with this idea of being universalized for all teachers. And I dream that it is for every teacher at the daycare and in preschool. And we had more than 200,000 teachers that underwent 126 hours of training, and 64 out of those hours are in person. So 200,000 teachers meeting monthly. I believe this is something that we have difficulties to imagine in a country like ours with its size. So I also mention and highlight the role of the teachers who attended the course. And we have statements, testimonials of teachers from the north who traveled 7 days. So for us in the southeast, it's difficult to imagine that. So we have the volume, the intensity, and how much it meant to mobilize everyone in order for this course to happen. However, Leer, well, not that we imagine or dream, it's not only a course. It has this vocation of becoming a public policy. However, in order to be a public policy, it has the assumption of the participation of many actors, not only the universities, not only the teachers who are in the course, but also this articulation that we are discussing today. How do we start, we implement and continue a public policy? So many factors, and I'm going to talk about them. So I would like to say, and a little bit about what I'm mentioning about the size of the course and the positive aspect that it has. Of course, I'm not going to read, those are testimonials from teachers who attended the course or testimonials from a master dissertation, a PhD dissertation, and also teachers who attended the course last year. So what do we learn from them? Well, a lot of things could be said about the results of Leer. However, I'm going to share a couple of them as a positive result. Before that, I asked someone to just pass the leitura escrita notebook so you can see the quality of the material. Of course, you won't be able to read because we have 10 notebooks, so you can see the content and the context in which it is. So it's going to be around, it's available online for free. And this address that is here, LEPI, FAC, UFMG, and so on. So the statement that you won't have time to read, but I can leave it available, we are going to find as a good result this affection of this, the teachers.
Of teachers who work with very small children.
A discussão sobre concepção de infância, de criança, a literatura
discussion about the concept of early childhood literature that is thought out for very, very small children. And we could also talk about how these teachers assess the in-person meetings in a good light. So this has been emphasized in this relationship. It's also evident.
Só minuto, gente. Então, essas também outras coisas, né, que elas vão ressaltando dos encontros presenciais.
We have other things like the in-person meetings, the concepts that they
elas não tiveram acesso porque o curso de
gain ownership to, because the pedagogy course or education course doesn't ensure this discussion. So that was quite evident in the assessments that we've made through focal groups and other things.
Então, de uma maneira geral, digamos,
in general,
bem avaliado por quem fez, tanto como cursista, como as formadoras estaduais, como as formadoras
state educators, municipal educators, the course educators, they're all talking about it, and I want you to think about
alguns desafios,
the vocation to make it into a policy. I have thought about some of the challenges that are inherent to the implementation of policies, as the ones we heard early in the morning. So we have the different concepts that are defended by law. And there is a natural resistance, like Susan said in her lecture, how a new policy faces off to older policies. So this misalignment, there are, for example, books that go against what we are promoting, but they are in the standard, in the norm, and that would mean a big challenge for us. Also, the assessment point. So if we have a concept of quality regarding reading and writing in the municipalities, in the federal government, you might find a concept of assessment that's contradictory or at least different from the rights and the concepts that we are referring to.
Também em relação ao que eu coloquei ali, contexto político educacional brasileiro.
The Brazilian political social context, well, things that cannot be solved by discourse and reading and writing, but that will definitely make the implementation a little harder. I mean, very low attractiveness career, long period of education to be able to practice, an absence of materials and equipment, all the issues with infrastructure, the big churn of teachers, all of that influences the implementation of this policy and makes us at least believe that we need to discuss it. So,
demais políticas e do contexto no qual ela ela acontece e se implementa, né? E eu coloquei ali o item do regime de colaboração.
and I have here an item for a regime of collaboration in order to
nacional,
become
esses fatores que eu mencionei e
national
os
public
atores
policy,
responsáveis por esses fatores,
the players
precisam estar
and
articulados,
the factors
colaborando
need to
para que
be
isso
in
aconteça, e
alignment
também a gente
and
vê
they need to
essa questão da
collaborate for things to
desarticulação, né,
happen.
entre as políticas
There's the
públicas,
matter of
municipais, estaduais,
non-cooperation
caminhando no
between
sentido de melhorar,
municipal, state,
porque o
and
desenho
federal
também do
policies, and
Nacional
we are
Criança
trying
Alfabetizada
to
um desenho muito
improve it
interessante
because
para
the
facilitar
design
o debate,
of
a
the
discussão
literate
e a
child
gente
is a
apontar as lacunas, né?
interesting
Então isso também é algo
design
positivo
that
no
will
sentido da gente
foster the
construir uma
debate.
positividade, uma
It's
qualidade dessa
positive in the
política.
sense that
Bom,
we
como eu
might
falei para
get
vocês, eu
a
vou
good
tentar
quality for
em
this
minuto e
policy. So,
segundo, agora
in
minuto,
1 minute,
apresentar,
I'm
porque eu
going
acho
to
que isso também
try
nos
to
ajuda a
present
pensar na questão da
something that
qualidade,
will
né?
help us
Qual o
think
papel
about
das
the quality.
universidades
What
na
is the role
construção
of
dessas políticas e
universities in the
dessas práticas?
building
E
of
aí é uma
these
avaliação
policies and
muito minha,
practices?
né? Tô dizendo
And
aqui
that is my own
da minha
assessment.
avaliação. Eu acho
I
que a
mean,
gente vai bem na
this is
extensão,
my thoughts. I
né? Eu tô
think
chamando
we
de
are
extensão essa
doing
participação
well
quando
in
o
terms
Ministério da
of
Educação, os
extension
municípios, os
courses.
estados
When we
nos
think
convidam a
about the
participar
Ministry
dessas
of
políticas.
Education,
Nós, como
municipalities, the
universidade. Então,
federal
nós participamos
government
dos
ask
indicos,
us or
das
invite
diretrizes
us
da
to
Base Nacional,
participate.
do
We
PNLD, do
participate
PNDE, do
in
Compromisso Nacional, enfim,
the
vamos colocar assim,
directives,
tantos,
the
mas a
national
gente tem uma boa articulação com os governos
basis for the
federais, estaduais,
curriculum. We have a
municipais
good
para
relationship
participar de projetos
with
de
the
extensão. Eu
governments
acho que
to
complica
participate in
bastante na questão do
extension
ensino, e eu
projects,
não
but
vou
I
ter
think it
tempo para me alongar,
complicates a little
mas
bit
precisa
when we talk
urgentemente da
about
gente discutir a
teaching.
formação
We
inicial
need
das
to
professoras de
discuss
educação
the
infantil, porque senão a gente não fecha
education
essa
of early
torneira, né?
childhood
Primeiro porque os cursos de formação
teachers,
continuada não
the
vão ser
continued
continuados, né? Eles
education
vão ser sempre formações para
courses
pagar
are never
problemas que a inicial
continued.
não deu conta
They
de trabalhar.
are
Então,
something
você não
that just
chega
puts
nessa
out
vocação
fires
da
that
formação
started. You
continuada,
never
que seria
get
de
people to
aprofundar,
actual
trazer
continuous
novos
education.
debates,
You never
novas
get
discussões,
them
aprofundar
to
certos
debate and
conteúdos. É
discuss
sempre aquilo que deveria ser
certain
mantido pela
contents. It's
formação inicial.
always, you know,
E em
something
segundo
that
lugar, porque não
should
cessam
have
de
been
chegar pessoas com
supplied
formação
by the
inadequada.
initial
Então, né, você vai ter
education. So you don't
essa
get
torneira
people
aberta. Isso é
with
muito
the
urgente,
adequate
necessário, e não vai
training.
ser uma discussão simples, não tem sido,
It's
né? Nós
always,
estamos
you know,
começando agora.
something
E
that's
por fim,
missing.
eu acho que também
And
na
finally,
pesquisa nós precisamos melhorar
when we talk
muito
about
o trabalho das
research, we need to
instituições de ensino
improve the
superior.
work
Vocês vão
of
dizer, não, mas tem sido
higher
feita pesquisa.
education
Sim,
institutions. You're going to
esses
say,
dados
oh,
são de uma
but
pesquisa
research
que eu
has
estou
been done.
coordenando,
Yes,
financiada pela
this
FAPEMIG,
is
com alguns
research
colegas que
that
estão
I've been
comigo nessa
working
pesquisa, e que a
with,
gente fez um
funded
levantamento
by
do estado do
FAPEMIG.
conhecimento,
We
estado
are
da arte, sobre leitura e
making
escrita da
an
educação infantil.
assessment
O que se tem
of
pesquisado
the
sobre
state
leitura e
of the
escrita na
art,
educação
what
infantil,
has been
e a gente encontra
researched in
dados
terms of
pouco
reading and writing and early childhood
instigadores para melhoria, para
education,
dizer
and what
desanimadores,
would
porque eu
be
acho que é sinal de que nós
the
temos uma chance,
leveraging elements
sobretudo,
for
a partir do leitura
improvement.
e escrita, porque essa temática
You know, we
começa a
have
vir
to
também
give
para
it
a
a
academia,
chance,
né? Mas em
particularly
14 anos,
from the
nós achamos
standpoint of reading and
161
writing leitura
publicações
escrita,
entre
but
teses
we
e
found
dissertações. É muito pouco, né? Daria o quê?
161
teses ou
publications,
barra dissertação, mais
11
dissertações do que teses por
dissertations
ano,
or
né? O que
hypotheses
é
per
muito
year,
pouco
which
se a
is
gente
not
pensar
much
numa
if
consulta
we
muito
think about
rápida e sem profundidade,
quick
que a gente teria em torno
consultation that
de
was not
3.000 dissertações
much in
produzidas no
depth.
âmbito da
We thought
educação,
that we would
sobre
have something
educação
around like
infantil. Então,
3,000
de modo geral,
dissertations
não de educação infantil,
in
né?
the
De
scope
mais ou menos
of
3.000.
early
Então, nós
childhood
temos 11
education. We thought
produções anuais, né? É muito pouco,
3,000,
mas
but
isso
we have
não é
11
dado, esse número aí dos 3.000 é um dado muito incerto,
that came
só
up
mesmo porque eu queria que a gente
for
tivesse uma
every year.
dimensão. O
So we
que
just
significa
wanted
11
to have an
dissertações ou
idea.
teses por ano,
You know,
frente
what
ao
does that
produto no
mean?
Brasil
11
na área de
dissertations or
educação, né?
theses
E o
versus
último
what is
gráfico que
produced
eu
in
queria
Brazil in
mostrar
terms of
também como que
education.
isso
And
está
in the last chart,
não é uma concentração em grupos de pesquisa.
I
Então,
wanted to
nós
show
nem
you that it's not a concentration in
professores que orientam,
certain
eles
research
orientaram
groups. I mean, the
uma
professors who
dissertação, uma
were
única tese, né? Com isso eu quis mostrar, e a gente está mostrando
working in a
tem muitos
thesis
outros
with the
dados, mas
students
só para
or
chamar a
guiding
atenção
the
de que
students
a
in the
gente não
writing
tem
of a thesis is just
linha
to
de
give you an
pesquisa
idea
ou
that we
grupos de
don't
pesquisa
have a line of
interessados no
research or
tema da
groups of
leitura e da
research
escrita na educação
that are
infantil.
particularly interested in
esse
early childhood
ensino,
reading
pesquisa
and
e
writing.
extensão, né, são
And,
condições
this
fundamentais para a existência
extension
da
work is
universidade, mas
necessary
sobretudo também para ajudar na
in the
elaboração e
university,
implementação
but also
de
to
políticas.
help
Então, eu deixo
in
aqui
the
também
coming
para a
up
gente
and
discutir,
implementation
que nós temos
of
muito
these
trabalho no
policies.
âmbito das
So
universidades
there's
também,
lots of
para
work to be
além da
done within
extensão.
the
Né?
universities
Muito
in
obrigada
addition
pela
to
paciência
extension
de vocês.
courses.
Tomara que dê
Thank you
tempo para a
very
gente
much for
conversar.
your patience, and I hope we have
Obrigada,
time for
Mônica.
a little bit of
Vou passar
debate.
para a
Thank you,
professora
Mônica.
Beatriz
Now I'm
Cardoso.
going to give
Vou
it to
trazer duas
Professor Beatriz
questões,
Cardoso.
Beatriz.
Beatriz, I'm going to pose
Quais
two
os principais
questions.
desafios
What are the
que devem ser
main
enfrentados para
challenges
que
that should be
experiências de
faced
qualidade e
so
de
that
qualificação das
quality
práticas
experiences
pedagógicas
in
ganhem
terms
escala?
of pedagogical
Então, como é que a
practice
gente olha para as
qualification
práticas
would
pedagógicas
become scale?
nesse olhar de que
How should we look
temos práticas
at
pedagógicas
pedagogical
pontuais de qualidade,
practices?
mas como é que a gente
We
faz
know that
isso em
there
escala?
are specific practices that are high quality, but how can we scale that up?
Boa tarde. Espero que vocês estejam ainda
Good
conseguindo
afternoon.
acompanhar, porque
I
está
hope
intenso,
that
né?
you are still following
Primeiro,
us,
queria agradecer muito a
because it's quite
oportunidade do
intensive,
Laboratório de
but
Educação
first
trazer
of all, I'd
aqui
like to thank
o
the
nosso
opportunity
trabalho, agradecer
that the Laboratory for Education is giving us. I'd like to thank Eduardo and Philo for their work. I'd like to congratulate you because this focus that you have is really important. It's a beautiful job what you're doing, and I went to the demonstration a few
Sem
days
educação
ago
infantil
and
não tem
I saw a brooch, a bottom that said, without early childhood education, there is no future. I wanted to copy that and give it to everyone. I would like to say that's a joy to share this experience with my colleagues of many decades. We are constantly running into each other, and I admire very much the people who are part of this panel. We have been dedicating ourselves to the field of childhood education. We are
eu queria já dizer que
education professionals.
Mônica apresentou uma
So,
visão de processo de uma
we
política
came together and thought who should be talking about what. Monica gave us an overview, a basic education about early childhood education, and I'm going to talk about additional processes, complementary processes that align and feedback into that. I'm going to talk about the contribution that qualifies the continued training of teachers. We are going to try to explain how you could develop an entire work to wake up the system, to qualify the system, and so that all the stakeholders that are involved in the early childhood education process can become more qualified.
Dá vontade de fazer outra
I was
apresentação já, né? Porque são
watching
tantas
the
frentes
presentations in the morning, and I wish I was giving a different lecture. I mean, Rubinho talked about the puzzle, and the puzzle is so big. We need to talk about so many dimensions, and I'm going to make a cross-section in pedagogy. It starts with pedagogy, but that is insufficient to make it into a reality in the Brazilian early childhood education realm.
Eu queria só chamar a atenção para o
And I just wanted to call your attention to the title of my presentation, the role and performance of society, civil society organization in the implementation process of continued education policies for early childhood education in the Maranhão collaborative regime. So this is what I'm talking about. This is different from where Monica is talking about. She's talking about a large-scale policy. This is the type of contribution that a third party or third sector organization could provide us with that would allow us to advance further in early childhood education?
Aí. Bom, essa é a
Okay.
perguntinha fácil que ficou,
So this
né?
is the
O que
easy
que é
question.
uma educação infantil de qualidade?
What is
Para responder essa
deemed
pergunta,
a quality early
eu
childhood
vou usar,
education?
trazer
Well,
aqui
to answer that,
a sala de
I'm
aula e a
going to
pedagogia
there
pro centro do debate.
to talk
Eu acho que tudo
about
que a
the
gente viu até
classroom
agora
and
hoje aqui é
pedagogy. I
importantíssimo,
want to talk
fundamental.
about that
Não
as
tem
the
estrutura de
center
país
of
que
the
vai
debate. We don't have the infrastructure of a country that's going to face and fight their educational challenges, but we are never going to have that if we don't learn to separate things. What is good from what is bad? What is a good education? I want us to talk about that. Probably a lot of people are education professionals here. The idea is for us to think a little bit, thinking about the pedagogical realm and trying to open it and consider everything that's at play in the education of really small children. I have realized that my time is going to be short, so I would like us to remember that we have as a reference the national common base, that we are looking for subjects that are active, curious, and creative, and we need to have that very much present in our minds.
Que o currículo deve sempre garantir
The curriculum should always ensure multiple experiences and the participation and the listening to the children. As Monica has said, early childhood education is part of the national commitment, CNCA. So I'm going to do a cross-cut here, but if we consider what Dana said yesterday, we are going to talk about language acquisition, just as Monica did, and we need to do a lot of things that always need to be done in early childhood education.
Aqui,
So,
o que eu quero propor é o seguinte, eu vou passar
what I would like to propose is the following. I'm going to show you a quick video just for you to have an idea, and this is our protocol in our monitoring system.
Breve exercício para vocês assistirem
And it is a brief exercise. I want you to watch the video that I'm going to show, thinking about that. What was the teacher's action and what kind of opportunity did she afford to the children? Because this is where you have a good early childhood education practice. I want you to keep that in mind. I'm going to show this video. This is a model video that was filmed in a government-run public early childhood education school and daycare, and this is what we use for the practice of themes with professors. Where's my video? The video is not here.
Ai, meu Deus do céu.
Oh, that's terrible.
Não vai ter o vídeo, gente.
We're not going to be able to show you the video, so let's imagine this exercise. The idea is that when you look at a pedagogical or educational scene, you need to be able to identify what a teacher does that will spark the creativity in the children.
Era o vídeo da leitura do Grande Rabanete.
So in this case, it was the reading of the Big Radish. It's a book.
Well, we work with teachers in the training process we have. We work with videos, contents. This is one of them. Especially today, I'm focusing in reading and books. And we work with teachers from a model, a practice, with the modeling of a practice, and we search for the details, everything that is at stake in this situation. So there will be some experiments. So this is to show you that there is an entire work What I'm going to share here is the capacity building. So the system will develop the capacity. We have an incremental and a construction. And in order to do that, you have to have strategies, you have to have recurrence, and you have to have a way to give input to the system and create this entire engine from the system to create a process, a permanent process that will put under discussion why this activity exists, what is the activity, what the teachers can do, what children can do or say. So when you have this entire framework that hold hands with the teachers, you will be able to, they will be able to experiment with their own practice. So this is the concept of permanent formation that I've brought, that it is through a pedagogical knowledge in the teacher training universe that we will reorganize the system with this pedagogical knowledge. So the question we were trying to answer is in English, but it's just for you to take a look to the graph. The question is, what is quality, a quality early childhood education? Everything. You have to have room to work with all dimensions. Many of them are at stake in language acquisition and language developing. And we need to structure a system, so this system will appropriate the knowledge and put into practice a recurrent forming mechanism. Well, it's not enough to have only teachers. We need also to work with the teaching trainers. So the training, we work with the teacher, with the entire repertoire of a situation. He or she tries, studies, experiments, but the trainer has to be trained. So it's the same level for the same video. We have another level that is the trainer understanding which are the normative rules. So he or she will make her teachers to be part of a collective group in which they will enrich and learn collectively. And the system will incorporate permanent formation. Here, another video, a video that we received last year in Maranhão. And this was a video sent in which they are preparing, they are simulating this type of classroom mocking scenery. But the classrooms, they do have this face, and well, this is the following. Those are images of when we came to Maranhão 5 years ago. Can you see that they are holding their hands? They are bending over the table. They were waiting. Yeah, that's what we had. And today, it's this. You can see in their face everything that Dana brought. What is important is curiosity, that sparkle in the eyes. They are present. They are present in the learning experience, and they are taking part of that. Well, I won't have time. I was going to explain the entire concepts of training and how we have a permanent learning. We have a methodology that has formative cycles that brings consolidation. Same thing with language. We have all those layers that we need to work. But what matters the most, mainly because of the question Carol asked, is how can I translate it? This is the direct work. We are training teachers directly, a group of professionals. How can I translate this productive process into something that will serve the entire state. How can I start here? Full of details. It's pretty tiresome. So how do I escalate that? Is it only worth to solve Brazil's problem? Well, we need to work and talk about quality. And here the example from Maranhão. We have been in Maranhão for 5 years. We are in a transference moment in which we are transferring the know-how. We did this process in 5 years, not 5. We started in 5 municipalities. Then we had 257 municipalities, 2 phases. And we've reached a large number of people. And attached to that, we have a monitoring model of everything that happened there in large scale in the state of Maranhão. We developed a repertoire that is pretty robust, with a lot of instruments, an entire methodology, many actors, and in fact, many players from the state. And with that, in the process with the Maranhão work, we managed to have some important points. In Maranhão, you had APR and APM. RPR are the regional articulator, and the APM is the municipality articulator. So they worked from childhood education to high school. Usually a woman, she would take care of early childhood education to high school. With the entire partnership, we managed to have a scholarship for the municipality articulator for early childhood education. So we have someone responsible for that. We usually joke with cannibalization. João Paulo was a great partner in Maranhão. He always talked about a word that is calendarization. You can create a program that is quite rigid, otherwise, well, everything will crumble down and there will be no policies implemented. So here we have the regional formation, and we are part. It's the look of an NGO that is bringing a repertoire, knowledge, and we were part of the state policy in the state of Maranhão. And we were integrated by that. So just to give you some results, we realize, and with everything that we have done, and we have a lot of instruments and the collection periods that are different, the instruments are, well, the collections are done by IPR, APM, that is our own team. We have a diversity of data collection, and we will organize them. And we've seen everything done by APR, 98, in teaching and management. We work with that. And here you can see that as part of the second layer that I mentioned, the APMs are learning how to do teacher training meetings with them. They are creating didactic opportunities. They give room for participants to speak up. So many layers at the same time, and without changing that, formation is a direct connection line. Here we are creating conditions of appropriation, so this APM will have teacher training in a way that for sure this will consolidate the learning points. Another point that we can realize here in relation to APM is that they have increased the number of strategies used in teachers with, in meetings with teachers and managers. So there is a dialogue, because if I only have, here's planning, execute, and then come back, this is one thing. When you create a dialogue context, there are some learning points. Another point that is important showing is that the book has become part of children's life. There's no language learning without the book. Sometimes we have books at schools, sometimes not. We have great partnerships, we've moved a lot, but we need to see if the book will arrive, because only giving the book doesn't mean that the children is getting access to the book. So we follow up and we see how the access is happening. And in that picture, you can see that children are holding their books and they are pretty happy with that. And here's something that is in relation to professors. It contributes for the development of language in children. So out of the observed activities, dark red are the activities that really contribute to the development of language. We have a full protocol, it's written what it is, what is not, so there is a baseline. And for real, in this formation chain, the process did happen. Just like the repertoire of children's activities. They had storytelling, games, conversation circles. Well, when we got there, there was way less diversity from activities that were proposed to children. So here's some of the results that are the consolidation of the formation, the continued training from the PAC to professionals, high frequency, that is a very interesting data. The frequency of the entire state chain is huge, very high in all informative events, book access that I've mentioned, and the gradual impact in teacher training, something that, as we've mentioned, is an incremental process. This is the theory of change. It's not going to be read into details, but we need to understand that there is an entire line of thought behind all this that will take us to our bond structure and the work of the entire system. This is the State Secretary, Jandira Dias. She just took office, and here we have one of our coordinators. I would like to call your attention that we did that for 5 years, and we are in a moment of withdrawal. It's a challenge. We don't know what's going to happen. We need to monitor. There will be some research. Monica, we have plenty of material. And what will stay and what won't stay, what this department secretary will take to their hands or not. What about monitoring? We are transferring our entire repertoire to them. So how are they going to appropriate that? All that is a question we have no answers, and it's going to be investigated for 2026 on. So far, a strong partnership. We created an engine that it has thousands of details. We could spend the entire week talking about the implementation challenges. How do you adjust? How many cycles can you do per year? What fits, what doesn't? What is possible to be implemented or not? And the action plan is a field also. And we have a lot of data, so we can think about the scale and the schedule in a very competent way. It's not only numbers, we need to deliver the notebook, and it's a opinion formation society where it monitors and follows the cycles we have triggered, and the integration with politics, the state picture, and the regional pictures that are pretty important in relation to a state like Maranhão. So I believe there would be many other things to talk about, and I ran out of time, and we can talk more during the debate. I want to bring a concrete example that illustrates a lot about what was mentioned this morning, because for us to have this building blocks to implement and to understand the municipalities and states, they need to take to their hands the entire process that needs to be triggered. It's not fast, but 5 years is not much. We have a lot of results in the classroom already, but we wanted to bring this example to add on to the conversation. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Beatriz. Eu vou passar a palavra para a professora Mineia Fratelli. A gente tem monte de pergunta para ela.
We have many questions, but strategically speaking, I'm going to choose one. Which are the strategies in relation to systems, processes, people, to assure the quality of early childhood education? Mineia is in the municipality level, so that's where we implement the policies. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the Bracell Foundation for the invitation. And it's a great pleasure to be here at the same table with amazing women who are partners here. Well, I would like to ask you, we can go to the next slide, please.
Desculpa. Não, mas não era esse não, gente.
That's not my slide deck.
Essa não é minha apresentação, não. Acho que essa é da professora Rita.
Da Rita.
This is Rita's.
E tô um pouco longe de ser a professora Rita aqui para dizer para vocês das políticas do MEC. Não estou à sua altura, professora. Das políticas eu falo. Bom, agora foi. Bom, vou falar um pouquinho aqui, pensando no espaço da gestão municipal. Quais são os desafios e por que é preciso olhar com lupa as políticas organizadas pelo município, que possibilidades nós temos e o planejamento. Como é que a gente faz escolhas e como é que trabalha por meio de governança. Né? A primeira coisa que eu acho que a gente precisa pensar enquanto gestor público é o que é que nós sabemos sobre o atendimento da educação infantil da nossa rede. Nós temos ilhas de excelência ou uma rede com escolas que de fato têm qualidade. Porque o que a gente ouve dos discursos toda vez que vai falar com professores ou com gestores é algo que nós temos escolas fabulosas e aquelas outras que precisam melhorar ainda, mas enquanto gestores públicos, líderes da Secretaria de Educação, a gente precisa ter uma rede que é de qualidade, porque não basta ter escolas boas, porque aí você não garante o direito que é de todos e de todas as crianças. Então, eu penso que os desafios do gestor, eles passam por alguns lugares, né, que a gente, nos últimos anos, a gente já vem, né, o MEC vem estruturando políticas que pensam muito qualidade, e nós temos agora, de longa data, que a gente pensa na equidade, mas agora ela está, inclusive, nos nossos textos, nos nossos marcos legais. Acho que o primeiro desafio de um gestor nós conhecemos a legislação, porque não dá para fazer política educacional no município se nós não tivermos conhecimento da legislação. Aqui tem um pouco do histórico, né, de diretrizes que pensam a educação infantil, os parâmetros nacionais, a própria BNCC, mas nós temos marcos muito recentes que precisam pautar a escolha de um gestor. Por exemplo, a Lei número 14.851 do ano passado, que traz essa obrigatoriedade da criação de mecanismos de levantamento e divulgação da demanda por vagas, quando a gente pensa no atendimento da creche. Nós já fazemos isso? Né, hoje, no período da manhã, há toda uma organização por parte do MEC que vai auxiliar os municípios, mas a legislação já está dada. Isso é, inclusive, objeto de questionamento de Ministério Público, de Tribunal de Contas, e não é só por isso. É porque a gente tem um compromisso com o nosso munícipe e eles precisam saber como é que se organiza essa demanda. Então, essa lei, e eu trago que é um desafio, porque a fila da creche, a demanda da creche é um desafio gigante, com algumas exceções para nós gestores públicos, mas eu preciso identificar qual é essa demanda. Eu sei qual é essa demanda. Em Guarulhos, a gente tem tentado uma porção de atividades para descobrir nossa demanda real. Antecipamos intenção de matrícula, ligamos para os familiares, fizemos várias ações para que a gente tenha um dado mais próximo do fiel, para que a gente possa planejar a ampliação da nossa demanda. Então, essa é uma primeira coisa. E os critérios de priorização, eles estão dados. Há diferentes, inclusive a própria Lei 14.851 traz critérios, há outras legislações que trazem esses critérios. Isso aqui precisa ser de conhecimento do gestor, do secretário da Educação, de toda a sua equipe e dos familiares. É preciso que eles saibam como isso acontece. E, por fim, nós temos agora a atualização dos parâmetros de qualidade, que são as diretrizes operacionais nacionais de qualidade e equidade para a educação infantil. Elas são mandatórias. Isso significa que nós precisamos saber na ponta da língua tudo aquilo que está posto ali, porque são parâmetros que nos ajudam a organizar a política da nossa rede. Então, como é que o gestor conhece, porque para a gente fazer política, para além de organizar um planejamento estratégico, e nós no município estamos com uma gestão nova, mesmo que seja uma reeleição, nós podemos ter novas equipes ou novos prefeitos, então é mais uma vez a retomada ou o começo de um processo. Como é que esses marcos legais estão presentes no nosso planejamento? Ano de PPA, de organizar uma porção de coisas na nossa rede, nós precisamos saber dos marcos legais do nosso país, e não só do nosso país, do estado e do município, porque muitas vezes o município tem legislações que vão ao encontro das legislações do próprio governo federal ou que sequer dialogam com as políticas que estão postas. Então, a gente precisa identificar também. Em relação aos desafios da rede, eu trago aqui as diretrizes operacionais nacionais, que elas nos ajudam a pensar essa organização dos nossos desafios. O próprio PAR, quando a gente preenche, todos os municípios tiveram que fazer esse levantamento de dados neste ano, ele já vai colocando ali, vai dando pistas de quais são os nossos desafios. Mas é preciso que o município se debruce sobre essas dimensões e elas se relacionam muito com aquilo que é a tomada de decisão do gestor, que está no começo de uma gestão, que precisa organizar o seu planejamento estratégico, pensando essas 5 dimensões, já que a gente está falando aqui de qualidade e equidade. Então, veja, eu não vou falar com tanta profundidade de cada um, porque aqui vocês, espero eu, já conhecem, né, as diretrizes, e também o nosso tempo é escasso para isso. Mas em relação à gestão democrática, por exemplo, aos processos colegiados, a gente dialoga, inclusive, com o Tribunal de Contas, Ministério Público, porque especialmente, e a Anitta falou um pouco isso de manhã, essa questão da demanda, da fila, dos processos judiciais, enquanto o município não tem organizado um arcabouço legal muito estruturado, a gente fica refém também dessas questões judiciais, e é preciso que a gente publicize quais são as nossas normas, o que é que está na nossa legislação que coloca priorização, como é que a gente tem organizado a demanda na nossa rede. É preciso ter transparência, porque muitas vezes nós somos cobrados pelo Ministério Público pela falta de transparência, pela falta de publicação dos nossos dados, para que seja possível a verificação do nosso esforço. O
they are unable to ascertain our efforts, and the strengthening in terms of community, the fulfilling of specificities and singularities. There are small municipalities that have huge networks. Guarulhos, the municipality that I'm currently working at, is huge, not only in terms of the number of schools and the number of students, but territorially speaking. So, you know, there is a huge diversity within the network.
Por todas as outras mesas.
I'm also going to
Bia
talk
trouxe
about
isso,
professional
né? Esta mesa
education.
inteira trouxe
All
isso, a professora
other
Mônica
panels
também,
mentioned
no
that,
sentido
and I'm
de
going
que
to mention that
preciso
too.
que a
It is
gente
necessary
encare de vez a
that
formação dos
we
nossos professores
face
de educação
the
infantil.
need to educate early
Essa
childhood
formação, que é a
teachers.
formação inicial, está dado, que não tem se
Training
aprofundado,
needs to be
especialmente naquilo que é o currículo da
provided. It
educação
needs to
infantil,
go
que são
more
as
in depth.
especificidades. A
There are
formação continuada
specificities that
é a
need to
resposta,
be
e ela é
taken
lei.
care of.
Né? Terço de
Continued
formação
education
na jornada
is
do
the
professor está
response
posto desde
to that,
2008. Então,
and
como é que
it
a
is
gente
the law.
organiza esse espaço
So a
em
third
função
of
do
the
que a gente
teachers
precisa de formação desses professores? O que a gente vê na rede pública,
should
e eu sou
be
funcionária de
dedicated to
carreira
that.
do
And
município
what
de
we
São Paulo,
see in
que
the
muitas vezes a gente
public
organiza os
school
horários e
network
os
is that
tempos da
sometimes
escola
we
para
organize
favorecer
times
professor. E eu não estou
in the
colocando aqui
school
em
to
jogo que isso
favor
está
the
errado, que
teachers, and
não é
I'm
isso que eu
not
quero
saying that
dizer. O
this is
professor
wrong.
precisa ser
I
respeitado
mean,
naquilo que é o seu
teachers
tempo, a sua
need to
carreira,
be
mas a
respected in
escola
terms
ela
of their time and
precisa
their careers, but the
olhar do
school
ponto de vista
needs
da
to look at
criança. Que
that from
horário é
the
o melhor para a
standpoint
criança? Como é
of
que
a
eu
child.
organizo a
I
formação desse
mean, what's
professor
best
para
for the
atender
children?
de fato
How
ou para que
can I
eles sejam
organize this
verdadeiros? A
teachers'
gente tem tido
life
municípios
so
em que a
that the
formação
care
continuada
is
dos professores
best?
acontece às
Continued
6 da manhã.
education
Que
for
professor, gente,
teachers
vai dar conta e
oftentimes is
coordenador
happening at
pedagógico
6
de
a.m.
fazer uma
How
discussão
can
às
they
6 da manhã,
have
porque
a
a pessoa
discussion
tem
at
outros
6 a.m.
empregos ou
because
trabalha em outro
they
lugar?
have to work
Não
other
se faz.
jobs?
E aí a gente
you
começa
end
ou
up not
continua
having
fazendo
that.
mentiras,
So
porque ninguém se
we
forma. A
continue
gente também precisa
lying
respeitar esse
about it
sujeito
because actually
professor,
nobody's
que às vezes
getting
trabalha em dois
educated.
lugares,
Sometimes
chega
you have to
cedo, chega
respect
tarde em casa. Como é que vem
teachers
às
that
6
are
da manhã para
working in
fazer
two
formação?
different
Então,
schools
isso precisa
and,
ser pensado. E
getting
nós temos
home
nas
late
próprias
and how
redes
they're
de
going to
São
wake up
Paulo,
that
de outros
early
estados,
to have
modelos
continued
que dão muito
education. So
certo em
we
relação
need to
à
copy
formação.
other models outside
O
of São
currículo, a
Paulo
proposta
that have worked in
pedagógica,
terms of
pensar a nossa
education. The
escola com a
curriculum,
diversidade de
the pedagogical or
agrupamentos,
the
a
teaching
organização dos ambientes,
proposition,
aquilo que a gente
the
sabe e faz
diversity of
muito bem,
groups, the
a
organization
avaliação,
of
que já foi muito
environments,
discutida
what we
aqui,
already
e eu
know
não
so
vou me
well,
deter
the
a essa
assessment that
questão,
we
e a
have
infraestrutura.
discussed at
Eu
length and
penso que para nós que
infrastructure.
somos
I
gestores, a
believe
infraestrutura
that
ela é de
to
fato algo
us,
muito desafiador.
infrastructure
Porque
is
embora a
something
gente tenha
quite
tido aqui algumas
challenging.
discussões sobre as parcerias com as
And
OSCs,
the
em determinados
partnership with
lugares
OSCs
não há
is
outra
important.
possibilidade de atendimento da rede que não
Sometimes
seja
there
com a OSC.
is no
São Paulo é
other
um exemplo desse, o
possibility
município,
of
Guarulhos é outro.
providing
Nós não conseguimos, com estrutura própria,
unless we do it
chegar
through
nos
OSC. So
territórios
with our own
mais distantes.
structure,
Eu
we
falei
are
para
not
vocês, eu sou
always
funcionária
able
pública
to
daqui de São
reach
Paulo. No começo desse
the
ano estava na minha
farther
escola. Sou coordenadora pedagógica do CEL
territories. I
EMEI
am
Navegantes, que fica lá no Grajaú. Não sei se vocês conhecem aqui a
coordinator
região,
at
mas
CEL
nós tínhamos
Navegantes
ali
in Grajaú,
na rua
but right
do
there
CEL,
on
do
the
CEL
same street
Navegantes,
that
a
we
minha era
had the
EMEI,
Navegantes
3
cell,
unidades
which was
conveniadas
a
de creche,
state-run
mais a
school. We had
creche
3
dentro do CEL, dada a demanda que a gente tem de
3
crianças. Então, o
daycare
conveniamento ele é
services
essencial.
that
Agora,
were in
a gente precisa
working
fazer as duas
cooperation
coisas ao
with the
mesmo
government,
tempo.
but they
Como é
were
que a gente dá
private services.
acesso
So
e
we
como é
have to
que a
think about
gente
how to
vê
give
qualidade?
people
Porque
the
também
access
não
and
serve
how do we
qualquer espaço, não
ascertain
serve qualquer
the
prática.
quality.
Há uma organização gigante presente nas diretrizes, presente na
There
base
is a
do que é
huge
que a gente precisa ofertar para as
organization,
nossas
what
crianças
we
e
need
para
to
os
offer
bebês, né,
our
não só para as
children
crianças. Então, Então,
and
eu
the
acho que isso se torna
babies.
muito
And I
desafiador.
believe this
Mas
is all
precisamos
part of the
olhar com
challenge. We
lupa
need to
o que é
look
que
at
tem
that
acontecido dentro das
very
nossas
closely to
escolas.
see what's
As
happening within our
possibilidades que a gente
schools.
tem são
And the
programas super
possibilities that we
estruturados.
have
Eu
are
gosto
very
muito
well
dessa
structured
organização
programs.
do
I
MEC,
really
que vem cada
enjoy
vez mais se
this
aproximando dos
organization
municípios,
created by
com o
MEC that's coming
CNCA, com
closer to
outras
the cities,
proposições, e aí
with
destaco aqui o
CNCA and
ProLei, porque
other
de fato tem feito
propositions,
diferença na
and
formação dos
ProLei,
nossos
which
professores.
has made a
O regime de
difference in the
colaboração é
education
outro
of our
fator
teachers.
preponderante para
The
que a gente consiga,
collaboration
de fato,
regime is
implementar
also
boas
really
políticas.
important in
A mesa
order
da
for us
manhã
to
falou um pouco
implement
isso. Nós
good
temos muita
policies. The
dificuldade em
panel in the
atender
morning
a
talked about
demanda
that. We
da educação
are having
infantil. Então,
trouble
é preciso
supplying
que a
the
gente retome
demands
esse
made
diálogo com o
by
Estado,
early childhood
porque, de fato, o
education. So we
município tem
need to
atendido um
resume
número muito maior
dialogue
de
with the
crianças do ensino
state.
fundamental.
I mean, the
Como é que a gente
municipality
retoma
is
isso
dealing
para que
with
eles possam
children from
também
elementary
atender
and
aquilo
middle
que já
school.
atendem, que
So,
é o
you
ensino
know,
fundamental,
they need
e a gente
to
possa ampliar
look at
nossa
elementary and middle
capacidade.
school, which they
A gente
have
pode
already been
aprender
caring
muito
for,
com
but we
outros
need to expand our
municípios.
capacity for early
Precisamos
childhood education. We
da
need to learn
Secretaria da
from other
Saúde, da Secretaria de
municipalities. We
Assistência,
need
dessas
the Healthcare
políticas
Secretariat,
outras
the
que dão
Social
suporte ao
Security
nosso trabalho. Eu estava
Secretariat, and
contando na hora do
others that
almoço
support
com as
our
pessoas
work
que
to
estavam na
work
minha
with
mesa.
us.
Guarulhos,
I
a
was
gente tem
commenting
uma
with
situação
someone
bastante
at lunch at
difícil,
Guarulhos. Our
de território com muita
situation is
ocupação.
very
E aí as
complicated
crianças, elas
because
não
we have a
dão
lot of
conta de
occupied
chegar
territories
nos
and they
pontos de
just
encontro do TAG para
are
ir até a escola.
unable
Então,
to
veja, a
get
educação não
to
vai
the
conseguir resolver
tag
isso, porque eu oferto o
meeting
TAG,
points
tenho uma
to
escola,
go to
mas
school.
esta
You know,
situação
tag is
precisa
like
ser
the
pensada
transportation
com outras
service. So,
secretarias
you
para que
know,
a gente
these are
possa
all things
garantir o
that need
direito.
to be
E, lógico, a
carefully
parceria que a
thought
gente
out
tem com
with
as
other
universidades, com os
secretariats to ensure
institutos
the
que
rights and the
podem nos
partnerships that
ajudar
we have
a
with
melhorar aquilo que a
universities and
gente já tem. O
institutes
olhar
that can
externo ele é
help us
sempre muito
improve
importante.
what we
E a
already
própria
have.
rede municipal. Como
Outside
nós
look is
temos,
always
de fato,
important.
ilhas
And
de
also
excelência,
the
como é que a gente
municipal
traz a
network.
experiência
If we have
daqueles que
excellency
conseguiram
islands,
organizar
I
bom
mean,
trabalho
expert
e
islands,
para
we
que
need
isso
to look
possa
at who's
disseminar a outras
being
escolas.
able to
Agora,
organize a
gestor,
good
ele não
way
vai
of working
conseguir ter
and
uma
disseminate
educação
that
infantil
to
de
all the other
qualidade com
schools.
equidade
A
se não se
manager
planejar.
is not
Planejamento
going
é
to
a
get good
chave
quality
para que a
early
gente
childhood
tenha uma
education if they
organização
don't plan.
coerente com aquilo que a
Planning
gente
is
precisa
key,
fazer.
and it needs
Precisa
to
ter
be
mapa de
coherent with
dados, e o
what we
novo
need
PAR
to do.
traz isso
We need
de
to
forma
have a
bastante
map of
organizada.
data.
Nós temos
We need to
outros
have that very
sites
well
do próprio governo
organized. We
federal, do
need
estado,
to
enfim,
have
que
websites
podem
from
nos
the
ajudar. A
federal
gente
government
precisa
and
priorizar.
states,
Não
and we
adianta
need
fazer
to
um plano de ação
prioritize.
que
I
tenha
mean, it's no use to
14
have an action
grandes
plan
frentes de
that has
projeto, porque a gente não vai dar
14
conta.
major
As
fronts of
secretarias
projects
muitas
because
vezes
we are
não
not going
têm
to be
pessoas
able to work that
suficientes
out.
ou não têm
Secretariats
condições de
oftentimes
organizar
do not have enough
muitas
personnel.
coisas ao
They are
mesmo tempo. Então, vamos
understaffed.
priorizar
They
o que
are
é que a gente
not
faz em
able to
25,
do
o que é que
everything
faz
they
em
need to do
26
at the same
e a
time. So,
governança. Quem
you
é o
know, there's the matter
responsável
of
por cada
governance
uma
as well.
daquelas
Who
ações
is
que nós
responsible
estamos
for each of the
planejando?
actions
Que riscos
that we are
eu preciso
planning? I mean, what
antecipar
are
para
the
que não dê
risks that I
errado?
need to
Como é que eu
anticipate
monitoro? Como
so
é que eu
things don't go
avalio?
wrong?
Tudo isso é
How
super
do I
importante.
monitor? How do I
E aí, estou correndo
assess?
aqui porque meu
All
tempo
of
já
that is
acabou.
really
Papel dos
important. I'm
gestores.
racing
A gente
now
vem
because
discutindo há bastante
I'm out of
tempo esse
time.
papel
So
de
the role of
liderança
managers, this role
educacional.
of
Não só a
educational
liderança
leadership,
que é
not
da
only
Secretaria de
the
Educação,
leadership
que
that
de
comes
fato
from the
inspira pessoas, e
Secretariat
estou
of
aqui com meu
Education,
ex-grande
which
orientador
includes several
Mozart, que
people.
me
I am
ajudou a
here
olhar
with
isso
my
também, Filomena, que é uma
Professor
referência
Mozart,
nesses estudos.
Filomena, who is a
É,
reference
Filomena
in the
tem
studies.
ótimo trabalho em relação a essa questão da liderança. Nós
Philomena
precisamos
did a
tomar
lot of
esse
work in
nosso
terms
lugar.
of leadership. We
trabalha
need
na
to take our
Secretaria da
places.
Educação
People who
decidiu
work
trabalhar lá.
at the
Então, tem
Secretariat for Education,
responsabilidade
Foundation
para com a
decided to work
educação
there.
pública. Não
So,
dá para
you know,
eu
there
tenho cargo,
is
que bom que eu tenho cargo. Ele tem
responsibilities.
muitos desafios e precisamos
It's
ter
not
coragem.
just about
Educação
the
ela é feita
office.
por
There are many
sujeitos com
challenges,
coragem,
and
porque os desafios são
education is
imensos.
made by people with
Há um
courage. The
conjunto de
challenges are
pessoas
huge.
que estão
And
ali
there is
só
a
para
set of people
atrapalhar
who are
tudo que a
there
gente faz
just to
e fica
hinder and
apontando
spoil
e faz com
everything
que a
that we
gente, às
do and
vezes,
pointing
perca um pouco ali o
fingers, and
equilíbrio, mas é
sometimes
preciso que a
they
gente
unbalance
esteja
us,
muito
but it's
firme no
very
nosso
important
propósito.
that
E
we
firmeza
keep
no
firm
propósito
with
também
our
se baseia
purpose,
em algo que é
and
super
that
organizado,
is
que é o nosso
also
planejamento.
something that
Mas o
has to do with
planejamento
our
ele
own
só será
planning, and
adequado se eu
planning is
sei
only going to
de
be
fato
adequate
qual é
if
o meu
I
desafio
know
para
for sure
planejar
what my
alguma coisa
challenge is,
adequada
so that I
àquilo que é
can
o meu
think of
desafio.
something
Uma equipe de trabalho
adequate
engajada, e aí é
to
o
my
líder
challenge.
que
So
faz isso.
the
E a gente
leaders
precisa
are
começar a encarar, gente,
responsible
que
for
não pode
that.
ser qualquer
An
que trabalha na
engaged
Secretaria da
work
Educação.
team does
Precisa ter
that.
processo
We need
seletivo,
to
precisa ter
have
gente
good
de
selection
qualidade,
process. We
porque o
need
que
to
a
have high
gente tem
quality
tido
people,
é um
because what we
conjunto
have
de
seen
pessoas
is a
que
set of
sequer
people who
entendem de educação, e
don't
a gente
even
precisa
really
começar a encarar isso.
understand what
Porque
education
não
is all
será
about,
possível
and we
fazer
need
o
to
que a Bia
face
apresentou
that
aqui de forma tão
in the face.
competente se a
I
gente não tiver
mean,
na secretaria gente
unless
qualificada
we
que
have
possa
qualified
fazer
people in
toda
the
essa cadeia
secretariat, as Bia
formativa,
said,
as
that could be
atividades de dupla
working with all
conceitualização,
this
enfim,
training and all of
monitorar e
that,
avaliar.
and who can
Só para
monitor
acabar, porque
and
eu tive que
assess.
falar
It would
muito
be
rápido,
impossible.
o MEC
And just in
organizou,
closing,
junto
MEC
com a
has
Fundação Maria
organized
Cecília
together
Souto
with the
Vidigal
Maria
e o
Cecília
SEMPEC este
Souto
curso, que é o curso
Vidigal,
Gestão
a
Municipal
course
por uma Educação Infantil de
for
Qualidade com
municipal
Equidade. Ele
management
está
for early
disponível
childhood
no AvaMec
education.
para aquelas
It's
pessoas que
available
querem se
at the
aprofundar
website
nessas
AvaMec
diretrizes ou na
for
própria,
those who want
nas
to
próprias
go
questões
deeper
legais da
into these
educação infantil.
guidelines or
Fala de plano
want
de
to
ação,
become
fala de
familiar with
monitoramento,
the
fala de
politics
avaliação.
of it.
Então, é
It talks about
preciso que a
guidelines,
gente
assessment,
saiba
etc.
muito sobre as políticas para que possa
It is
organizá-las
important to
na
know the
nossa
policies so
cidade.
that we can
E o
organize
AvaMec,
them
está
in
no
our
AvaMec
cities.
essa formação. Então,
And
ela é
AvaMec
disponível para
carries
todo
all
mundo.
of this
E trago aqui
information
uma
and it's
referência
available for all.
que nem
And I
combinamos,
bring
mas
you
todo
a
mundo falou muito
reference,
de
but all of
coerência,
us
porque
talked
para a
about
organização de uma
coherence.
política
To
pública, a gente
organize a
precisa de
public
coerência.
policy, we
E
need
esse
to be
livro, para mim, é uma
coherent. And
grande
this book,
referência,
for me,
porque
it's
ele vai
become a major
trazendo o que é
reference
coerência para
because
que a
it
gente faça um
tells
bom
us
trabalho
about
educacional.
coherence,
E aí vai falar
being
do trabalho
coherent for a good
colaborativo, vai falar da
educational
liderança,
work.
vai
It's going
falar
to
da
talk about
responsabilização
collaboration,
no sentido de que é
leadership,
preciso ter
liability,
compromisso com aquilo que nós nos
becoming
dispusemos a fazer.
responsible and
E
committed
aí,
to
lógico,
what
educação é um
we
processo
decided
e
to
um
do.
projeto
I think
coletivo, a gente não pode
education
esquecer
is
disso.
a
Hoje,
collective process.
aprendemos muito, fomos
And
muito
today we
provocados,
learned
e
a
que bom
lot.
que é assim. Eu
We
espero
were
que isso
provoked
seja
quite a
só o
bit,
começo de
and I
muitas
hope
outras
that this
discussões,
is
porque os
just the
nossos
beginning
bebês e
of
as nossas
many other
crianças
discussions because
precisam.
our
Olha aí que
babies
graça
and our
essas crianças
children
lá de
really need
Guarulhos
that.
brincam com
Look
a
at
gente.
these
Obrigada,
pretty
viu?
children from Guarulhos playing with us. Thank you.
Bom, pessoal, como vocês podem imaginar, nosso tempo está estourado. Não vamos poder responder as perguntas que vieram. Duas perguntas para o Leer, que depois eu posso, né, passar para a professora
And I
Mônica.
can send to Professor
A
Monica.
gente tem
And we have
para
1 minute
considerações
for
finais,
final
Mônica.
comments. Monica?
Perdi meu 1 minuto. Gente, eu
I
tinha
lost
3
that
coisinhas
1
para
minute
falar,
that I
muito
had. I had
rapidamente
3
dentro de 1
things
minuto.
that
A
I wanted
primeira
to
é que
say.
eu acho que quando
First
a gente pensa
thing
em políticas
is that
públicas,
when we think
a
about
questão da
public
qualidade,
policy
eu acho que
and
em
when we think about
primeiríssimo
quality,
lugar,
I think
a gente precisa
first and
pensar
foremost,
por
we
que
need to
fazer
think
isso,
about
porque é um direito
why
das
we are
crianças.
doing
Eu acho que
that,
isso muda
because
tudo.
it's the
Né? Se a gente
children's
tivesse tempo
right.
mais para
And I think
explorar, mas
that
eu acho que colocar em
changes
primeiro
everything. I
lugar,
think
porque
that's
é
the
um
most
direito das
important
crianças.
thing,
Todo o resto
because it's
virá
the
a
child's
partir
right.
disso. Né? Quando você
And
coloca essa questão em
everything
primeiro
results
lugar,
from that. When you
você
think
pensa
about that
que é na
first,
criança
you
que você
think
precisa
about
olhar
the
se esse
children.
direito está
You
sendo
need to
cumprido
look
ou
at
não.
the children
Né?
and,
E isso
and
define a questão da
ascertain if
qualidade.
this right
A
is
outra
being
coisa que eu
respected
queria
or not,
dizer é
and
que se eu
that has to
pudesse mudar
do
alguma
with
coisa,
quality.
são
If
muitas as
I
coisas que a
could
gente
change
discutiu
one
aqui que são
thing, there are
importantes
many things
para
that
uma
we
educação
discussed
infantil de
that are quite
qualidade, mas se eu
important
tivesse que
for
escolher uma
an
única,
important
eu
early
escolheria
childhood
duas.
education. But if I
Uma
needed to pick
seria
one, I would pick
investir na
two.
formação de
One,
professores e,
investing in the
sobretudo, na
education
formação
of
inicial.
teachers,
Eu acho que
particularly
isso
in
vai
the
fazer muita
early
diferença se a gente
education
conseguir
of
mexer
teachers. I
nesse
think that would
vespeiro.
be
A
very,
segunda coisa
very
seria mexer na
a big
avaliação.
turning
Eu
point
acho
if
que
we
isso
could
tem
deal with that. And
impactado.
the
Não
second
adianta a gente
thing
fazer os
is
cursos que a
to
gente está
change the
fazendo.
assessment.
Se
It
lá na
would not
ponta,
be
né, Mireia,
enough to
a
do all
cobrança
the
é se a
courses
criança
that we are
reconhece ou não
doing.
sílaba.
And
Então tudo se perde por
you know,
aí.
in the the end, all
Então,
that
eu acho que é
matters is
muito
if the
importante
child
que as
can
avaliações
acknowledge syllables or
coloquem em
not.
evidência o que
So
foi dito aqui, que
assessments
é a
need
gente
to put
investir em
into
avaliações que
evidence
deem conta de
something that
pensar
has
se o
been said here,
desenvolvimento integral da
investing in
criança está sendo
assessment
assegurado,
to
né?
think,
Se as
or
crianças
that
estão
allows us to
brincando,
think if
isso
the full
vai fazer
development of a
diferença, a
child
gente
is
vai
being
ver a
ensured,
alegria delas
if
com bons
children are
livros de literatura
playing,
infantil na mão, por
that is
exemplo,
going
né?
to make a
Muito
difference.
obrigado pela
Seeing
paciência, que
them with
pena
good
que são
childhood
apenas poucos
literature,
minutos que a gente pode falar
reading,
aqui.
and we don't have a lot of time, so these are my main points.
Minutinho.
Vai, Bia, 1 minuto.
Bom,
1
tantas coisas
minuto,
teria para
Bia.
falar,
Well,
mas
I would
enfim,
have so
eu
many
vou...
things
Eu e
to
a Mineia,
say,
a gente está até
so
tendo a
much to
oportunidade de
say,
fazer um
but
curso muito
we
interessante organizado pela
are
Bracell.
doing a
E
very
o PB,
interesting
o
course
Ricardo Paz de
organized by
Barros, ele fica
Bracell,
lá
but
martelando na cabeça da
Paz
gente,
de
o que é um
Barros is
problema
always
público.
hammering in our
Eu acho
mind
que isso é um belo de um
about
mote para a gente
public
ter na cabeça o
policy,
tempo
and
todo,
that's something that we
porque
should
quando eu
always keep
tentei,
in
é claro, é
mind,
muito rápido, a
because
gente não consegue explicar direito o que faz,
sometimes
difícil,
we
né? Mas
can't explain
essa ideia que eu
exactly
tive
what
de ir da
we are
sala de
doing, but
aula,
this idea
você entender que
of
daí você
going
tem
into the
uma estrutura
classroom
municipal
and
para cuidar, mas que não é
understanding
suficiente, que você
that
tem
you
que ir
have
para uma
a
escala
municipal
estadual ou
structure,
nacional.
but that you need
Esse
to
é um
have
problema
a national
público, é como
scale,
escalar com
or
qualidade,
how you're going
sem
to
perder de
escalate
vista
things
todos
with
os estudos que a
quality,
gente conhece sobre
not
desenvolvimento
losing
infantil, sobre
sight
formação
of
de professor,
all
para
that
que a
we
gente
know
possa pôr
about
para
early
rodar uma
childhood
coisa que
development
realmente
and
vai dar uma
teachers
resposta àquilo
training
que é o
and
que o Brasil precisa, que as
coming up with
crianças
a
tenham
response
outro
that's what
desenvolvimento,
Brazil
outra
actually needs,
possibilidade
allowing
de
children to have a
desenvolvimento.
different
E acho que junto
possibility
com isso que eu estou
for
dizendo,
development.
sempre
And I think
lembrar
together
que
with what
atuar
I'm
no campo da
saying,
educação, assim
we
como em
have
outros
to
campos, mas estou
remember
falando da
that
educação,
working
é
with
atuar
education
para transformar
is working
culturas
to
arraigadas, que
change
foi
a
o que
culture
foi a
that's
Suzane
very
falou, né?
well established and set
Não é
in its
banal,
ways.
não é
It's not
banal, é uma coisa
something
que precisa de muito
banal.
investimento, muita
You
estratégia, que
need
precisa você
investment and
criar
strategy.
mecanismos
You need to
e
create
formas em que você vá se,
mechanisms and
se
ways that
aproximando
will
e dando
allow
espaço
you
para a
to come
apropriação.
closer,
E aí, só para concordar com a Mônica, eu
and
acho que
that will allow you to
a avaliação de
appropriate yourself of
práticas
that, and the
pedagógicas é uma coisa
assessment
extremamente
of
necessária. Né? E acho
teaching
que nós temos que
practices is
avançar nessa
something
discussão, porque com
very
certeza ela é
important, and we need to
ela dá
make
o tom,
strides
né,
into
de
the
muita coisa.
discussion, because that will set the tone for so much.
Só para complementar.
Just to add, I think, and I will talk about training, because when we had the first process of Leer in municipalities and we were going to the next year, said, oh God, will we continue or not? I said, no, now it's another group. They were quite disappointed because they enjoyed so much about the movement that was organized for them. And there was this coordinator who said, I serve these schools one by one, and he said, okay, it seems that for the first time, people are seeing us. Look at that. And of course, the morning tables discuss that, and investments in education make an entire difference. We need it. We need that, and we have discussed at PNI and so on, every investment that people this morning mentioned. So there are things that are not related to cash. Training is one of them. We have training at the Department of Education. How do we qualify this process? How can we get all the enthusiasms from teachers? And, oh, okay, you want continuity? Perfect. But you need to have people who are able to help us. So this is possible. And how do we put this teacher at the center of the process so he or she can be in the middle of at the center of all that? And it's because they don't know how to implement the curriculum. That is a challenging document, and how they can organize that, promoting situations that will make a difference. So I would like to say that it's in our hands, and it's our decision to make it or not.
Gente, muito obrigada pela
Thank you very much for your listening, and I would like to ask you to think about the co-responsibility we all have. States, municipalities, the civil society. So we do have a quality early childhood education, assuring a childhood that is full and complete. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carolina, Mineia, Mônica, for the discussions. A panel made by women, pretty assertive. And this panel that is part of our program, the program of the second symposium, International Symposium of Early Childhood Education. Thank you very much.
Majestosa, imponente, frondosa. A castanheira do Brasil
The Brazilian
é fruto de esforço coletivo.
is part of a collective
Abelhas
effort.
mamangavas e flores, cutias e sementes, terra
Seeds,
fértil, chuva e
flowers,
sol,
land,
tudo na medida
rain,
certa.
sun, everything in the correct measure. This seed represents us and represents the childhood education that is built with the work of many teachers, families, children, and all the levels, states and municipalities, and a collective action that generates the base for the development. Childhood education essential for children, decisive for Brazil. And our next roundtable will ask us to reflect on the importance of the collaboration regimen between the federal, state, and municipal spheres, and its importance to balance the municipal responsibility for the implementation of the early childhood education policy and the need to expand technical and financial capacity. The operational guidelines and the National Commitment for Quality and Equity in Early Childhood Education, CONACEI, create a reference standard for action that did not exist until then. And we ask, what are the existing conditions for this regulation to be effectively inducing cooperation, and what steps still need to be taken? To delve deeper into the theme, I would like to call to the stage the holder of the chair, Sérgio Henrique Ferreira, of Institute Mozart Neves Ramos. I would like to invite Rita Coelho, the General Coordinator from the Ministry of Education and Culture, and she's part of the Interforum movement in Brazil, and she's also a member. She was the president of all the educational borders and an advisor from cities, states, and international agencies. Also, Celi Correa Neres, she's vice president of the Midwest region of FUNSED, at the State University of Mato Grosso do Sul. She was the vice dean, and she coordinated graduation, post-graduation, and PhD courses. Her history in the academy is marked by special education, curriculum diversity, and inclusion. And we also invite Adenilde Stein Silva. She is the Secretary of Education in Espírito Santo, and she works with public policies, inclusive education, and educational assessment. She was the director and coordinator of early childhood education, besides being a professor in graduation and post-graduation in many institutions. She was the president of Undime Espírito Santo and board member of the representative of Undime. Welcome.
Boa noite.
Good evening.
Isso é para relaxar, porque essa é a última mesa.
Just to relax, because
Vamos ter
this
que
is the
correr
last
contra o tempo,
round
porque há
table.
prazo
There is a
acordado com a
deadline
USP em
with
relação ao
USP
término da
in relation to the end of our
o
event.
auditório e tudo
The
mais que tá aqui no
auditorium and
entorno.
everything that is
Então, o lugar é
outside.
muito bonito,
The
mas tem as
place is
normas
beautiful, but
uspianas
we
que a
have
gente vai ter
some
que cumprir na
USP
medida do possível.
rules that we need to
Por isso
follow.
que você estava aqui, eles abriram meia hora por
Yeah,
causa de você.
because of you,
Mas, olha,
they
gente,
let us stay
vamos
for
lá,
half an hour.
é um tema muito
So
caro
this is a
para
very
mim, que
dear
me acompanha um pouco ao longo desses anos. O regime de
subject.
colaboração é absolutamente
So the collaboration
estratégico, seja
regimen
a
is
partir do
quite
Sistema
strategic
Nacional de
with
Educação.
the national
Enquanto secretário de
education.
Educação do Estado de Pernambuco, eu
And
dizia, eu
as
sou
the
secretário
secretary
da
at
rede
Pernambuco, I said,
estadual.
no,
Eu
I'm
sou
not
secretário da
secretary from the
Educação de
state
Então, eu tenho que
network.
cuidar da
I'm from
educação dos
Pernambuco and the
municípios e
entire
também da
state.
rede particular.
And
Eu acho que cuidar da qualidade da educação passa por esse regime
that
de
goes through this
colaboração.
regimen
Então,
of
aqui a gente tem
collaboration. So here we need
três
three professionals,
referências no
three
campo
references
da educação,
in the
né? E eu
field.
vou, Denildo, você estava com problema
And
de
Denildo,
voo.
we had
Posso
some
conversar com
problems
você,
with
então?
your flight. Can I start
Denildo
with you?
tava- Então, eu vou começar aqui por
So
Ademilde, aqui,
I will
porque se houver qualquer problema de
start with you,
logística,
because if there is any
você teria-
problem with logistics,
é você que está com problema de voo.
oh, you are the one with the
Então, vamos
problem.
conversar por
So
você,
let's start
então.
with you, dear.
Pode ser, pelo menos você fica mais tranquila.
So you can
em
be
relação-
okay in
Tá vendo? Eu já
relation.
queria
See,
colocar você direto
I
ao
wanted to
Espírito
put
Santo.
you
Mas
straight
você vai
to
para Campo
Espírito
Grande, não é
Santo.
isso?
You are going to Campo
Pronto.
Grande, right?
Mas ela vai de Guarulhos.
But she goes from the international airport.
Vai lá, Celito.
Alô. Boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon.
É com muita alegria que eu estou
It's a
aqui
great
nesse
joy
encontro.
to be here.
É um prazer para mim
It's a
dividir mais uma
pleasure to
vez o
share
palco aqui, a
the
mesa,
stage
não é a mesa, o encontro aqui com o professor
and
Moser.
with Professor Moser. He was in Campo Grande. I had the pleasure to be part of his lecture, bringing experience to our state. And I would like to greet Professor Maria Cecília. She was our Secretary of Education for 8 years, then the State Secretary of Education for 8 years. She has a great contribution for education in our state and also our country. And also Rita, our master, our example, we have followed her all the time, and our colleague sharing this knowledge. I would like to greet also Professor Maria Helena. She is the president of the São Paulo Council, and she has a great contribution to our country's education. And I would like to greet everyone who's here. I would like to acknowledge Professor Michel from FUNSED. He wasn't able to attend, and I'm representing him. So here's my brief presentation. I will try to be brief, considering our time. I've selected, well, to talk about the collaboration regimen when implement the guidelines for early childhood education. It's a little bit of what we have to talk about today. So we need to think, and also in relation to the advices, the actions to update the quality and equity rules from. And this is another field that we started to work. We had a meeting in Mato Grosso do Sul a month ago in order to discuss not only the parameters for equity and quality in early childhood education, but also considering the rural children and children from waters and forests. And we consider that in the collaboration regimen, we have urgent action for the teaching system and for conditions destroying the excluding model, and education is a human right and a political commitment for all the society. I believe everybody has tackled that. And we are talking about the place I hold and the State Board of Education, pretty important as players for the process. So the boards, they work as collegiate and consecutive and normative, being responsible for regulating, inspecting, proposing, and authorizing, formulating policies for education. They supervise the institutions of teaching, authorizing courses, and assess the execution of educational plans in the state level, always in collaboration with the national educational system. And our role is to establish this network of collaboration. And as a state, we always want to collaborate with the federal agents, considering the National Board and the Ministry of Education and all other boards and the entire system, including municipalities. So we have been working hard in collaboration with UNCIMI, the city departments, and also the state departments of education. So looking at the role of the board in this collaboration regimen, I've included some important points that I consider important. First is the regulation and normatization. So we are in this agenda, right, Professor Rita, with this commitment of FUNSED in working in the state boards in collaboration with UNCMI and UNDINI, in the sense, mainly with UNCMI, to set rules and regulate or guide through their own rules the implementation of quality parameters and equity parameters in early childhood education. So the board prepares rules and guidelines to add on the national legislation, adapting to the educational reality of the state. And so municipalities that do not have city boards, and in some states, this network is pretty huge. Let's say the state of Minas Gerais that has 800 municipalities under the Department of Education from the state. It's not easy. And also, in the case of Mato Grosso do Sul, 79 municipalities and 45 city boards. And the proposal of policies, it suggests the formulation of public policies to improve the flow and the yield. Then monitoring of educational plans, it's another activity from the board, and authorization and accreditation.
Qual que é o compromisso? Vou falar pouquinho agora do compromisso do FUNSED em relação
And what is the commitment of FUNSED in relation to the national quality and equity parameters in early childhood education? Our commitment is in the discussion and revision of the rules and opinions and also deliberations from all states. This is an agenda that is in all state governments. FUNSED did a survey based on their own form of how many of them have discussed or are still discussing the national quality parameters in early childhood education. And we have a mapping that the only state that guided through some guidance was Mato Grosso do Sul. We have 5 states that did not answer our form. FUNSED issued and gave a new deadline, and we issued a new form. And besides those 5 states we have a commission for the analysis and preparation of guidance rules. FUNSED will be based on the principles and all guidance that are part of the national parameters of quality and equity in early childhood education. And we have this commitment that we have celebrated with Professor Rita, that is to define in the state level who are the professionals from early childhood education according to the quality and equity in early childhood education. Talking to Professor Cecilia, there is a group thinking about a rule, a law, a legislation for this definition, and the states will regulate in their own system who are these professionals. So we started at Mato Grosso. We had a commission that is designated for this study. And I believe this is an important thing that is under our radar, to open discussions at FUNSED meetings, and in the beginning of November there will be a national FUNSED meeting in which we are going to have all the national boards in order to have a task force to have this normatization and implementation of the guidelines in the states.
Uma questão que nós vamos levar para o FUNSED, é que dentro do FUNSED nós temos as frentes de trabalho, né, professora Maria Helena? E nós temos uma frente de trabalho da educação básica. E eu vou propor lá, até peço a ajuda da professora Maria Helena também, para que nós possamos criar dentro dessa frente de trabalho um grupo para discutir essa questão dos parâmetros nacionais, né, de qualidade e equidade na educação infantil, certo? É um compromisso que nós estamos fazendo aqui. Outra frente que é importante, que é o fortalecimento do regime de colaboração, certo? Aí, primando pelo trabalho colaborativo entre os conselhos estaduais, municipais e UNDIME, e quem sabe formarmos então aí um protocolo de compromisso com o UNDIME e movimentos sociais para que a gente possa trabalhar em função não só da normatização do sistema, mas também do monitoramento, do acompanhamento e do suporte nesse processo aí, tanto com as secretarias municipais de educação, quanto com os conselhos municipais de educação. Então, só para terminar, eu trouxe um poema de Paulo Freire que ele acho que se intitula A Sombra dessa Mangueira. Quando penso em minha terra, penso sobretudo num sonho possível, mas nada fácil de ser realizado da invenção democrática de nossa sociedade. A libertação é possibilidade, não sina, nem destino e nem fado. Acho que isso representa muito esse encontro aqui. Enquanto educador progressista, não posso reduzir minha prática docente ao ensino de puras técnicas, de puros conteúdos,
summarize
everything
and teaching content or
então, que nós
content,
possamos, né, continuar nosso
just
trabalho
techniques or
fazendo
content. So we
essas
will
discussões,
continue our
debates
work
e
with
para que a gente possa
discussion and
continuar com essa
debate
compreensão crítica da
so that we
realidade e
can
pensar no futuro das
continue
nossas
with
crianças.
the
E termino
critical
dizendo,
elements
sim,
of
que
reality.
inclusive foi tema
And
da
I
nossa
like
audiência
to finish
pública, que a
by
professora
saying
Rita
that
esteve
this
lá,
was
que o
the
tempo da
topic of
criança
our
é
public
hoje.
hearing.
Muito
The
obrigada.
time for children is now. Thank you.
Agradecendo a professora Celi, conseguiu cumprir o tempo
Professor
certinho.
Celi. She was
E agora eu
able
tenho o
to
privilégio
stick
de
with her
convidar a
time.
nossa
Now I
querida
would like to
professora Riquinha
invite
para trazer a
Professor
sua
Rita
contribuição.
Coelho to make her
E em
contribution.
seguida teremos
And
então a
next,
Adelinde, que vai
we are
trazer,
going to
portanto,
have
o lado e a
Adenilde,
visão
who is
também
going
do
to
Conselho
be
Municipal,
talking
do
about
secretário
the
municipal da Educação.
Municipal Secretariat of
Adenilde.
Education.
Vinha, por favor.
Adenilde.
Obrigada, Mozart.
Thank you,
É
Mozart.
grande prazer
It is
você
a great
mediar aqui o nosso
pleasure
diálogo,
to have you mediating
que
our conversation
contraditoriamente
here.
Eu não acho que é um diálogo
Controversially,
fácil.
I don't think that is
Queria
an easy
agradecer a
dialogue,
todos
and I
que me
would like to
antecederam.
thank
Acho
all
que
the
foram
people who came
mesas
before me.
excelentes.
We had some
De
excellent
modo
panels here
especial, quero
today.
agradecer a
I would
Binéia,
like
que na
to
mesa
thank Benea
anterior
particularly
deixou já
because at the
tudo
previous panel,
num campo de discussão pronto para o
she
Ministério da
made everything
Educação.
ready
E quero também, várias
for
pessoas foram
discussion.
destacadas aqui nas nossas palestras, nos nossos painéis.
Several people were
E eu
talked about in
reforço
our
esses
lectures,
destaques
our
que foram
panels. I'd like
feitos
to
e
reinforce
incluo a professora
everything that
Zilma
was done. I'd like
Ramos
to
de
include
Moraes,
Professor Zilma
uma
Ramos
grande
Moraes.
defensora da educação infantil,
She's
conselheira que foi
a
do Conselho
champion for
Municipal de
early childhood
Educação,
education, defender
uma
of the
parceira e
municipal
uma companheira daquelas indispensáveis. Obrigada, Zilma, pelo seu
level.
apoio, pela sua
Zilma,
presença,
thank you for your
assim como
support,
das
for
outras
being
pessoas
here.
que foram comentadas. Né?
And
Agradecer
thank you
a
to
Celi,
everyone else.
a Deunilce,
I would
essa
like to thank
parceria do nosso
Celi,
diálogo
Deunilce,
aqui.
this
Né?
partnership,
É um
the
diálogo que nós já
dialogue.
fizemos em outros fóruns,
This is a
mas eu
conversation we have
considero
had
aqui
in
um
other
fórum
forums, but I
de
consider
debate
this to
internacional
be an international
que exige de nós
debate
coragem.
that
E eu
demands
entendo
us
que
to be courageous,
compromisso,
and it's my understanding
nós estamos
that
discutindo
our
compromisso,
commitment
é ação cidadã
is
republicana.
the
E
Republican
nessa
citizen
perspectiva é que eu
action,
quero trazer
and I
os
want to
desafios da
talk about the
implementação do
challenges
CONAQUEI
of implementing CONAQUEI
referenciados na
as
resolução
referenced in
01 do Conselho
Resolution
Nacional de
01
outubro
from
de
the National Council in
2024.
October
Por quê?
2024.
Porque
Why?
ela
Because
é uma
this
resolução
is a
que
resolution
alavanca ou que
that
deveria
leverages or that
alavancar
should
esse
leverage
compromisso,
this commitment,
e é uma resolução
and it
fruto
is a
de uma
resolution
política
that's the
da
fruit
gestão atual
of
do
a
Ministério da Educação
policy of the
que
current
vai dar origem
Ministry
ao
of Education
CONAQUEI.
Management that
O
gave rise to
CONAQUEI é uma
CONAQUEI.
gestão
CONAQUEI is a
colaborativa,
collaborative management,
federativa
a
da
federative
educação infantil.
management of early
Essa
childhood
gestão é um
education.
modelo que o MEC
This
tem seguido
management
para
is
os
a
seus
model that
programas
MEC has
estruturais.
been following
Já
in
existe no
its
compromisso
structural
para a
programs.
alfabetização, existe no
There is
tempo
already a
integral.
commitment for
Então,
literacy,
é uma
for
estratégia
full-time
de
schooling. It's
governança
a
que nós
governance
queremos
strategy that
implementar
we want to
a
implement
partir da compreensão de
from the
regime de
understanding
colaboração.
of a collaboration regime.
Uma compreensão que
It
não
is an
está
understanding
legislada
that is
e
not
nem pactuada
legislated, that
nacionalmente.
has not been
Ela está
agreed to at the
proposta.
national level. Right now, it's just
Então,
a
o
proposal, a
Alessandro já
proposition.
colocou na
So,
fala dele
Alessandro
o que é o
has
CONAQUEI.
already talked
CONAQUEI é
about
uma grande
CONAQUEI and what
estrutura
it is.
com comitê
It's a huge
tripartite,
structure with a
com
three-party
comitê
committee
bipartite que o
and a
Estado e a
two-party
Undine que
committee
criam,
that is created
com
by the
uma
state and Ungine,
comissão
and with a
nas
commission,
permanente de avaliação
a
formada pelos
permanent
as entidades
assessment
de
committee
conselho e
that's
pelos movimentos
comprised
sociais,
by social
representantes
movements
dos
and
movimentos
council
sociais,
movements that are
e que cria
representative
uma
from
rede
social movements
nacional
that
de
create
educação
a
infantil
national
que
early childhood
existe de forma
educational network that
desorganizada no Brasil.
exists in an
Essa rede
organized
será
fashion
criada
in
a
Brazil.
partir da
This
indicação
network
que
is
os
going
entes
to be
federados
created
farão
from the
dos seus
organization that
coordenadores
members of the
técnicos.
federation
É uma
will
rede
do
que
with their
pode
technical
ter 7.000
coordinators. It could have
representantes, né, pelo número
7,000
de municípios,
representatives,
pelo
given
número
the
de
number
sistemas
of
estaduais e
municipalities, the
distrital,
number
e pelo
of
apoio de outras
many
entidades, né, que atuam na educação infantil.
entities that
Mas que
work
também,
with early
dia
childhood education.
18 de novembro, nós
On
vamos
November
instalar o
18th,
CONAQUEI.
we are
O
going to
CETEI
install
já está
CONAQUEI.
indicado e nomeado
CETEI is
em portaria
already
da nossa
indicated,
secretária.
has been already
O CPA
nominated. CPA also,
E agora a gente
and now
depende das
we are
indicações
depending
dos
on
entes
the
federados
indication
para
of
constituir
the
essa rede
federated
nacional,
agents to create
que
this
será
national
coordenada no
network
caso
that's going to be
do
coordinated
CETEI pelo
in the case of
Alexandro.
CETEI by
No caso do
Alexandro, in
CPA,
the case of
por
CPA
mim.
by
E
myself,
a gente inverte os
and
papéis.
we
Eu
will
sou
invert the
secretária
roles.
executiva
I
do
mean, I am
CETEI,
the executive
ele é
secretary of
secretária
CETEI,
executiva do
he is
CPA,
the executive
CPA, né? Isso tem a ver
secretary of
também com a nossa
CPA.
equipe
So
tão
that
pequena
has to
e com
do
as
with our
dificuldades
very
aí de
small
atuação
team
atual do MEC.
and the troubles that we have with
Nesse
MEC.
processo,
So
qual
in
é
this
o
process,
nosso instrumento orientador
what is
básico
our
que está
basic guiding
vigente, é
principle?
mandatório e é para todas as
And
redes
that is
públicas,
compulsory
municipais,
and that
estaduais
works
que
for
existirem
all
e
public
privadas,
and
comunitárias,
private networks, I
filantrópicas,
mean,
confessionais,
confessional,
conveniadas ou
non-confessional,
não.
if
Esse
they
documento tem
have,
esta abrangência.
you know,
A
this
primeira
is
proposta
the
que em nome do
latitude.
MEC eu quero
So the
fazer
first
é que esse
proposition that
documento
I want
precisa
to
ser
make on behalf of
estudado,
MEC is that this
amplamente
document
estudado.
needs to be
Como
studied.
toda norma, ele
As
não
every
resolve
single
todas as
rule,
questões,
it doesn't
porque ele
resolve
não dá
every
conta de
single
negociar
issue
todas
because it
as
doesn't really
contradições presentes na
negotiate all of the
realidade. O
contradiction
que já
that
acontece na
exist
nossa
in
Constituição,
reality,
o que
which
acontece na
already
LDB,
exist
acontece também nas
through
diretrizes
ETB and
operacionais nacionais.
the national
E aí, eu
operational
queria
networks. So
fazer nesse
what I
pequeno painel
wanted to
uma
do in
discussão
this panel
sobre
is
essas
have a
contradições
short
e,
discussion
sobretudo,
on these
sobre o papel
contradictions and
do
particularly
FONSED, da
about the
Undime
role of
e do
FONSED,
regime de
Undime,
colaboração.
and the collaboration regime.
Primeira questão,
The first point
a
here,
resolução das diretrizes,
the
ela
resolution
determina.
of the
Pode passar a minha
guidelines.
apresentação, gente, só para
Can you just show
facilitar.
my
É
presentation
super
just to make
simples,
it
mas
easier?
ela
I know,
determina
well, it determines
lá no final dela.
right at the end.
Primeiro lembrar isso, né? Na educação
I would just
infantil,
like to
essa é uma
remind you
discussão que
that
vem ocorrendo
in early childhood
desde
education, this is a discussion we have had
1995
ever
com
since
o documento
1995
Critérios
with the
para
document
uma creche que respeita os
criteria
direitos
for
fundamentais, que eu considero grande
daycare that
manifesto da
respects
compreensão da educação infantil. Em
the
2016,
basics of early childhood education. In
2004, o MEC publicou o
2016, in
primeiro
2004,
parâmetros como
MEC first
referência.
published the
São
first
2
parameters
volumes,
as a
de
reference.
infraestrutura, de
There were
qualidade
2 volumes, one for
operacional. E em
infrastructure, one for operational quality.
2024,
In
o
2024,
MEC elaborou e o Ministério homologou os novos parâmetros de
MEC
qualidade.
drafted and the ministry
Essa
signed on
discussão
the new
no
quality
MEC
parameters. The
foi
discussion at
retomada
MEC
em
was resumed
2018.
in
E o MEC, dentro
2018.
dele, não teve acordo sobre isso.
And
Para
there was no
resolver o
agreement about
conflito,
that
em
at MEC. So in
2020,
order to
o MEC mandou,
resolve that
então, para o
conflict,
Conselho
MEC
Nacional.
sent to the
Quando nós assumimos em
National Council.
2023,
When we took
isso estava parado
over in
no Conselho Nacional.
2023, this was just
Abrimos
sitting
processo
there.
de negociação
So we
com o
started
Conselho
a process of
Nacional de Educação,
negotiation with the
porque a gente queria pedir
National
vistas
Education
nesse
Council
processo.
because we wanted to
E o
view
Conselho falou,
the
não,
proceeding,
vocês
but
têm
the
muitas
council said no.
discordâncias,
If
vamos
you have a
terminar
lot
essa
of
comissão,
disagreements, let's
desde
just
que vocês
finish this
assumam
commission
que em
as
ano
long as
vocês
you
nos entregam uma nova
tell us
proposta
that in a year
discutida
you're going to give us a new
nacionalmente,
proposal that has
democraticamente.
been discussed
Foi
at
o
the
que
national
aconteceu.
level and democratically speaking. So that's what happened. By March 2024, we gave them this new proposal that had been discussed nationally in meetings and special commissions that
digamos, segmentos interessados, sindicato de escola particular,
the necessary
fórum de educação
segments.
infantil,
I mean,
audiências
National
em
Education
conselhos
Forums,
municipais, na UNCM e tal.
and other places.
Quais dos artigos
So,
importantes
what were
dessa
the important
resolução?
provisions in
Além de
this
toda a
resolution?
estrutura dela.
In addition
Ela
to
vai
the whole
determinar que
structure,
os
well, it's going to
respectivos
determine
sistemas de
that the
educação
educational
municipais,
systems, the
estaduais e
municipal
distrital
systems,
precisam atualizar suas normativas
need to
à luz
update their
das diretrizes.
standards under
E vai
the
dizer que
light
o
of the
INEP
norms, and it's going
precisa
to go on
formular
to say
os
also
indicadores nacionais
that INEP
de
needs to come
qualidade
up
da
with the
educação
national
infantil.
indicators for early childhood
Eu acho meio
education
inacreditável
quality.
o
So I
INEP
believe it
discutir
is
avaliação
amazing that
sem o
INEP
Brasil
would
ter
discuss such an
definido
assessment
quais
without
são os
Brazil
indicadores
defining
nacionais de
what are
qualidade da
the
educação
national
infantil.
indicators
Acho
for
isso
quality
muito
in early childhood
complicado,
education. I think
porque
that's
os
all
parâmetros são
very
mais de 100
complicated because there
e
are
eles não
over
são indicadores.
100 parameters. They
Eles
are
são
not
referências
indicators, they are
obrigatórias.
but
Quem tem
compulsory
competência de
references. So
definir
the
indicadores
people who would have
é
the competence
o
of
INEP,
defining indicators
Instituto
would be
Nacional de
INEP,
Pesquisas,
the National
Avaliações da
Institute
Educação
for
Básica, etc. e tal.
Research and
E nós
Assessment
não
on
temos.
Basic Education,
Desses
etc.
100
So
parâmetros,
out of this
4 vão virar
100
indicadores
parameters,
nacionais de qualidade?
4 would
Eu
become
espero.
national
Mas
quality
ainda não
indicators.
existem.
Well, I would hope so,
Então,
but
tanto o
they were
INEP
still not
quanto os
available.
conselhos
So,
estaduais,
you know, both
quanto os conselhos
INEP and
municipais,
the
eles têm
municipal
obrigação
and state
de
councils
atualizar as suas
are
normativas.
under the obligation
Nós
of
temos
updating their norms.
estadual de
We
educação,
have the
que a normativa é
State
de
Council for
2004.
Education, which is the normative dating
2004.
from 2004.
né? E nós temos
2004.
conselhos
And
municipais de
we have
educação, por
municipal
exemplo, que não
councils, for example,
regulamentam a educação
that
infantil
do not
e, por
regulate early
inércia,
childhood
estão vinculados ao Conselho Estadual.
education
Eles não
and that
fizeram a
are
opção clara.
connected
Então,
to
essas
certain
duas interlocutoras
agencies.
aqui são da
So,
maior importância para a gente
these two
resolver, no mínimo,
interlocutors here
duas
would be very
questões
important for
graves,
us to resolve
contradições
two
graves
main
que aparecem
issues or
nas
controversies
diretrizes
that are
operacionais
part of
nacionais da educação
operational
infantil.
guidelines
delas
in
é
early
o
childhood
número de
education. The
crianças
first,
por
the
turma
number of
e
children
por
per
professor. Não adianta
classroom,
definir
per
número de
teacher,
crianças por turma
not
se não
enough to
estabelecer a
define
relação
the
com o
number
número
of
de professor.
children if you don't
Sabe por quê?
have the number of
O
teachers
sistema
involved, because
bota
the
auxiliar,
system
bota
will
estagiário
provide a teacher's
e
assistant
com o
or
número de
an
crianças
intern
corretas
and
e
the right number of
professor
children
habilitado
and
supervisionando
one teacher
15, 20 dessas turmas,
supervising
principalmente na
20
creche.
or 15 of these
Então,
classrooms,
essa
particularly
resolução,
when we are talking about daycare.
pois é, essa resolução é o
So this
primeiro ato
resolution
normativo
is the
em
first
que
piece of
o Ministério da
legislation
Educação
where the
define
Ministry of
número de
Education
crianças por
actually
turma
defines
e
the number of
professor.
children per classroom per teacher.
Isso aparecia nas
And
diretrizes como
this was part
recomendação, mas não
of the
como definição.
guidelines as a
Mas
recommendation
o que essas
rather than a
diretrizes
definition.
fazem?
But what do these
No
guidelines
caput do
actually
artigo,
do?
elas
In
falam,
the head of
professor.
the article, it
Nos
says
incisos,
the
elas
teacher
estabelecem o número de
and the
educadores.
sub-items, they determine the
Na
number
nossa
of
legislação,
educators.
educador não
In
existe.
our legislation,
Educador
according
é uma
to our
possibilidade
legislation,
que cada
educators
de
do
nós
not exist. They are a
mas
possibility
não é
that
uma
each of us have.
profissão
It's not really a
regulamentada
profession
pela LDB ou pela Constituição.
regulated by the Constitution
Isso
or by the
tem que ser
LDB.
encarado
This needs
na
to
atualização
be
dos conselhos
faced as
estaduais
the
e dos
updating
municípios.
of
Está lá determinado pelas
state
diretrizes.
councils. This is
Então,
part
não
of
é
the
suficiente dar
directive,
orientações.
so it's
É
not enough
preciso
to
se
provide
posicionar
guidelines. You need
sobre a
to
docência
position
na
yourself
educação
in
infantil.
terms of
O que está em jogo nesse
teaching
artigo
and early
não
childhood
é número de
education. What
crianças,
is at
é
stake
a
here
docência
is not
na
the
educação
number of
infantil.
children,
Quem é
is
o
the
docente da
teachers
educação
in early
infantil?
childhood education. Who are the
Então,
teachers
tá lá,
of
por
early
que
childhood
aparece
education?
assim? Porque teve conflito.
And why do we have it like that?
Porque a
Because
Câmara de Educação
there was
Básica
a
não
conflict,
conseguiu
because,
negociar.
you know,
Você sabe
the
que essas
basic chamber was
diretrizes têm
unable
duas
to
duas
negotiate. You
abstenções de
know
voto
that
dentro
there
do
are
Conselho Nacional.
two vote
A segunda questão que eu quero
withholdings within the
destacar
council.
aqui,
So the second
como
thing that I
papel
want to talk
relevante
about
das
here
colegas,
and that I want to emphasize
é
as an
que
important role
a LDB
is that
admite
LDB admits
outros profissionais atuando na
other
educação infantil,
professionals working
mas
in
não
early childhood
define
education,
quem são
but it
esses outros
fails
profissionais.
to define who
Então, hoje
these
no Brasil,
other
nós
professionals
temos
might
mais
be.
de
So
50
currently in
denominações
Brazil, we have
para os
over
chamados
50
auxiliares,
denominations to
monitores,
the people we
recreadores,
call recreational
páginas,
professionals,
babás.
teachers assistants,
Mais de 50.
nannies,
Temos
over 50
movimento no
nomenclatures.
Congresso Nacional,
There is a movement at
PL
the
encaminhado
Congress,
pela deputada de
bill
São
of
Paulo,
law that was
propondo o
created by
enquadramento
a
destes
congresswoman of São
profissionais
Paulo, proposing that
que não
all of
fizeram
these
concurso para
professionals
docência
who are
para
not
integrarem a carreira
part
e
of
o
a
piso
civil
do magistério,
servant
porque estão
teaching
exercendo a função.
profession to be
Exercendo
integrated
a função,
because they
porque
are
o gestor
actually
faz a lotação
working
dele
as
assim,
such,
não é?
because, you know,
Então,
they have
quem é?
so
Que
been
função é
put into
essa
the
do
job by
auxiliar?
their managers.
Até
So
aqui
who are these teachers
foi o vale tudo.
assistants? So far, it's been a
Então, nós temos
free-for-all.
resolução que exige
There are
ensino
resolutions
fundamental,
that
que exige
demand
pedagogia,
them to be
carga horária de 30 horas, carga horária de 40, de 30
education
horas.
professionals with different workloads
E
of
o que
educational
acontece nos
courses,
editais
and
e na lei
what
que
happens
as
in
câmaras
the law
municipais têm
and
que
the
criar
different
para ter esse profissional. Ele tem que ser
legislation.
diferente do professor, porque
These
senão
professionals need to be different from the
identificado
teachers.
com o professor,
Otherwise, you know,
esse cargo não pode ser criado.
if they
Então,
are
que
akin to a teacher,
essas
this
legislações,
job
nós
could not
analisamos os
exist.
editais e as legislações.
So we have
Elas
all
pegam
that,
aquilo
and
que
they
é quase
use
que o
what is
específico
the
da educação
specific
infantil
part
e
of early
coloca
childhood
como a
education
função
and place it
desse
as the
auxiliar.
function of
Brincar,
this
ensinar,
person who is an assistant.
receber das
So to
famílias,
cuddle, to
dar
take a
banho,
nap,
dar
take a
alimentação
shower, feed.
pessoal.
Come on.
Isso é formação da
This
identidade
is
das
the
crianças.
way they form
ação
children's
educativa na
identity.
educação
This
infantil.
is
Então, eles fazem
the
uma cisão
educational
na nossa
action
concepção
in early
de
childhood
diretrizes
education. So they
curriculares,
make this cut
fazem
in the
uma cisão
curriculum
do
guidelines, and
cotidiano
they
da
divide
relação
the routine
educador,
of the relationship,
monitor,
teacher, educator, monitor,
educando as
educating
crianças com
children
essa divisão.
with this
Tem
division
nobres,
that has noble
que é a pedagogia,
functions,
que são as
that is
aprendizagens,
the
e tem
pedagogy, the
funções
activities,
de segunda
the
categoria,
learning
são os
points, and
cuidados
we have a
atribuídos a
second
outro
category, professions that
A
are
triste
attributed
história
to another
da
professional.
nossa sociedade.
The sad story of our society.
Essa
This matter and the guidelines need to be updated by the state boards, by the city boards. It's in their hands. And that requires a clear position of who is the teacher, who is the assistant, what is the function, what is the training, at least that. The deadline would be December. Well, we postponed it up to December this year. 2 state boards presented an update, Mato Grosso do Sul and Rio Grande do Sul. None of that touches these issues. And there's no purpose to talk to MEC, to the ministry. This has to be rediscussed, and we have many seminars, and we are open to review the aspects that need to be reviewed, and this is one of them, but not when necessary, when they want. It needs justification, proposal, and also negotiation. So I bring here to our debate this challenge that I consider a challenge for the collaboration regimen, and mainly in the relationship with the states. So our partners present here, they need to collaborate with the implementation of CONACEI, mainly in the relationship with the state governments, with the state departments, because the departments have no practice in early childhood education. You saw in the round table of funding Valdoir's position, who contributed to the advance of early childhood education, and what they need is the state presence in elementary education. You saw in the position of Sanchez the lack of funding for early childhood education. So there's no purpose to be willing to talk about a collaboration regimen without funding and the commitment of states and municipalities. That's what I wanted to call your attention, so we can take advantage of this opportunity to have a debate. I could spend hours listening to Rita. I've learned a lot. And you've posed many challenges. It's a shame we only have a short period of time, but it would be amazing to reflect about what you've explained here. Before giving the floor to Ademilda, I've talked to Eduqueiroz, and this cannot end here today. We have to transform this into a book, so we can include everything that was treated here and have an articulated agenda, collaborative agenda, so we can move forward. Otherwise, we will take the risk of having this rich moment. The previous table that was about training, was the report of the initial training and the continuated training, and all the difficulties, mainly the initial training. Professor Monica mentioned that, but this is our homework. We shouldn't end this today, and you are posing a lot of subjects. Professor Ademilde, please. She's from the technical group of early childhood education. Daldimi, the floor is yours.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. I've even tried to write in order to be briefer, otherwise we keep on talking. First of all, I would like to greet everyone in a very special way. I would like to correct, because they said I was the secretary of Domingos Martins. I was the secretary of this municipality for many years. But now, well, now I'm the secretary of our dear Marechal Floriano, also in Espírito Santo. Many questions were posed for us to answer. And we know that we only have a short period of time. And when we have a short period of time to talk about important issues, we can have things that won't be well interpreted. To talk about early childhood collaboration is amazing. Who have ever gone through or has a history with early childhood education knows about the challenges, knows about what we face, but also knows how much things have moved forward, mainly in this issue of collaboration. When we talk about early childhood education, historically speaking, even the difficulty, it was not even related to education, and that is a recent past we are talking about. So it is important for us to look to our past so we can see how much we've moved forward and how precise things are. One of the things we've mentioned is to talk about access of children to school. It's a role that is our mission as educators, that is to assure access, equity, permanence, and, well, everything for the children. However, now that we have the Fundeb resources that included VAT and things like that, sometimes it is difficult for municipalities to create more vacancies, to offer more vacancies. Why? Because in the history of early childhood education, they were enrolled and put in those buildings that were a quick fix. So today, the duty of the secretary is not only to get more vacancies or get more children. The secretary has to improve the buildings and refurbish it so children who are already there will be better served. So municipalities, you ask if we have advanced. Well, we know that it has advanced, not as much as it should, but it did advance in this matter of early childhood education, not only in access and the opening of vacancies, but also in the dialogue and the need of this phase. Why? And I repeat, from a close past, we not even had the knowledge, the written knowledge of what we expected from a child who was enrolled in early childhood education. We searched for books in order to take to our teachers. We did that in order to collaborate once. Most of the time, we didn't have the teachers. In our municipality, we work with the teacher in the classroom. We have the assistants, we have people who help, but the responsibility, well, we have the teachers there. And we had periods that we didn't have teachers, and we had to work with these people who were still under training, because it was difficult to find the graduated teachers to work in such area. We also advanced in the dialogues to prepare policies. And equality and equity. And if we advanced, it's because the process improved in the collaboration regimen that is constitutional, but it's recent. We know that we have a lot of federative regions that implemented according to the law this process. And when we have dialogues, when MEC creates GT, coordinated by Rita Coelho, a GT, so we could have a dialogue and documents that will set the rules and be a North Star to early childhood education. They have to listen to who's implementing, who's coordinator, and who is doing that, who's doing such tasks. And when we talk about quality, Binho mentioned that quality. Well, we ask ourselves, which quality? It's a quality in the eyes of an adult. Well, and we did a project in a daycare that the windows are so high and we say that our professionals and architects and engineers, they do need to have the eyes of a child. It doesn't have to be beautiful, but they have to be just like a child would use. So we need to hear, we need to think as a child, to think in the development, to define the toys, the playgrounds, the entire infrastructure. We need to look at that. And we have many documents. And in the national level, this milestone, well, we have more than 25 that talk about the legislation, from special education, inclusion. Everything includes early childhood education. So, well, if we get all the laws, we have this follow-up, and we bring that to reality. We need to dialogue, to bring to the reality of our children and teachers. So the guidelines, well, it's a milestone. CONACEI is, as Rita Coelho mentioned, most systems did not set the rules for CONACEI. The guidelines, the operational guidelines for early childhood education with quality and equality. And we know that there are many municipalities that the secretary didn't have or haven't had prepared the city plan for the early childhood. So they use that for a discussion. They prepare that in an intrasectorial manner to assure that we have this option to become the North Star of this. So in order to be set, we have to establish the deadlines. We need to talk about the number of teachers per children who are going to be these supporting professionals. And in Espírito Santo, they bring this, they have the number of teachers they need, and there is another article talking about the supporting, the support professional. So strategies, consolidation of strategies, and many other tasks that we need to define. Well, collaboration promotes the articulation, and the implementation and collaboration, put the collaboration of efforts for to avoid duplicity. It asks for networks and fragmentation of policies. We also have public policies respecting those specific options. It also offers the rationalization of resources for using in a way the contribution to improve education with exchange of experience, good practices, equity, partnerships, fighting against inequality, and assuring the right to education with quality to everyone, and also offers the solution for some problems, just like funding for transportation, material, and equipment, for initial training and continued training, just like it was mentioned here. We have many actions that are pretty important being developed that do not necessarily need resources. So we need to think, and we can mention what we have in collaboration with the state and the federal government. Fundeb and the part that the municipalities will prepare, it's a tool that connects the municipality and the state to the federal government. We have, well, and I say that the early childhood education, before Fundeb was created, there was Fundef.
Which worked until 2006. And early childhood education was not contemplated by that. And there was major discrimination of the teachers at the time, all professionals. There was there was education for elementary and middle school, but early childhood education, for example, could not attend any teacher's party because it was not contemplated by Fundeb. So now we have Fundeb for all basic education, which is an important progress and valuing of early childhood education children. So talking about collaboration for early childhood education is extremely important because early childhood education is the basis upon which and which is going to reflect all of the knowledge, skills, competences that a child acquires in early childhood education.
Muito importante
In quite an important fashion, that's going to contribute to continuity of our children in the learning process and all of the physical, motor, and other aspects of development. So we need to have this outlook of knowing each stage in childhood.
Tem os cantinhos de leitura que vem agora.
You know, we have reading corners that are now coming to early childhood education. And you know, these reading corners are not for teaching children how to read and write. It's for them to have access, it's for an adult to be able to read to children, for an adult to show to a child the importance and the richness that comes from reading and writing and what is contained in each story that makes our children travel in their minds through very interesting stories. So, in closing, we all know how much good early childhood education contributes for the development of human beings. Early childhood education as an educational service is something recent. In the 90s, there were very little guidelines in terms of what you should do, and there were no regulatory documents. These recently approved documents are significantly going to contribute to the continued access of the children and their continuity in early childhood education. And they're also going to contribute to the members in terms of the offering of quality and equity in teaching. If the child doesn't have the opportunity of having access to early childhood education, they are not going to have the opportunity of coming in the following years. So, you know, that would be problematic.
Mas a educação infantil,
early childhood education is
eu falo que eu saio daqui hoje muito feliz.
Something that's considered according to age brackets. So I leave here very happy knowing that people from all over Brazil have been working and have been trying to ensure the rights of every children in the school setting, early childhood school setting, from the nurseries to the early childhood education schools, preschools, to ensure that constitutionally ensured right to every child.
Muito obrigado, professora Denilde. Felizmente, pelo tempo, a gente não vai ter condições de perguntas. E eu agradeço aos componentes aqui da mesa. Peço a Ritinha que fique aqui e convido a Alejandra, cadê você, Alejandra, para a finalização aqui desse encontro e o day after, o que a gente pretende fazer daqui por diante.
Finalize this meeting and to talk about the day after.
Quero aproveitar então agradecer a todos
I would like to
que
thank
participaram desse
you
painel,
all,
Mozart,
thank
Rita,
everyone
Celi,
who was part of
Adenilde,
this
pelas
panel,
contribuições.
thank
Rita e
everyone
Mozart,
for the
eu peço que
contributions.
continuem com a
Rita and
gente pra
Mozart,
mesa
I
de
ask you
encerramento
to
e
keep
permaneçam aqui no nosso
to the
palco.
stage with
E
us.
agora, para sintetizar
And
as
now,
principais
to
reflexões do dia,
summarize the
conectar os
main
debates do
reflections of
simpósio às
today
políticas
and
públicas de
connect
educação
that
infantil
to
em
the
curso
public
e
policies
sugerir
that are
compromissos de
currently
ação até o
in
próximo
effect and
simpósio. Vamos
suggest
iniciar então a
commitments
mesa
and
de
actions. We
encerramento.
would like
Convido
to
então ao
start the
palco, como o
closing
professor
panel.
Mozart
I would
disse,
like to
Alejandra
invite to the
Meraz
stage
Velasco, por favor, venha ao
Alejandra
palco.
Meraz
E convido
Velasco.
também
I would
Carolina
also
Weber.
like to invite
Vamos a essa
Carolina
discussão neste
Weber
último painel. Uma
for
salva de
our
palmas da
discussion
plateia,
on
uma
our
ótima
last
discussão para
panel.
vocês.
I wish you all a great discussion.
Obrigada, gente. Obrigada aos guerreiros que ficaram até esse horário. Como disse o professor Mozart, a gente não vai... Vocês viram as nossas pretensões na mesa de fechamento, mas a gente vai ter que ser muito breve para a gente encerrar em tempo aqui o evento. Primeiro, eu gostaria de agradecer. Durante o dia, várias pessoas mencionaram que a gente é uma equipe pequena, mas, na verdade, a gente é uma equipe muito grande. A gente, na verdade, se aproximou de pessoas-chave. Eu fico muito lisonjeada da professora Zilma estar aqui. A gente procura chegar perto, a gente procurou escutar todas essas lideranças que construíram essa história da educação infantil. E a gente está num momento que, como eu falei, eu entendo que ele é uma possibilidade de virada importante para a educação infantil. A gente tem esses parceiros maravilhosos que estão aí na reva, todos comprometidos com a educação infantil, e a gente não faz nada se não é com esse coletivo todo. Para dentro de casa também, a equipe da Bracell, a gente se apoia muito nessa capacidade que eles têm, a equipe de comunicação, mas também de áreas meio como jurídico, enfim, a gente tem aí uma equipe de suporte que eu gostaria também de aproveitar e agradecer também a parceiros governamentais, não só o Ministério de Educação, mas a gente tem uma atuação mais próxima nos estados do Mato Grosso do Sul, da Bahia. A gente quer agradecer essa parceria que nos permite ver a educação infantil na prática, né, ela acontecendo, essa implementação, os estados de Bauru, Guarulhos, Feira de Santana, Camaçari, que abrem as portas para a gente aprender junto e tentar ter esses avanços de forma conjunta. E eu queria aqui passar a palavra para esses parceiros de primeira hora, UNICEF, MEC, o Instituto de Estudos Avançados, a cátedra Sérgio Henrique Ferreira, na pessoa do Mozart, foram entusiastas dessa ideia do simpósio, que, como o Mozart falou, a gente quer que tenha longa vida, e ele só terá longa vida se um simpósio de educação infantil de todos os parceiros que se propõem a fazer esse evento acontecer com qualidade, debater, e a gente fez essa construção de mesas e de narrativa de forma conjunta. E agradecer a todos vocês. Continuamos contando com cada um de vocês. Passo para cá.
Bom, também queria agradecer em nome da Mônica Pinto, chefe de educação do UNICEF no Brasil, né? Nós do UNICEF temos um compromisso com as crianças, os bebês e as crianças que estão, né, em territórios de maior vulnerabilidade, e um compromisso em apoiar o Estado a chegar lá, né, com as políticas, e a política de educação infantil é uma política, em especial, complexa, como foi dito durante o dia de hoje, com esse quebra-cabeça que precisa tecer fios de formação, de implementação, de projetos políticos pedagógicos que deem conta do atendimento de qualidade com equidade para todos e todas nesse país. Então, a gente tem um compromisso mais específico neste momento com o Ministério da Educação, na atualização do INDIC, que é um instrumento potente também, né, para a avaliação institucional dessas unidades que atendem e garantem o cotidiano desses bebês e crianças. Então, queria agradecer de forma muito especial a Alejandra. Eu acho que, junto com a Filó, pegou no laço todo esse processo da narrativa desse simpósio e colocou isso de pé. Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada a todos.
Bom, eu queria começar agradecendo a Bracell, especialmente ao Eduardo e Alejandra, essa oportunidade, esse esforço enorme, né, de trabalharmos juntos a educação infantil como prioridade da educação, né? Esse é um grande desafio e eu não considero ou não quero tratar essa minha fala como uma fala de encerramento. Eu quero propor que seja uma fala de propostas de continuidade, né? E ao longo do debate, a gente viu grandes desafios que precisam ser discutidos nacionalmente em encontros como esse, de governo municipal, estadual, de terceiro setor, de universidades, de programas do MEC, mas também de programas de outros parceiros, como o Busca Ativa na educação infantil, que nós estamos nos articulando com o UNICEF. Então, eu queria destacar a necessidade de mudança na formação inicial da pedagogia e das licenciaturas plenas para a educação infantil. Isso é gravíssimo, isso é para ontem, e nós temos que aproveitar essa janela de oportunidades de um Conselho Nacional colaborativo, democrático, né? E desse debate nacional que vem apontando essa questão insistentemente. É uma questão em disputa, não tenho a menor dúvida, mas nós temos que enfrentar. E contamos aqui com a perspectiva do próximo seminário internacional, né? Segundo, a relação da educação infantil com a educação especial. Nós, da educação infantil, não somos educação especial. Nós somos educação infantil. A nossa compreensão da criança é muito diferente da compreensão que a educação especial tem ou se submete aos chamados laudos, né? Nós temos divergência dos laudos que aparecem, tá? Por outro lado, nós não temos propostas de condições para atuar com a educação especial. Quem tem que criar essas condições para a educação infantil é a educação especial. Se eu preciso de uma sala de recurso, é a sala de recurso que a CECAD tem que instalar numa escola, numa creche que tem turmas com crianças autistas, né, paralisadas, né, diversos aspectos. E aí tem uma confusão danada, porque tem hora que a criança da educação especial, quando é matriculada na educação infantil, passa a ser problema da educação infantil. Então, nós temos que acertar esses passos aí de corresponsabilidade. Nos 7 seminários regionais que nós fizemos, a relação da educação infantil com a educação especial foi apontada como uma omissão do MEC e um grande desafio. A outra questão que ficou clara hoje na mesa, a mesa de financiamento hoje pôs o dedo na ferida. É a primeira vez, olha que eu discuto financiamento com grandes parceiros como o Fineduca, como campanha, e nunca se fez uma discussão tão clara como os colegas hoje fizeram na mesa do financiamento. Isso é uma oportunidade rara para a gente discutir para a gente
opportunity for
conversar,
us
para a
to
gente se
discuss, for
apropriar.
us to talk,
E,
for us to take
finalmente, o
ownership
desafio da
and take
implementação.
ownership, and
né?
then we have the challenge of
A
implementation.
experiência do Labedu é muito
The
importante para nós,
Labedu's
né? Porque
experience is
traz
quite
uma
important for us
dimensão de
because it
implementação
brings
sistêmica,
a
que é o que
systemic
nós almejamos com o
implementation
CONAQUEI.
outlook. That's what
Mas
we
na
are
fala da
hoping
Susan, a
to
gente
get with
viu
CONAQUEI. But
claramente
when Susan
que as
talked,
velhas propostas
we realized
sobrevivem
that the
às
old
novas propostas.
propositions
E a gente tem
survive the
exemplo
new propositions.
importantíssimo no
And we
ProLei,
have a very
que a
important
gente trabalha com
example
uma
with
concepção, com
ProLei.
uma
So we
sistemática
work
de
with one
formação,
concept,
mas
one
prevalece
system of education,
o método
but
fônico, o conhecimento de
we still
sílaba,
see
enfim,
the phonics
essa
method
questão
being
da
used, the
alfabetização
syllable
entendida,
breaking
né, de
method,
uma
so
forma diferente da
education
que
being
hoje
understood
o MEC está
differently
propondo.
from the
Então, eu queria
methods that are being
fazer na minha
proposed by
fala
the
uma
Ministry of
proposta
Education
e
now. So I
compromisso
want us
desses
to
parceiros que
commit
estão aqui.
with all the
E
partners
desses
that are
parceiros
here,
que estão aqui
and from the
conosco,
partners who are
que
here
no
with
próximo
us, I
simpósio
want a
internacional,
commitment
a Bracell
until the
assuma o
next
debate,
International Symposium.
assuma o
I want
compromisso de
Bracell to
colaborar
make the
com esse
commitment
debate
of
da mudança
collaborating
da
with
formação
this debate
inicial,
of
né,
changing
do
the
financiamento,
initial education for
da
teachers for
implementação
early
de
childhood
políticas, que você
education, the
constrói
funding,
novas
the
propostas
implementation of new
que
policies,
passam a
building
conviver com
new
as propostas
propositions that
anteriores,
are
né?
going to be
A
in
própria
line
questão
with
da
prior
alfabetização foi muito
propositions.
complexa para o
Literacy
compromisso
was
nacional
quite
criança
complex
alfabetizada.
in
A
terms of
educação infantil não
discussion.
entraria.
Early
O
childhood
compromisso
education was
começava
not
com
going to
6
be
anos do ensino
included. It
fundamental.
started at
E a
6 years
gente
old
defendeu
with
arduamente dentro do
the
MEC, com o
elementary
apoio de
school,
parceiros,
but we defended
porque
together with the
a
Ministry of
gestão
Education and
anterior
supported by
tinha
partners,
definido uma
because the
política
previous
de
government had
alfabetização para a educação
defined the
infantil.
policy
Então, ela
for
ia
literacy in terms of
permanecer
early childhood
ou nós
education.
íamos
So
fazer
it
uma
was
proposta de
going to
alteração,
be
né?
like it was, or
essa a
were we going to
contribuição que eu
change
queria
it? So this
trazer
was
em
my
nome do MEC.
contribution
O
on
MEC
behalf of the
está
Ministry of Education.
comprometido
MEC
com essa
is
virada na educação
committed
infantil,
to this
né? E contamos com todos
180
vocês
in
e agradeço
education.
mais uma
We
vez
count on
aqui
you, and
em
we
seu
would
nome,
like to
Alejandra,
thank
essa
you.
boa
And I
parceria,
would like to
essa
thank you,
bom
Alejandra,
for your
diálogo, né?
partnership, que
for the
como disse o
excellent
Alexandro,
dialogue. And as Alexandra
só é
said,
possível numa
this is only
sociedade
possible
ética
because
e
we have an
democrática.
ethic and
Então, a
democratic
educação infantil
society.
é
Early
também
childhood
uma
education
estratégia
is
de
a
discussão
strategy
do
of discussion
fortalecimento da
in
democracia no
terms of
nosso
the
país.
strengthening
E
of
nós temos
democracy
que
in our
estar
country,
atentas a
and we
isso e
need
comprometidas
to
com
be
isso. Muito
committed to
obrigada.
that and pay attention to that. Thank you.
Mas um privilégio para mim.
It's a privilege. I started this morning and I will finish. And Bracell, Edu, Filó,
E eu acho que
and
Ritinha já deixou uma agenda.
Hitinha left
Mas eu
an agenda. But
eu queria colocar mais ponto.
I would like to add
eu
a
acho que
point.
duas entidades não
Two
puderam estar aqui
entities
conosco
could not
hoje
be
por
here
agendas.
today due to their
Eu acho que a gente tem
agenda.
que procurar. Um é o
And we
Conselho
need to
Nacional
search
de
for them.
Educação.
The National
Eu
Board
tive
of
12 anos
Education,
no CNE,
12 years at
8 dos
CNE,
quais com
8
César
of
Calegari.
which
A gente
with Cesar
compartilhou
Calegari.
muitas relatorias.
We shared a
E
lot
eu
of
acho que a gente tem que ter uma
reports.
agenda, porque a força desse ecossistema
And we need
aqui
an agenda because
muito
the
grande.
strength of this
E o outro importante parceiro também que não pôde
environment
por
is
agenda
huge.
é o Concede. Sem os secretários,
And
eu já fui
Concede.
presidente do Concede. Sem
I've
o
been
Concede, a gente
the
fica num hiato
CEO
que
and we have this
preciso
hiato without them.
suprir essa
And we need
situação.
to
A gente não faz regime de colaboração
adjust that.
sem o
We don't
Estado
have a
com os municípios, a
collaboration
grande articulação do
without the
governo
articulation
federal,
of the
do Ministério da
federal
Educação.
government and the Ministry of
Eu acho que tem
Education.
que trazer mais
So
o
it's
Concede.
important to bring
Há uma
CONCEP.
compreensão ainda a meu ver, e a gente fez uma pré-pesquisa.
And we did a survey in the chair.
Eu telefonei para vários secretários estaduais de educação.
And I've called many secretaries, and I've asked, give me an example where there is a reference in early childhood education that depended on the contribution of the education.
Porque talvez lá a gente vai encontrar, mas em estados
important states, well, we have none. There's a homework there to be done, and only a day like today was pretty rich. And as I've mentioned, the ecosystem here is pretty strong. So you will wait for another year of the third forum, and we have a culture, Brazilians, if they are good on the short term, okay, this is another forum for discussion. It's good, we reflect, we discuss, but there is a potential to influence and make things happen. So here's the homework. Thank you.
Ritinha
has another point. No. In fact, we weren't able to make out of our methodology what we intended, that it was to hear you, to have questions. So this is a challenge for our next symposium. And I would like to ask you, do you approve the next symposium to be about next year, before the election, because of the election law, okay? I'm asking you, so let us know.
Muito bem.
Great. So, thank you. Thank you, Alejandra, Monica, Rita, Mozart, for all the reflections. Before finishing, we would like to count on your participation. On the screen, we are going to have another QR code, and this is pretty important for you to answer the satisfaction survey of the second International Symposium for Early Childhood Education. We count on your collaboration so we can improve more and more our work. On behalf of the Bracell Foundation, the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, the chair of Sérgio Henrique Ferreira from the Advanced Studies of USP in the Ribeirão Preto campus, Leer Foundation, Itaú Social, David Rockefeller community, we thank all of you here at the auditorium. And for those who were online, you who are online, thank you once again for your audience and your presence. I would like to thank the University of São Paulo for welcoming us. Thank you very much, all the supporters. And I hope this meeting was fruitful for each of you who followed us, and that above all, it will north us in the direction of becoming or making early childhood education a priority in our country. And while our speakers go down to the audience, here it is a quote from Rubem Alves. Let's not forget what he said. Teaching is an exercise of immortality. In a way or another, we live in those which eyes learn to see the world with the magic of our words. Early childhood education is important for everyone, and it's something decisive for Brazil. Decisive, I apologize, for Brazil.